no sins at all. No, no, no. All alive, we're busy, keep on searching for that special thing. Always need the afternoon. Life goes on and on without no deeper thoughts. Are we gonna live like this forever? Should try to satisfy the hunger. This one goes out to all lovers. To all lovers. To all lovers. Precious. Happiness, tenderness, joy, peace. These are the true qualities of the human soul. They are always existing. You are precious. será de pérola o luar. Quando acontecer da gente se encontrar, eu pedindo que você fique um pouco, eu juro, só pra conversar. Você rindo me responde que tem muito medo de se apaixonar. Viva devagar, pensando no que eu vou dizer. Quando acontecer da gente se encontrar. Conversar. Você rindo me responde que tem muito medo de se apaixonar. Teus olhos serão mar, será de pérola o luar. Quando acontecer da gente. the stars are looking down on you and me. Sweet breeze of the wind, your smile, all your worries are behind. You don't need them anymore. We will enjoy the night and life. So beautiful to be here, so beautiful. By the summer night and music of the sea. So beautiful to be here, so beautiful. When your friends are around, the taste of life is real. Time is running fast. Can we bring it back? Please tell me if it's real or not. The music of this moment will always live inside of my heart and soul. So beautiful to be here, so beautiful. By the summer night and music of the sea. So beautiful to be here, so beautiful. When your friends are around, the taste of life is real. So beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful. skin, and deep within, I feel meaning. And all that was, and all that's past, has no meaning. Is this for real? Is this for real? What I'm feeling. Or is it all in my head? Am I dreaming? Touch your skin, and deep within, I feel meaning. And all that was, and all that's past, has no meaning. Is this for real? What I'm feeling. Or is it all in my head? Am I dreaming? Is this for real? Is it all in my head? Am I dreaming? Is this for real? I'm feeling. Or is it all in my head? Am I dreaming? Touch your skin, and deep within, I feel meaning. just like a century. I can't tell the shape, just don't get in my way. So could you be here where the tide will let you hide? Now would you not hear another word to hear survive?
Hello, good morning. Good morning to you all. Dear Minister Liminski, dear Lord Mayor Sibylle Keupen, dear representatives of the Charlemagne Youth Prize, dear fellows, Karl Charlemagne Prize fellows from the past year and for the coming year, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all on behalf of the International Charlemagne Prize Board and the Charlemagne Prize Foundation. This is the fourth Charlemagne Prize European Summit. And the name Charlemagne Prize also has the suffix in the interest of the unity of Europe. The Charlemagne Prize has existed for over 70 years, and in these 70 years we've had 70, more or less 70 laureates. Some are no longer with us. It's great to be able to present awards to people who have achieved things in the interest of Europe. But a couple of years ago, we had the idea to create a Charlemagne Youth Prize. Now we have roughly 10,000 project participants throughout Europe. And 4 years ago, we came up with the idea of forming the Charlemagne Prize Academy and offering bursaries for the fellows. And the idea is not only to deal with laureates of a certain age, but also to create a movement, a network among young people with an interest in Europe. And this was also the aim of the summit, to produce research results and to present them. And so today, as we go through the day, you will find we will have panels involving politicians from Berlin, from Brussels, and also Charlemagne Prize fellows who will present their results to you today and explain them. And that's the target that we've set ourselves. And now we're in round 4, not only as we say in the Rhineland, we say this is almost a tradition, but that goes even beyond our region. In the interest of the unity of Europe means that Europe was and remains a project for peace. Peace has become a matter of course for us, but now we've had to see and realize very painfully that some of our assumptions were torpedoed in the spring. And this event is overshadowed by events, in particular the events of last evening. And if Poland is now thinking about triggering Article 4 or 5 of the NATO treaty, then that's more than a side note, and it's something that must concern us very deeply. For the coming research year, we've chosen the titles Sovereignty, European Sovereignty, because we have noticed that we are in a situation of extreme dependence, and that we have seen that we can rely on democratic countries, but we certainly have to be more careful in future with autocratic countries than we have been. Sovereignty does not necessarily mean autonomy. We want to continue to trade and live together in Europe and to deal with one another, but we should not render ourselves open to blackmail. So the question is, where is the dividing line? And I think this dividing line has to be redefined. So the themes that we've chosen for today are based on this, and I look forward to each individual of the expert speakers that we are able to welcome today. It's nice to have you with us, and everybody, not just those here, but also those participating in the live stream, are cordially invited to take place in the discussion and in the debate on the internet. It's a very great honor for us that we can organize this event this year together with the state government of North Rhine-Westphalia. I've already welcomed the minister, and yes, thank you very much. This event would not be possible without the support of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. So that's my opening introduction. Dear Minister, I hand over to you for your address. Dear Lord Mayor Kuipen, dear Professor Prefi, my dear ladies and gentlemen, members of parliament from various parliaments, and ladies and gentlemen, dear Charlemagne Prize fellows, Charlemagne Youth Prize laureates, dear students. As we've just mentioned, what times are these for a Charlemagne Prize summit? We could say that the event is overshadowed by the events, but we could put things differently. And we could say the events show the need for this type of event and how topical and of how existential the question is. We could say that the question that we are dealing with today and the question that you've been concerning yourselves with in recent months are subjects for an academic discourse, for lovers, if you like. But unfortunately, the questions that you've been concerned with and the questions that we at government level have to deal with on a daily basis, unfortunately, in times like yesterday evening, these become of tremendous relevance. And so I think it's a good thing that we are meeting here today, and that's why I'm so pleased to be with you today, even if we live in such turbulent times. Yesterday evening we were talking to the Ukrainian embassy. Later we will speak to the British ambassador, and as you can imagine, the situation changes the agenda for this type of meeting. We've had a pre-prepared agenda, but the situation unfortunately necessitates changes to the agenda. And I think this switch is something that I think we've learned more quickly and much more than in all the previous years together. When I became head of the State Chancellery 5 years ago, who would have said we would be faced by a global pandemic and massive floods and then war in Europe? If somebody had presented me with these predictions, and I would have said, well, no. I would have questioned his logic. But in actual fact, we now have a permanent state of crisis. Some people are talking about simultaneous crisis, others are talking about stacks of crises. There are no doubt many other terms used. But one thing is clear. We have been catapulted into a new reality, a new normality, and politicians have to decide how to react to this. We will try to manage the crisis and to say, wait until tomorrow when everything will be okay again and you'll be able to return to your normal routine, or will we reorganize political debates and structures in order to assume that we will have to deal with crises on a regular basis? And I don't want to become fatalistic or melancholic, but I think it's quite good to remember at times like this the origin of the term crisis. This comes from Greek and from the medical sector. And here, the crises determine moments of decision making. They can go one way or the other. Initially, the crisis is a neutral term, but I think as a politician or as a young academic, if we bear this in mind, this can motivate us, because crises are a time where we have the opportunity to do things right. It's not just a problematic situation. It can also be a situation where we can do good things. But the reality is that given the plethora of challenges that we have, we as an open democracy, as an open society, we have to bundle our forces. And I think we have to stand together and, more than in the past, learn from past errors, inadequacies. I think that's something where politicians and society as a whole have a tendency to say, let bygones be bygones and think of tomorrow. But I think we have to come more quickly to a culture that makes learning from past errors, inadequacies a central part of our culture. And this leads to a situation where even we have to look at whether all the judgments we've taken in the recent past have been correct. Yesterday evening, I was at a festivity for the Polish Independence Day, and I was confronted with people who mainly had come from Poland or of Polish roots, and they always had a skeptical attitude towards Europe, far more skeptical than German society. So perhaps we have to ask ourselves, was their attitude regularly more accurate than our approach? And perhaps a more realistic approach and more self-criticism is appropriate here. We don't have to get bogged down in the present, but this can develop energy for tomorrow to say, now, if not now, then when will we become active in Europe? We have to face up to the new reality together. The strength of Europe is based on trust, not only amongst one another, but throughout the world. But taking a critical look at ourselves also involves, we also must accept that Germany has squandered a lot of trust. Recently, I was talking to my Dutch colleagues in The Hague, and at the end of this month, we will have government consultations with our Belgian colleagues. And what we see during the preparations, as well as during the meeting itself, are many question marks. Question marks in terms of, for example, why Germany surprised everyone in the summer with a 200 billion package, why Germany is buying gas from all over the world without discussing this with its European partners beforehand. And even if we are not criticizing from the perspective of European partnership, but we can be skeptical even from a point of view of self-interest. If we buy at a higher price, and then people will say, if Germany is doing this, then what's become of Europe? And I think that's an important part of a stock take. We have to say that European strength is trusting in one another and the trust that we enjoy in the world. So we should actually bear in mind what is the situation in reality when we talk about energy supply. I think we've squandered, or Germany has squandered, trust in terms of security policy. Yesterday, we had a visit from the Ukrainian ambassador, who was somewhat more diplomatic than his predecessor, but the message was no less clear. He says that the division between rhetoric and actions is no longer comprehensible in many cases. It's correct that Germany has to be very careful in terms of delivering weapons. I think, given our historical responsibility, we have to take this approach. But if a war of aggression is such a violation of international law, attacks the integrity and existence of a complete nation, then if not now, then when must we have assistance, partnership, and trust? So I think we have to ask ourselves the question as to whether, in addition to dealing with the consequences of this war, and also in terms of security, we have to ask ourselves the question, have we not squandered lots of trust? It's very difficult if the even if the centrifugal forces in Europe are so big, where we have many questions on the table that have not been clarified for many years, and therefore test the trust of our citizens in the European Union. If not now, then when must we rethink security policy? And when I say this, then I think about the days when I was a speechwriter in the federal parliament. When I was preparing speeches for others, I thought about triggering a security debate in Germany, but it still came across like a luxury article. I know today that I'm preaching to the converted, but it's important that we now break out of our normal routine and express the relevance of this to everybody in this country. Europe is at war, and we really do have to emphasize this and make this very clear. And at the very latest, the events of yesterday evening have shown how quickly this type of situation can develop momentum, and you can see by looking at the social media how this is magnified. So it's very important that in situations such as the situation of yesterday evening, we must be passionate, but nevertheless keep a cool head and not get carried away in terms of fantasies, in terms of what's necessary. We must not speculate on the origins of this attack. And I think at the moment we don't really know, and it's clever to keep a cool head. But nevertheless, we must draw conclusions for the security policy debate, because in Germany, politicians and society, I think, have now realized that security is not a matter of course. Yesterday at the Ständehaus in Düsseldorf, we had a reception for members of the German Armed Forces. The Prime Minister expressed the government's thanks to the people in uniform for their efforts in the interest of peace and security, because we have realized and accepted that defending our democracy and defending our values is not something that comes without cost. And I think we've all been to this type of event, and perhaps in the past they felt something of a routine exercise, but in times like this, you think differently when you see people in uniform, just as was the case with the meeting with the ambassador. And also during yesterday, we celebrated 25 years of Phoenix television channel. It's perhaps not the most exciting channel, but in terms of enabling political participation, political debate, in triggering and presenting political debate, then I think programs like Phoenix are very important, especially when we know that the war triggered by Russia is being propagated not only militarily with weapons and with refugees, but also through misinformation, which is going to the heart of our democracy. And anything that helps us defend against this is very important. And this shows that many of the things that we do anyway, they have to be reconsidered, and we must realize that their importance We must rethink their importance for the security of us all. We have to invest sustainably and effectively in our security, and wherever possible, we must, on all these fronts, military, energy policy, migration, misinformation, we must bundle our resources on all these fronts. We still have too few European success stories. That's part of the stock-take. And the basic precondition for bundling our resources is trust. But, of course, trust must be present in the motor. That's Germany and France in Europe. I'm half French. I know the French mentality through my mother. But what we're seeing at the moment, if you like, is the end of French patience with us. Perhaps we could say we could lose patience with them, but it's not such a casual remark as it may seem. When the engine starts to splutter, then that's dangerous for Europe as a whole. And when a minister of the Council, when a meeting of the Council of Ministers is cancelled, that is certainly not a good sign, particularly in times like these. And if we then realize that the reasons are not just organizational, you just have to talk to one of our French partners. Our Prime Minister was in Paris at the beginning of October, and the meetings always started by presenting the list of disagreements from the perspective of our French partners. So really, that shows that something is not right here. We have determined specific targets for European security policy in the strategic compass, and we must implement these on all the fronts that I've mentioned. In terms of security, as I've mentioned, there are promising projects, but we now must dress ourselves down and really make an effort to make progress on a substantial level. I think that's something that the French appreciate more than Germany. They attach different importance to the arms, but hardware is necessary if we want to be an active and important player on the world stage. And then we come to the next component, energy, whether energy supply, infrastructure, or even the regulatory framework. It's now time to finally achieve European progress in this respect. How can we explain to anybody why each member state is going through its own energy transformation, why it's so difficult for us to help each other? And so now the time has come to finally make progress with an EU single market that includes energy. But specifically, this also means campaigning for European-based supply chains. Here too, we can make progress. And if in Germany we now move over to liquid gas, then we will, if we think back to our orientation towards Europe, for reasons that are now incomprehensible. At the time, the source of energy was cheap, but I think it would be difficult to think of how people would have reacted back then if the federal chancellor had said, no, I'm going to do without this cheap, high-quality Russian gas and buy the lower quality liquid gas from the Arab countries. I don't know whether she would have found the same acceptance then as she would now. But we must diversify in terms of forms of energy and also in terms of energy sources. And I don't think here in Aachen, I don't need to tell you that here in North Rhine-Westphalia, many of the Belgian and Dutch ports are closer than German ports. Zeebrugge, Antwerp, Rotterdam. These are the ports that are relevant for us, more so, for example, than Wilhelmshaven or Hamburg. And we can see through the crisis that our partners are reliable sources of supply for us, and we want to expand these. relationships, because we have to confront the fact now that we're talking about gas. In future, we would be talking about hydrogen, and North Rhine-Westphalia as a whole will require masses, enormous quantities of energy. And the reason why I'm saying this is because this does not apply to the whole of Germany in the same way. If I think of the chemical industry, then that is something we have in common with people in Rhineland-Palatinate, perhaps in Baden-Württemberg, in Saxony and Saxony-Anhalt. But that's it. There are not that many other chemical sites in Germany, but they need energy and other primary materials in large quantities. So we must orientate ourselves towards the west as well as towards the north in order to secure our supplies. We're putting our faith in rail and inland waterways, and I think overall we need this will help us to achieve a greater European single market, including energy. And then we have to look at the sources of energy, renewable energies. Taking decisive action here is something that we've set out in the coalition agreement for the new government in here, North Rhine-Westphalia, because protecting our climate remains an important political goal. And if we succeed, then this will enable us to master the acute crisis in a way that also helps us to approach the long-term crises. And the European Commission has taken action in many ways here, but ultimately what will be decisive is implementation, to see whether we as a continent can become climate neutral whilst at the same time maintaining our prosperity and also to remain a high technology country. Certainly here in North Rhine-Westphalia, we have set ourselves a target of becoming one of the first climate neutral areas in Europe, and opportunities have never been greater. No generation before us has been able to draw on so much knowledge, so much technology. And why am I saying this? For me, I find it difficult to understand if climate is discussed in terms of the downfall of the world. Are we the last generation? I have 4 children. I ask myself this question regularly, but we can approach this subject in a way that enables us to draw on all the resources that no generation before us has been able to do. And that may perhaps develop a different mentality in approaching this subject and confronting the challenge and ultimately finding solutions. And the green, if we are to succeed with the green and digital, and succeed with the green transformation and combine this with the digital transformation, we are now, I see a colleague here who's also dealing with artificial intelligence as well as digitization, and it's good that we in North Rhine-Westphalia have people in Brussels who are working very intensively on these subjects, because if not now, then when must we talk about European competitiveness? That's what enables us to approach crises with a claim to leadership. Economic progress creates prosperity, but it also creates political opportunities to be a leader, for example, in terms of global climate protection. The European model combines growth, social equilibrium, and good jobs, but it combines these 3 things with other things: human rights, freedom, democracy. And this model, this coming together of values, must not be put at peril. Talking about this, above all with young people, is important. The challenges are enormous. We are confronted with challenges that have to be, where we have to put things in a nutshell. Putin is trying to destroy the Western democratic model through energy attacks on our energy supplies, with disinformation, with refugees, and by attacking our infrastructure. So the time has come to say no more innocence. and we must reject this innocence in our security policy debates. We must arm ourselves for the coming debates, and that must be the mode of our everyday politics, and not only during times of acute crisis. We have to fight for our European model, not only in our own interests, but also to ensure that we remain a guarantor of freedom, democracy, and the constitutional state in the whole of the world. And for all this, we need a lively debate that involves politicians, business, scientists, old people, young people, and ideally people from all regions of Europe. We need a creative dialogue that triggers fresh and courageous impulses and allows us to leave the trodden path of everyday life. So if not now, then when should we have this debate? The Karlspreis Summit offers an excellent forum for this. And on this note, I wish us all interesting, motivating, and fruitful discussions and meetings. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Minister. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to moderate this debate. I'm Shada Islam. I'm an EU commentator based in Brussels. I'm also a professor, visiting professor at the College of Europe in Netherlands. So very warm welcome to the students joining us here, but also online. It's my pleasure to facilitate this discussion, this first panel discussion. And we'll be doing exactly what the minister asked us to do, which is taking stock of where the Union is today, the European Union is today, but also looking ahead. Just a few words of introduction. I'm not going to repeat what the minister said so eloquently, but we are living, and we all know that, in very perilous times. There is a war, a brutal war in Ukraine, Russia's war, and what happened last night indeed could begin, I hope it does not, a more dangerous phase. We have to do everything to avoid that. We are living in a moment of economic slowdown, perhaps inflation and recession. There is, of course, the pandemic still among us. We have also to deal with the challenges of climate change, digital transformation, the Green Deal, and of course, energy shortages that have been talked about. We live, as the European Policy Center, where I'm senior advisor, also says, we live in a state of permanent crisis. Now, the European Union, and I've been watching for decades, does forge itself, become more creative, more united, take step forward when there is a crisis. Is this going to happen this time as well? Are we going to become more united? Yes, we are for the moment on Russia and on issues like climate change. But will this continue, and are we going to become more resilient? So this is going to be our first debate, many important challenges and questions to deal with. And I'm delighted to be joined here on stage, two wonderful people who've joined us really coming off from the UK. Anne Dighton, Emeritus Professor of European International Politics, Fellow at Wolfson College, University of Oxford. And thank you for coming here from the UK yesterday, a long trip, I think. Also joining me here on the stage is Professor Kiran Klaus Patel. He's Professor and Chair of European History at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich and Founding Director of LMU's Project House Europe. We'll talk about your book in a minute as well. Joining me online is Jan Zilonenko, Emeritus Professor of European Politics, Ralph Darenhoff Fellow, St. Anthony's College, University of Oxford. Jan, are you online? There you are. I can't see you on the screen in front of us. Heather Graby, joining us, I think, in Brussels, right, Heather? From the Open Society Foundation. She's a senior advisor at the Open Society Foundations. I thought I would see them in our, on the screens in front of us, but I have to turn around. And also joining us, hello, Heather Connolly, President of the German Marshall Fund for the United States. Thank you very much. I can't see you in front of me, so I have to keep turning back, but it's wonderful to have you here. So the rules of engagement are very, very simple. I will do a round of questions, perhaps two, depending on the time we have available. But we also have Slido, and you have the QR code on your desks here, but I think also on your screens. So you can ask your questions, very short and very brief. I want this to be as interactive as possible, and you can ask those questions on Slido. Professor Dighton, I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. The European Union's story of integration has been a kind of stop-and-start process. There are moments where things don't happen, and then there are moments where speed up. We speed up and we take decisions and we move forward, and there is a real qualitative leap forward in terms of our process of integration. So my question to you is, have we learned from the history of European integration, this process that we lived through? And have we learned any lessons, and how do you see the European process happening today?
Thank you very much. It's an enormous pleasure to be here, particularly as I come from that offshore island which has caused you so much trouble. And I apologize for that. And I hope you will forgive me, even if you don't forgive my country. It's a sign, I think, of the openness of the Foundation and of North Rhine-Westphalia to invite somebody to start your conference, someone who was a member of the European Union, but who now has to go through a difficult process. I'm double mic'd, wow. To come into Belgium, France, Germany. So it's a big change for us. It's a national crisis in the United Kingdom, never mind the European Union. I would just like to make three very brief points to kick off our discussion. We've been asked as historians, Klaus and I, to set us in a wider context. And there is a great sense of gloom at the moment. So I'd like to make 2 points which may help us to set in to a deeper and a longer term framework. The first is, since the 1950s, we have actually avoided war in Western Europe. We should not, in the crises that have engulfed Yugoslavia and in the Middle East and now in the former Russian Soviet Empire, forget that we are a busy, bossy and quarrelsome continent, but we have avoided war. I think that's extremely important, and part of the reason, to answer your question, is that the project of integration has always been quite ambiguous. The questions that people asked in the 50s, is this an economic project for political unity, or is it a political project for economic growth? Those questions are still dominant. And within that, we cannot forget that the success of the early European community, which you mentioned, has really been because of the scaffolding framework of NATO. Not very fashionable to say that during the Cold War, but absolutely true. The push, the encouragement, the military structure of NATO was balanced by a very obvious threat from the Soviet Union. So the European community became a neatly nested institution which had countries looking out for its back. The second point I think we should remember is that institution building in democratic societies is a very messy and often dirty business. Protagonists sulk, they quarrel, they walk out. You only have to think back to Charles de Gaulle. They get into disputes on issues, and that is part of the democratic process. We should not be afraid to quarrel as long as by and large, we are all on the same page. Or as Michael Martin, the Taoiseach of Ireland, said in a very memorable speech in Oxford last week, and I quote him, he said, "States that are self-confident can share their sovereignty." States that are self-confident can share their sovereignty. It's a very profound remark, and one which I wish our government had thought about. So those are the 2 points, that we have a sound structure and that politics is a messy old business, however we feel today. But then we are also asked to think ahead. And I would just like to flag up that the European Union has not been so successful in creating itself as a geopolitical actor. The stops and starts to which you referred, Shadal, have been particularly true in the building of a European foreign policy, which really only started in the 1970s. It isn't going perfectly now. In my view, we actually need NATO more than ever. In the Cold War, there was no chance the Americans would actually pull out. Now, there is a greater risk. But I would like to leave you with a very difficult question. And it's a question that draws on our historical knowledge of both Klaus and I, and to remind you that during the Second World War, we were engaged in the project of unconditional surrender of Germany, Hitler's Germany. But within 3 years of ending that disastrous war for the continent, we were putting in money with the Americans to rebuild Germany. That is genuine strategic thinking. And the Americans and the British, with the French increasingly, realized that if you're up against a new world power, as we were by 1948, you have to build your own side. And so we were able to embrace Germany, West Germany as it then was, and to include it after 1949 in a project for reconstruction. Now, as a historian, that never ceases to amaze me. But the question I have for you, and especially for the younger people in this audience, it's your world. We're has-beens, it's your world, is what will we do about Russia when this dreadful war is over? We cannot live alongside a disgruntled, defeated, angry country. That's what happened after World War I, and it took us to World War II. So I would say, what is going to be the policy towards Russia after we've solved the Ukraine crisis? And there I will stop because it's a question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Dighton. So no problem if we quarrel. Democratic countries quarrel as long as we're speaking from the same page. We've not been that successful in geopolitics. I tend to agree with you there. And what will we do with Russia once this war is over? Thank you very much, Professor Dighton. You really set the agenda for us. Professor Patel, your book, European Integration, History and the Present Day. And in it, you very eloquently point to the different sort of trajectories, the milestones we've had, right? We started off as an economic union. We then were very globalized, very open, breaking down borders, ours and also worldwide, then became more political, more inward-looking, geopolitical, as Anne has said, not that successful in it. Where are we at now, and what would you say also to the lessons we've learned? And actually, if we've learned any lessons, are we actually applying them?
Shalom, many thanks for these questions. I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference, this conference at a very important moment. I should also say that it's lovely for me to be back in Aachen, a place where I lived with my family for 7 years. And this place, for those of you who know Aachen, was a place where my teenage children also want to go to in the evening, and they would have never dreamt that I would be sitting here on stage in a very different iteration of this venue. But coming back to the question, I think, yes, it is important to revisit the history and also ask where we stand. And I would like to also make 2 points by first challenging this dimension of a crisis narrative and also echoing some of the points that the Minister Leminski has already made in his intervention earlier this morning. Again, if you just look at the last 10, 15 years or so, you could say this is a sequence of never-ending crises. It almost feels like a Netflix series where whenever you click on the next sequel, you are in another stage of crisis. Eurozone, Brexit, migration, pandemic, war, and so on. And I think what we've also heard, particularly social media, journalism to some extent, that this will lead to the imminent collapse of the European Union, to disintegration. And I think what we sometimes tend to forget, if you look at history, also the most recent history of the past 10 or 15 years or so properly, is that often the result of these crises was very far from perfect, but often did not lead to steps of disintegration, but rather to new steps deepening European Union. Think of, for instance, the new powers that the European Union now has with regard to health, a field where they were basically inexistent 10, 15 years ago. And with earlier iterations of pandemics, there were little steps already taken into that direction. Now with COVID-19, ever bigger steps into that direction. Think, for instance, also of Next Generation EU. Again, the massive budgetary means the EU now has at its disposal to fight the crisis. So in that sense, I think we sometimes tend to see a neglect that these crises often lead to new forms of cooperation and integration. Do I mean to say that everything is good, that we are solving the problems? I don't say that. I think often we're failing forward. That is one formulation that is sometimes used in the research, i.e. that we're not able to solve the crisis once and for all, and that also new dilemmata arise from these new steps of integration. Still, I think at the beginning of this conference of stock taking, we should also see that often we've ended up with more integration, not with less. Second point, very briefly, slow hope. Slow hope. I would like to argue that, of course, if we look back also to the early days of integration, as Anne has also done in her intervention, the stakes today are so much higher. We need to remember that as kind of recently, I should say, as a historian, as the 1970s, the European Union was little more than a common market with a big agricultural addendum, but really not very much in charge of issues that had an impact on the fate of societies, of economies in the member states and beyond. And this is fundamentally different now due to steps of integration, particularly taken since the 1970s and 80s. So in that sense, the EU matters for better and worse. But my argument as a historian to you is, and this might come as a surprise, that this rise to real importance is comparably new. That also the EU is not particularly well experienced in dealing with the sort of issues that it is confronted with these days. And if you kind of agree with me that it is a rather young creature, I think this can, on the one hand, be a little bit an element or teach us something about humility and maybe also forbearance with where we stand. And maybe also tell us what the European Union has been good at and what less. And I would like to end with a quick remark on that. I think the opinion has been particularly good at whenever it was able to build on those elements that have been formative in its history, and that has to do with its economic elements. So again, building up new competencies and powers with regard to fighting the social, the economic effects of the pandemic has been comparably easy, like Next Generation EU. And I think, again, the logic of the economy is where the European Union has been quite successful. When it comes to very different kind of issues, such as security, and here I agree fully with Anne, I think it has been much more difficult to come up with meaningful answers. And I think what we should now do at this moment in time, and this is again the oxymoron of slow hope, if you will, on the one hand, build on what the European Union has been particularly good at. And I think there have been many lessons learned in building up these credentials and using the levers and the means that have been available, particularly in the field of the economy, whilst also wondering what kind of priorities we should have. And often, I fear, these days they have to do with security issues, for which the EU has much less credentials, less of an experience, less powers, where all the more we need to think hard what to do next. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Patel, as well, talking to us about how, in fact, it's true, I'm based in Brussels, and we see it week by week. We are, in many areas, accumulating new powers, and health is a good point that you made. So more integration is happening, Professor Patel, you're absolutely right, and the stakes are higher. I mean, the EU is involved, entangled in all aspects of our lives, actually, now. And I think we are realizing that very slowly. And absolutely right, geopolitics, security, that's where we're newcomers in a sense, right? And it's been NATO that has been doing the work for us. Thank you very much indeed for that. Upbeat, I would say, more generally, quite an upbeat assessment. Let me turn to you, Professor Zulanka, now. I'm just coming to my question. Your book, and we've got it all on our desks here, on our desks here. It's The Lost Future, and I was wondering if you could explain to us what the lost future is, because you said that what we're seeing now, and it is true, we're seeing nationalism and sovereignism in Europe. And in fact, if you look at the table around us, you say the decision-making table of the EU, we have at the moment more sovereignists, hard and soft, than federalists. So I was wondering if you could give us your 4 minutes of assessment of where we're at the moment, and your biggest concern about the EU today.
Yes, thank you very much. There is an irony of history here. The European integration was supposed to get away from the ghost of nationalism. And several decades since the launch of the project, we are observing a spectacular resurgence of nationalism across the continent. And this nationalism is linked with the idea that the sovereign state should simply be the only game in town. And this is reflected in European policies because the whole model of integrations which we have adopted early on assume that states will be in the driving seat. But simultaneously, we kind of added to the integration project elements of federal state, which of course was anathema for many of those who believed that they should be in charge. Because if you create common currency, you create external borders, you create a common foreign policy. This means that those states who think are there basically to run the show face numerous constraints. And this worked for some time, but since the financial crisis and then through migration crisis and pandemics, and we realized that we are unable to solve the problems we have on our hands, that we can apply kind of temporary solutions, but unless you believe that Greece will ever pay its debts, or that Mr. Erdogan will solve for us migration problems, or that we are fit enough to face another pandemics. I'm not even talking about the war. Then the citizens believe that they don't get value for their money, and this is reflected in a number of countries. I'm talking to you from Italy, where people just voted into power a party which not only never disassociated itself from the fascist legacy, it's even nostalgic about this, and believes that the Europe of sovereign states is there to be reinforced. And you observed many of those things in other countries, in Poland and Hungary in particular. But I would submit to you that at the table there are only sovereignists in the European Council. Some are soft, some are hard, but all believe that they simply have to stand for the national interest, and because this is the nature of the game. In democracy, you are supposed to respond to your own electorate of the day, and those outside your borders, you know, bad luck. If you can help, you will, but you are not obliged, particularly in difficult time. And 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 this applies. This logic basically hits the wall. We are unable to solve many problems because they are either local or transnational. They do not confine to national borders. Very simple. Moreover, we are not only myopic in terms of space, we are myopic in terms of time too. Because we are in democracies, we are hostage to the current generation. Those who are not born do not vote, or those who are too young to vote. So this double myopia, which is built into our democratic system, is basically making us unable to respond to most of problems which we are facing now, like war, climate change, pandemics, because they are transnational, which requires a mixture of local, national, and transnational solutions. Uh, and at the time we need more these mixtures of local, transnational, and national. We have politicians who believe that they should reinforce the state, that the state should be back. And this was beautiful, and here I finish with the pandemics. You know, what the states of the European Union have done when pandemics broke out? They just sealed national borders. But this was totally irrelevant because, you know, in Italy, the problem was that people from Lombardy, where there was a lot of COVID, were trying to escape to the houses in the south and spread infections. The problem was not that Austrians or French were coming to Italy. You know, it shows you that we even for short time ban trade of medical equipment within the European Union. Now, this is absurd. Those instincts that each time there's a problem we have to reinforce the state and national capitals, even if the problems are simply not recognized as national borders, is simply a problem we never were able to solve, and we don't know how to get out of this today. I always say that if you cannot go up to this federal state, because this would mean collective suicide of nation states, and you cannot go back down, I mean, to leave the union, because Brexit show you the price of this, you have to go sideways, you know, that you have to empower other public actors, cities, regions, NGOs, even business associations, and to give them a seat at the table, give them access to resources. But this is easier said than done, because this is not how we constructed the European Union, and we are now paying the price for this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for a more sober assessment, I would say, the resurgence of nationalism, and also that you were saying that the sovereign state is actually just responding to the electorate. So it has a legitimacy there, in a sense. And your solution, I think, is an interesting one, if I may say so. It's something that I've worked on as well, is to go sideways and to empower and involve more civil society actors, businesses, parliaments, local communities and municipalities. We'll come back to some of the questions you've raised, because I'd like to turn to Professor Patel and Professor Dighton for some of their comments. But thank you very much indeed. And enjoy Italy, with or without the nostalgia of Giorgia Meloni. Let me turn now to Heather Graby. Heather, you and I have focused on EU enlargement and written and talked quite a bit about the transformative power of the European Union. But as Professor Jan has just said, that seems to be fading, losing some of its power of traction. And I was wondering, why is that? Have you looked at why is that? And why is it happening now?
Well, there are many things that have changed over the past years since the last big enlargements in 2004, 2007, then the very small one in 2013 when Croatia joined. But what I would stress is two things. One is perhaps on the demand side and one more on the supply side. So on the demand side, we see how much the EU's monopoly on soft power and on being the main pole of attraction on the European continent came to an end in 2014 when Russia invaded Crimea. And then, of course, later took the Donbass, because it became very clear that there was another hard power on the continent in the shape of Russia, but also there were other multiple soft powers which have been active in the EU's neighborhood. So there's Russia, there's China, of course, there's also Turkey. And the role that the European Union had in transforming countries during post-communist transition in the 1990s and the early 2020s has fundamentally changed. Because of that factor on the way that there are many other influences involved, and they've become only stronger in recent years. And particularly, of course, we've seen that since the war began this year, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine this year, where in the Balkans there have been real consternation about how to respond, with some leaders being very clearly supporting Ukraine, but others far more ambiguous and unwilling to take up EU common positions, which is not a situation that we've seen before in terms of alignment with EU common foreign and security policies. But there's also other factors involved too. One of the key things we've learned over the past decade is that democracy and democratization and market liberalization do not necessarily go automatically together. You can have one without the other, and neither are they linear. They're not a one-way street. It's not that once you become a democracy, that's it. Democratization is then finished. In fact, things can move backwards. And in fact, the EU has very few powers to prevent member states, formal powers to prevent member states from having problems with one-party takeover of state institutions and issues like problems like removing parts of the independence of the judiciary, reducing media freedom, and indeed reducing the independence of many institutions in a country. So this idea that once you're an EU member, you remain a fully fledged democracy forever with free and fair elections forever, this is clearly something that is no longer the case. But the EU is still really struggling to define how to respond to that. And it shows how much the transformative power of the EU ends once a country joins, because the goal of EU accession as a means of empowering domestic reformers, particularly those pushing for democratization and for market liberalization, it finishes after accession, because the acquis communautaire, the EU's body of law, is very detailed when it comes to markets, to market making and maintaining market liberalization. But there's almost nothing in secondary law on judicial independence, media freedom, what counts as, for example, gender equality, and indeed many of the in fact, nearly all of the values that are there in Articles 2 and 6 of the Treaty on European Union. And so the EU has tried to retrofit a few of these things. The only one that's really had a major impact is not Article 7 of the treaty. It's where it's hitting governments where it really hurts, which is in their wallets. And that's in terms of the conditionality on the on EU funds, particularly, of course, not the EU budget, but the resilience and recovery funds. That has had an impact and has led to a fundamental change in terms of the EU's ability to maintain democratic standards. But we're still lacking the actual body of law that would give substance to those things. And I think we have to think in terms of the transformative power about the way that consistency and credibility in both the EU's own actions within its own borders, i.e. lack of hypocrisy and double standards, is important, but also having a consistent and credible prospect of accession. And I think that's where things have gone wrong in the Balkans, because the way that there's been mixed messages from the Union, the fact that various member states have tried to block and have succeeded often in blocking the progress of countries on the accession path through the negotiations because of bilateral disputes, that has significantly damaged the EU's transformative power. But I think we have this year seen a change, because Ukraine and Moldova's applications for membership of the European Union have revived interest in the process and have taken it back from being a now quite obscure and neglected part of EU policy to being much more part of strategic thinking about the future of Europe again, and the need to provide a credible and consistent process to help Ukraine, not necessarily towards accession anytime soon. I think there will be no shortcuts, but to provide some kind of framework for assistance to Ukraine, and particularly for, we hope at some point, reconstruction when that becomes possible. That is actually leading to more innovation and more political attention to the accession process, which I think ultimately will help the Balkans. There's been a lot of speculation about, oh, it's not fair and this is really bad for the Western Balkans because Ukraine and Moldova can leapfrog them, they can get ahead in the queue. No, that's not, it doesn't work like that. There is no queue, really. What you have is a series of parallel processes whereby countries undertake the many tasks that are required in order to meet the conditions for accession, and they can join. In fact, joining as a group is often easier for the EU because of ratification procedures. And so I think that actually what's really important in what the EU does now in enlargement policy is restoring consistency and credibility to it. Removing the ability of member states from blocking on bilateral issues, or at least reducing their capacity to do so by other member states weighing in on those issues, by providing assistance and the right kind of incentives for countries to join parts of the EU in advance of accession. So, for example, if Ukraine could join the European Green Deal and have access to the financing under the Green Deal in order to meet the new standards, rather than rebuilding its economy towards the old standards of the EU, that would also help consistency and credibility in other countries. But fundamentally, I think in enlargement and the transformative power, we also need to think about what kind of beast the EU is becoming. And here I would disagree with Jan Zielonka, actually, on this whole question of federalism and where the EU is heading. I think a very fundamental difference in terms of the sovereignty debates of the 90s and the 2000s, the early 2000s, is that federalism died as a concept with the French and the Dutch referendums. So around 2005, it's now pretty clear that not only will there not be any further treaty change, because it's just too difficult to get a referendum on any subject through national processes, and that's why you see very little push for that, even as a result of the most recent conference on the future of Europe, but also because the EU has moved from being a project where there was a sense, particularly in the 1990s, of the need for a clear political end state. That's why you see in, for example, the conditions for accession that countries have to be ready and willing to join monetary union. But in practice, there's no pressure on any country to join monetary union if it doesn't want to. They can stay outside indefinitely, as we see with Denmark and Sweden. And they join when they want to, as we saw with Croatia finally joining. There's no clear end state, and there's no requirement on all members to join all parts of the EU. We have flexible integration on a large scale, functioning perfectly adequately. But what the EU has clearly become is a working method of dealing with large scale transnational challenges and building competencies as it goes without treaty change, building competencies outside the treaties. We saw that 2008 with the financial crisis. We see that now. Then we saw that with COVID. Now we're seeing it with the climate emergency.
Thank you.
So
Heather.
I'll just finish by thank you. So I'll just finish by saying that I think we should think of the EU as having transformative power through its extra legal and extra treaty provisions, not just within them. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Heather. I'm sorry you didn't hear me. I was just trying to keep time. But thank you very much for a very, very interesting intervention. I think mentioning the Balkans is very important at this stage as well, because as we know, the frustration there is growing about the lack of progress on many of their membership negotiations. And also for pointing out that we need to be creative about how we proceed with enlargement. I think that's essentially what is desperately needed now at this stage, where we've had this European political community being set up, but I don't think that is the alternative to membership, if you like. So let me go now to you, Heather Conley, joining us from DC, I think. Welcome. And so the question for you is really the US or the transatlantic perspective on the European Union's response to Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. Your 4 minutes, please. And if I could just turn to people for questions. I'm desperate to have some more questions. Please do go online. Thank you. Heather, please.
Well, thank you. And warmest greetings from Washington. You know you're a dedicated transatlanticist when you wake up at 5 a.m. to have the conversation. So it's wonderful to be with you. I think this conversation is incredibly important today as NATO is gathering under Article 4 consultations after 2 European Union citizens died in direct relationship to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And so I think this is a very important moment of stock taking. So thank you so much for this. I think we've seen, very much to Professor Dighton's point, I would argue we've experienced a holiday from history, and that history is returning with a vengeance, whether that's the nationalism, the sovereigntist movement that is coming forward. But the atrocities that we have witnessed is very clear that the transatlantic relationship is absolutely essential. And a lot of our understandings, our policy understandings, certainly in Germany, the reassessment of von der Handel, trade through change, has to go a review and assessment. And I think also the European Union's own sense of its geopolitical gravity, as well as its security and defense posture, must be completely reformed and reviewed. Let me just offer a few reflections from the U.S. as far as how we think about transatlantic unity, U.S.-EU relations. I think we are all incredibly encouraged that the United States under the Biden administration has reassumed its position as a European power. That has not often been the case, and the United States always struggles with this responsibility. It doesn't want the responsibility. It would like Europe to take more responsibility, but at the end of the day, it is essential because we are essential partners. And as I like to say, as we look at strategic competition, the United States cannot form a coherent policy vis-a-vis China or the Indo-Pacific without Europe, and Europe cannot form a coherent policy towards Russia without the United States. We are incredibly dependent on one another. But Europe is changing. And I think we also have to acknowledge that the center of gravity of Europe has shifted east. That is because of NATO and European Union enlargement, of course. That is also because of the war in Ukraine, Sweden and Finland joining NATO. You can feel that the center of gravity has shifted. You can feel the uncertainty at the core again, and this is the relationship between Paris and Berlin. As I said, Berlin, I think, is very disoriented in its own policy prescriptions. In a global dynamic of turmoil, Paris is struggling for its own definition of what it means to lead in the future. And I think, again, we see following Brexit, the periphery of Europe is no longer holding, whether that is the UK, Turkey, no longer fully anchored in the West, illiberalism in the East with Hungary and with Poland. So this is all part of Europe, and you have the United States, again, deeply rethinking its own place in the world, isolationism or internationalism. So 2 last thoughts, and I want to say 2 thank yous. Number 1, Professor Dighton, thank you for talking about the Marshall Plan, something that my organization was founded as a gift of gratitude by the German government in thanks for the Marshall Plan. This great initiative where the United States made a bold move to support Europe's recovery, to strengthen Europe, to work more closely with us on these global challenges is a historical fact that we have to push in the 21st century and make it meaningful for Ukraine. So we definitely support a modern Marshall Plan for Ukraine and are working on that. And I think that's something that we all need to support. We've certainly had great leadership from our German and EU colleagues. And then the second comment, I love this comment of go sideways. Because again, the German Marshall Fund at its very core works with civil society, working and building democracy. We work with cities. That is the new transatlanticism in my view. We have to build it from the bottom up as we reform it from the top down. And I think this is our essential task as we look at a daunting list of geostrategic, geoeconomic issues that will profoundly challenge our values and our principles, both internally to us. Certainly in the United States has been challenged internally from a democratic perspective, but also externally. So with that, let me throw it back to you and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Heather Conley, as well, talking about the transatlantic partnership as an essential one, critical, if I may say so, of Paris and Berlin at the moment, but also saying the US is rethinking its place as well. And of course, reference to the Marshall Plan as well. Thank you very much. I haven't received any questions, but I have millions of questions, so I'm going to go back to you, Professor Dighton. Starting off perhaps with what Heather Conley has just ended on about about Ukraine and the Marshall Plan, and I just wanted to quote what you've said recently on that. I read some of your pieces, and you said you were a little skeptical. You said you liked the idea of helping Ukraine, but you said I think the more we can see that the original Marshall Plan model will not do now. It is a misleading catchphrase, is what you said, and the management of reconstruction and recovery aid to Ukraine will require very different terminologies, tools, management, and different strategies. That's what you said. So if you could respond to that and then come back to some of the points you want to raise. We have 20 minutes or 15 minutes. All of those are not for you, though.
Switched on. Is this switched on or not?
It is.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It is still. Yes, well, thank you very much, Heather, for bouncing back the ideas on Marshall Plan to me. What I was hinting at was actually a lot more radical than helping a victim country, which is what I think you might have been alluding to. Of course, we must find funds to help Ukraine, and if the Russians bomb our infrastructure build in Ukraine, then we have to rebuild it again. That must be an unconditional support for Ukraine. But the extraordinary thing about Marshall Plan was that funds went to the German zones, even before West Germany was created in 1949. So the Marshall Plan was not just about helping the victims of invasion, but indeed resetting the strategic picture so that a country that was responsible for invasion was allowed to be reborn. And that is what is so complicated and so radical about Marshall Plan at the time. So that when the OEC is set up in 1948, that is before West Germany has been created. And the thinking behind it was, first, we needed, in Europe, we needed West German industry, geostrategic position, coal as well, black coal, extremely important. But also that the world had changed after the war, and therefore the relations with the Soviet Union would alter. Now, what I'm saying to you is that we have to think ahead to how we operate with Russia after the war. not least because of what we now politely call the systemic challenges of China. So I say to the strategists in the room, and I also say to the armchair strategists in the room, we have to think beyond the physical recovery of Ukraine and the kind of things that Heather was talking about in such an interesting way about rejigging how we see Ukraine through Green Deal. I mean, that's very innovative of itself. But also, how do we want the world to look in 10 years' time? Do we seriously want to push Russia into a corner where its only way out is a closer and possibly very unhappy relationship with China? Or do we want to envisage a different kind of solution for the European continent? So yes, Heather, I completely agree with what you're saying, but I was being a way that academics can, and sometimes policymakers can't, to think out of the box about how the European Union, along with the United States of America and the beleaguered United Kingdom, and I hope other countries across the world, can re-envisage the context in which Ukraine is rebuilt. So I'm sorry if I didn't make it clear enough the first way round, but it's a very big idea, and it's one to be thinking about even as we cope with how we get through Article 4 discussions, how we get through the next wave of refugees from Ukraine, which could well happen over the winter, how we get through the reconstruction of infrastructure and allowing the capacity for Ukraine to export, and the kind of things we all know about. And that's what academics and that's what good think tankers have to think about, and that's what policy planning staffs in the United States, in Brussels, in London, in Berlin have to think about over the next decade. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor.
I don't think this is working, actually. I'm shouting, so it can't be working.
Okay,
because if I was shouting and it was working,
but I think people have heard you. I think that was loud and clear, the message as well as your voice. Thank you very much. Professor Patel, a lot to ask you, but I thought I'd start with what Professor Jan said, which I think is a word of caution for us, really. It's citizens in Europe are not getting value for their money from the European Union today. And you've sort of said the reverse, in a sense. You've said the opposite, haven't you? So if you could respond to that, and any other points you want to raise in the next 2 minutes.
2 minutes, thank you very much indeed.
All right, I'll be
okay,
kind.
I'll speak slowly, so I have another minute, exactly. I think this works. I hope it works right, so I'll just speak with this mic. Again, I'm happy also there to clarify, because that would have been a misunderstanding. So I didn't want to say that citizens necessarily get what they want. I was talking about the institutional process, where sometimes, again, with the next Netflix sequel being on, basically, we tend to forget what the last crisis was about and what kind of consequences it had for European integration. And again, the point was there to argue that often it led to further European integration and not to less. And that is something that often only kind of amplifies the problem, doesn't reduce it. And also leads to new frustrations, because often also expectations and hopes are being created that are unrealistic. There is this lovely German term of sich ehrlich machen, which I failed to be able to translate into English, so kind of just to be honest, basically, to yourself. And I think that is often what we haven't done so far. Also in these crises, of course, politicians have been good in arguing, well, we need to have ambitious goals in order to reach something. But often the goals were then also too ambitious to be realized, and that also has led to frustrations. And there I think I'm completely with Jan, whilst there also being, of course, tendencies in member states of populist, particularly right populist parties, that exploit many of these policies. And I think what we've seen, and that is a very important transformation over the past half decade, is that these parties often do not want to leave the European Union anymore. So the United Kingdom, if you will, is an outlier, and also was a moment, a laboratory also for rightist parties, where they argue, no, we don't want to follow that example anymore. Rather, we want to reconstruct, to use a very polite word, I would rather say kind of change fundamentally, problematically from within the European Union. And that is the real challenge. And therefore, I'm also grateful to Jan for raising the example of Italy, because I think we need to spot very carefully also the small moves. I do not see an Italian dictatorship on the march, and a march kind of similar to the one 100 years ago, kind of to be replicated. But I think there will be small, highly problematic steps that we need to watch very carefully, and where the instruments that Heather Graby was referring to, that have to do with particularly the economic muscle of the European Union, should be also on our radar to maybe also use them towards other member states if necessary, including maybe Italy in maybe a few years from now.
And in the resume of your book that I read, you said the EU is using its financial heft to get changes in values. That's the point you made, and we're seeing that through Article 7 in a sense. Professor Jan, if I could just ask you, you talked about nostalgia in many of our, let's say, populist, hard-right parties, mainstream parties also sometimes, as we've seen in the UK. And Heather Graby pointed out that, you know, the EU's power of transformation ends the moment, practically, when a country joins the EU, and there our hands are tied in some ways. Of course, we have the procedures, but they're slow, they're cumbersome, they're politically divisive. So just some comments from you on that, when we're dealing with issues like Italy, for instance, as Professor Patel has pointed to. Did you hear me?
You're
are you
asking
muted?
Heather or me?
Yes.
Sorry?
Who are you asking?
Oh,
Heather or
sorry,
Jan?
Professor Jan, I was asking you. I have some
Oh, yeah.
problem at pronouncing your name, so I'm using your first name.
Of course, no. Yes, I believe, like Heather, that the transformative power or normative power, if you wish, is the best kind of power. Other countries you don't need to bribe or sanction in order to make them behave the way you want. But we lost a lot of this sex appeal for various reasons. Our neighborhood policy is really in tatters. We were supposed to create a ring of friends and stable neighborhood, and we are now surrounded by countries which are anything but stable, and the welfare gap is getting ever greater, and we simply have no idea how to even contain spillover from the problems we have in the neighborhood. And Ukraine, in a way, is a good example of this. I'm the last one who wants to corner Russia, but nobody wanted to put Russia into the corner. Russia has done it itself, and it cannot be rewarded for a brutal aggression on another country. So this is where we are, and we have to live with this. We didn't want to have this war. We do what we can to contain it, but at the same time, we have to understand also that it is the European Union which is involved, and not only because we have a border with Ukraine, but also because membership quest of Ukraine of the European Union was something autocrats fear a lot. Now you look at Poland, which was part of the Soviet Empire, and you realize that since they joined the European Union, they grew 5 times quicker than Russia. And even the average lifespan of a Pole compared to average lifespan of a Russian is now 10 years difference. I mean, imagine that Ukraine doesn't grow 5 times quicker than Russia, but twice as much quicker than Russia if they are part of the European Union. and you know, and Ukrainians live longer than Russians. This is for people like Putin,
Right.
you know, fundamental threat. And the question only is whether we have sufficient instruments to deal with the situations, because, as was rightly pointed out, Americans had to step in, because we can only engage in kind of asymmetric war by trying to target electronic financial transactions and
Right.
impose sanctions on some Russian actors. But as the EU is basically a civilian power, and I would say for good and for bad. There are also pluses of this.
Right.
So all of this is the world we live in, and I don't want to engage in the discussions of optimist versus pessimist. You know, I only say if it is so good, as I heard here today from some corners, why it is so bad. You know, we are having situations in which we, you know, we are we are forced to sort out problems for which we have not sufficient common will and instruments to do this.
Right.
And this is partly because of the model of integrations we embark on.
Thank you.
And we have to face this.
Thank you very much. A point taken,
Can I
point
just
made.
add to that?
Very, very quickly then, yes.
It's also, as you know very well, Jan, and I know, because we are all living through a technological revolution. You know, we think back to the Industrial Revolution, the Agricultural Revolution. Revolutions of every sort, not just state revolutions, are very messy. And I think that is why we have this sense of pessimism as well as some optimism, which I think you were addressing me with the optimism, I don't know. But we have to accept that it's not, we don't know where things are going, and therefore the Democrats in us have to argue the toss on every point. I think, just to add to...
Thank you very much, yes. Disruption and then uncertainty that comes in. I've got 5 minutes left and 2 speakers to come in very quickly. Heather Grabby, so there's a question from Dr. Julian Romanchin, and he says, how do you make sense of the new kid on the block? I did make a reference to it, the European political community. Do you believe it has a chance to turn into a meaningful project? If you could answer in 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
I can be much quicker than 2 minutes.
All right.
Because I think it doesn't have a future. We've tried this before. We've seen several French presidents have proposed such things. Mitterrand, first of all, in 1989. And then we saw this with Sarkozy, with his Mediterranean Union. And the fundamental problem is it's very hard to make decisions in a forum that has 44 members, including the UK and Turkey. And if it did make decisions that were meaningful, then it would be rivaling the European Union. So better to invest in reviving maybe the Council of Europe, which at least has a functioning court and therefore has more teeth. But we don't lack platforms for dialogue and debate. But what I would just like to mention is just replying to something that Anne just said that was very profound, the point about the technological revolution that we're undergoing. Both that and also the green revolution that has just started with the European Green Deal give the EU a fundamentally different role in the world, a much greater one in terms of normative power. The EU has been setting global norms for the digital economy, not just for Europe, but also because of its market power, ones that reach all the way to Silicon Valley. The EU is the only thing, Margrethe Vestager, perhaps, as the digital commissioner, is the one person who really strikes fear into the hearts of the tech titans. And the European Green Deal will do the same. It's already starting to set norms for things like how to count carbon, what counts as ESG requirements. And that will lead the EU into entirely new directions that give it normative power well beyond its borders. And that's something that needs to be taken account of in its external policies as well as inside the Union. It's not just setting rules for itself, but for everyone.
Very true. Thank you very much for that. And there was a question about the Europe of regions, but I think that unless you want to respond to that very quickly, Heather Grabby. Europe of regions. We have a Europe of regions at the moment? Not?
Yes, we do have a Europe of regions. And perhaps the interesting thing to say about that is that there's very little penalty in Europe for being a small state these days, which is, of course, has caused a lot of fear in countries which are afraid about breakaways and independence referendums and so on. But it's also a way of making regions real too. So having multi-level governance that both respects the role of regions within larger countries as well as the roles of countries that have become independent, that remains a tricky one, which the Union can't really address, but its member states often have to.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. Heather Conley, I think this question would be a good one for you. It says, as we managed to pacify France and Germany after the Second World War, would it be possible to pacify Russians and Ukrainians?
Well, thank you for that provocative question. But I'm going to end because I'm closing up here. I'm an American. I'm optimistic. So we're going to end on a very optimistic note. And I'm going to pull on Anne's comment. What is missing in the transatlantic policy is a positive, optimistic vision of the next 10 years, a confident, clear vision of what we want. And how we will achieve it. And I think the most positive vision, pulling on the Marshall Plan and a Marshall Plan for Ukraine, is Ukraine's recovery the greatest geopolitical act that I believe the European Union has pursued, is offering candidate status for Ukraine, exactly as Jan was mentioning, because that is the promise, the audacious act, that's the promise we should offer to Russian citizens one day, that they should have freedom of choice, freedom of opportunity. That's the audaciousness. And I agree, tragically, the Russian government has made a profound choice. That was not our doing. But we now must defend our principles, international law, and democracy. And the cost of this, Europe is bearing enormously, as is the United States. So if we have that positive vision that we rebuild Ukraine as a sustainable, modern, thriving democracy with transparency and accountability, we offer that thought to the Russian people. But it would require very different leadership. So we can't lose sight of our confidence, our strength, and that is exactly what we did in 1947 to 1949. We offered hope with economic opportunity. In 1949, with security. We can do that again. And the United States has a great partner in the European Union. We have to find our confidence and our strength again. And I'm completely optimistic that the future is very, very bright for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Heather Conley. Thank you to all our speakers. This conversation could go on, and I'd love to pursue it further. I have many questions, and now, towards the end, as always, questions are coming in also from our audience. And I do not have the time, and I don't think we need to repeat or wrap up what you've said. Every intervention, every remark you made, I think, was very heavily weighed and insightful. So a lot to take home, a lot to think about, and a lot to read as well as we go forward. So I'd like to thank you very much, Anne Dighton, Professor Patel, Professor Yan, Heather Graby, and Heather Conley for joining us, and to all of you for participating. We now have a lunch break for those of you who are in the room. For those online, I think you can go and have your lunch and come back at 1:30 for our session on security. Thank you very much indeed to everyone. Bye-bye.
sunshine is flashing my mind, and I wonder if this could be heaven on earth. So I'm leaving my worries behind. Your fingers are twirling through my hair. The tender touch of you on my skin. You make me see flowers everywhere. My new way of life is to begin, and I feel free, like the bird of the sea, with you close to me, and the wind song of the sea, because we are dancing the dream of the sea. Let's fly away, just you and me, and I feel free. We are building up one another, lifting up to incredible heights. You make me happy like no other, and you show me only beautiful signs. Me siento libre, como un pájaro del mar, a mi lado contigo, como el canto del mar, porque tenemos el ritmo del mar, porque bailamos el sueño del mar, and I feel free, like the bird of the sea, with you close to me, and the wind song of the sea, because we are dancing the dream of the sea. So let's fly away, just you and me, and I feel free. makes me catch my breath. a future too far to see. Journey back to me. I've been under your spell. I have been since the day I saw you. A magic in its purest form, as simple as it gets. On a highway to the sun, where you are not alone. In our search for what we find, we're leaving this grave behind, heading for the sunrise, heading for the sun. Heading for the sunrise, the sunrise, the sun. We're leaving it all behind. The place so dark as soon as time. Sunrise, heading for the seashore. Where the color blue is for us to adore. Heading for the sunrise, heading for the sun. Heading for the We're on a highway to the sun. Where you and I alone. the sunlight.
Of what we're doing. Oh, okay. Hello. Welcome back from the lunch break. Welcome to all of those who are joining us online here at the Karlspreis Summit taking place in Aachen. I'm Terry Martin. I'm a television news anchor based in Berlin, and I also moderate at various conferences dealing with European security and everything else under the sun. What an honor it is to be here for the Karlspreis Summit, just to be here at all, and it's a special privilege to be moderating the security panel at this critical moment in European history. Russia's war against Ukraine has thrust Europe into what many are calling an existential crisis. I'll leave it to our panelists to explain exactly what's at stake in this context, but first allow me to set the scene. Estimates vary, but it's believed that tens of thousands of people have died in Ukraine on Europe's doorstep in the past 9 months. Tens of thousands. Again, the estimates are all over the place, but many of them are civilians. Entire Ukrainian cities have been destroyed. Millions of Ukrainians have been forced to flee their homes, have come to the European Union. The world's food supply has been lethally disrupted. This is being felt on the other side of the world. So what is happening right now in Europe is of great relevance to the rest of the world. It's surprising to me when I'm in Asia how much interest there is in this topic, because it affects the global economy, let's be honest about it. Europe's energy lifelines have been cut, inflation is skyrocketing, and there's serious talk of nuclear weapons being used in Europe. This is just a quick reality check to set the scene when we are beginning to talk about European security. Over the next 75 minutes, we'll be discussing the implications of all this for European security, with a special reference to the EU's strategic compass, which is in the title of this panel. I'll then introduce our 4 distinguished speakers, one of whom is joining us online. Teresa Fallon there she is. Hello, Teresa. Good to see you. But we're more, and I'll ask a bunch of questions, of course. I do that for a living. But we're much more interested in hearing your questions, questions from you in the audience and questions from people who are joining us online. And there are a couple of ways to submit those questions. If you are in the room, we do have some microphones. I'll be opening up the floor the last 15, 20 minutes of the session. But you can, at any time, submit a question via Slido. Slido is just an online platform for submitting questions and doing polls, and you should see a QR code on your screen or on your desk in front of you that shows you how to connect to Slido. Well, Russia's invasion of Ukraine on February 24th delivered a shattering wake-up call to the EU, forcing it to rethink security and defense. That rethink is expressed in a number of ways, one of which is the EU's strategic compass for security and defense. So what is the compass? I'm going to give you just a quick bullet point introduction to that, and then we'll get into the discussion. The compass is whatever EU member states have agreed on, is what EU member states have agreed on as a common strategic vision. It's intended to make the EU, and this is the EU's language, stronger and more capable, a more stronger and capable actor in security and defense. The 27 member states started working on the compass 2 years ago. It was released before the invasion of Ukraine and has been subsequently revised. So what makes the compass so special? Well, as far as I can tell, this is the first time that the member states have agreed on a common threat assessment. This seems to be, what I can gather, the primary added value of it. Aside from laying out that assessment, this 40-page document also foresees the creation of a rapid reaction force of 5,000 troops, greater cooperation on intelligence, cyber, space, and in fighting disinformation, joint investment in military capabilities, very important, strengthening of strategic partnerships with NATO, the UN, and other bodies. Important to note here, the compass, again, is not a static document. It's intended to be updated regularly. So there you have it. That's my bullet point introduction to the compass, which I felt obliged to do since this is part of the title, and it's how Europe is trying to move forward in light of the Ukraine crisis. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce our speakers. With us today to talk about European security and defense and the compass, we have Rosa Balfour. She is director of Carnegie Europe. Next to her, Ian Bond, director of the foreign policy at the Center for European Reform. Joining us online, Teresa Fallon, founder and director of the Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies. I always trip over that, Teresa. And Andrew A. Michte. He's Dean of the College of International and Security Studies at the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Centers, better known simply as the Marshall Center in Bavaria. One of the most beautiful work locations on the planet. So let's get started. I'd like to begin by asking all of you, our panelists and the people in the audience and the people online, a question that is designed to elicit a one-word answer. The question is very straightforward, and here it is. If you had to describe the EU's security situation right now in one word, what would you call it? What word would that be? So, just one word each. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Again, please look online. You should see this question on the Slido if you are online, and you can submit your own one-word answer to that question. You can vote on other people's response to that question, whatever word you think best describes Europe's security situation right now. So, here on the panel, who would like to go first?
Well, let me try it, but before I do, I need to say that I'm speaking in my private capacity as an analyst and not on behalf of the Marshall Center or the Defense Department or the US government. My word would be very short and very simple: inadequate.
Inadequate. Okay, there's answer one from Andrew Michte. Inadequate. Security situation, the situation inadequate. Okay. Rosa?
No, my answer is paradoxical.
Paradoxical. Yeah. Okay, getting more complex. Inadequate, paradoxical. Okay, security situation is paradoxical. That raises lots of questions in itself. Ian?
Threatened.
Threatened?
Threatened, yes.
Not threatening, but threatened. Yeah, threatened. Okay, Europe's security situation threatened. Yeah, very, very logical that. And Teresa?
I would say geopolitics, because Europe has long considered geopolitics something that they didn't do, and it's been thrust upon them now, not just Russia, but also China.
Okay, geopolitics, so answering, no adjective there, a noun, okay? Europe's security situation is geopolitics. Okay, so we've all...
I'll say, can I make a slight correction? Geopolitical.
Okay, there we go. Geopolitical. Yep. By nature, one might say. Yep, very much. So we have four words, and again, feel welcome to vote on those online if you want. I presume my colleagues here will add something. So let's let those descriptive terms sink in and get started by talking about the security compass. Again, we're going to talk a little bit about the compass, and then we're going to broaden it out to a general discussion about Europe's security and defense. Rosa Balfour, in an article in July, you described the strategic compass as a bold step that will shape the EU's future. What's bold about it?
Okay, I think there's one, and I think you mentioned that at the beginning, there's one reason for which the strategic compass needs to be seen as a welcome document, but it's less so because of the compass, more because of the situation, and that is that Europe has, I think, one of the most divisive issues in thinking about the EU as a foreign and security policy actor has been the divisions over the views of Russia. And of course, the invasion of Ukraine has actually brought that threat perception to the same page. So it bridges a big gap. The question then is what to do with it. And I think the strategic compass is a kind of, it's the homework, what the EU needs to be done. And I think this is a debate that has been going on for 20-odd years since we started talking about common security and defense. And the EU and the EU member states have been extraordinarily reluctant in moving forward. So while on the one hand, the document puts everything on paper on what needs to be done, sets out some very concrete goals, timelines, and methodologies to do it, the big question is whether EU member states will follow through. And I think that question is still relevant despite the challenge at the moment, because there continues to be some ambiguity amongst the member states as to their preference for security framework. I mean, one of the reasons for which Europeans have been so slow in moving forward on common security and defense policy is the luxury with which we have been living, and that is having US security guarantees. So, before Russia, Trump was the big sort of wake-up call for Europeans to actually move, but that, Trump came to power 6 years ago, and the progress has been quite limited. But I do think things are moving. The French came up with a defense review just a few days ago, which is much more focused on Europe. Less so in what the French have traditionally done, which is, Sahel and Africa. So I think things are moving, but we really need to see, the direction of travel. There needs to be constant monitoring, and we need to be very sober about, the degree to which the member states are really going to make those hard investments in their defense. The degree to which they're going to be willing to change the industrial model of defense, to change procurement rules. There are a lot of boxes that need to be ticked.
Yeah, so it's quite comprehensive in scope, even though it's only like 40 pages long. Ian, you've been dealing with European affairs for quite a while. You're a diplomat for many years in the UK before that. You've watched Europe evolve. I mean, the title of your think tank, it's the Center for European Reform. You've put forward all sorts of ideas about how the European Union might be reformed. When it comes to security and defense, and specifically what you see in this compass, what does this say to you? Is this something genuinely new? Is this, or is it just more of the same?
I think there are aspects of it that are genuinely new, in the focus on trying to encourage and indeed incentivize more collaborative procurement and so on, trying to rationalize what is a very fragmented European defense industrial scene. And that seems to me to be sensible. And it's also a document which in some ways focuses down on achievable objectives and sets proper timelines for them, which is something that, in the past I think the EU has failed to do. It's often set out quite aspirational goals and you never quite reach them. At least here we have some opportunity to mark the homework, and hopefully the homework will be well done. It certainly needs to be. And from that point of view, I would say, in an odd way, Vladimir Putin is our ally. Nobody can be under any illusions that Europe needs to take its own defense more seriously than it has had to for the last 30 years.
Okay. Teresa, geopolitical, the European security situation. What about the compass itself? I mean, I presume you've read this. You work in this interesting triangle of policy between Europe, Russia, and China, Asia. Where do you place Europe's strategic compass in the matrix of documents and proclamations that have come out of the EU over the past years?
Well, thank you, Terry. I could tell from your response you were a bit surprised when I said geopolitical, but I've been in Brussels for about 20 years, and we've seen a huge change in their approach to the world. The common phrase of EU officials was, "We don't do geopolitics." That was the answer to any kind of international problem. We don't do geopolitics. They were kind of removed from this, what was going on in the world. And so in addition to that, the other phrase that was very commonly heard in Brussels was, "There is no such thing as a hard power solution." And we see today that that world no longer exists. People don't think that way any longer. We see war within Europe, Russia challenging the international norms, and this possibly even spreading to Poland. I mean, it's a very, very difficult situation right now, as we all understand. So we have to keep in mind the distance that the EU institutions and Europe as a whole has traveled. Nevertheless, they have to travel faster, and they don't really have a lot of the luxury of time on this. They have been underspending for the last 3 decades. And so I think this does kind of chart out a way forward, but there's this kind of difficult discussion going on in the background to all of this, on the back burner, about strategic autonomy. Now, what does that mean for Europe? In addition, there are certain tools that the EU has that the other elephant in Brussels, the 2 major institutions, the EU institutions and NATO, they're in the same city, and over the last 20 years, they were almost like 2 elephants that never spoke to each other. And now we see much more discussion, much more cooperation and connection. So I think this is also a key development that we should keep in mind. There are things that the Europeans can do that NATO can't do, and I think that cooperation is key, especially in regard to economic coercion. So the economic compass focuses on that as well. The EU institutions are coming up with new tools to protect themselves against economic coercion. And then we see possible countries investing in Europe that could actually cause problems not only for European member states, but overall for security issues, even at the NATO level. So I think that I'm glad to see this movement, but I understand we need much, much more. And I think that this war should be focusing minds, and that there's a growing understanding, especially with the February 4th no limits agreement that was announced just prior to the Olympics in Beijing, where Putin and Xi signaled to the international community that they were opposed to NATO and that they supported each other's core interests. So I think that the EU really needs to rise to the challenge, and I see a new determination within Brussels on that.
Cooperation, strengthening partnerships with other organizations like NATO, that is indeed spelled out. Andrew Michte, you spend a lot of time looking at geostrategic developments, and you're very tuned in to what's happening in the United States in terms of its security and defense sector. What do you see from your position as Dean of International Studies and Security Studies for the strategic compass? Does it make a blip on your radar, or is this just, again, more of the same? We've heard a lot from the EU over the years, or is this really what the US or the EU Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell said is going to give the impetus for a quantum leap forward for the European Union on security and defense in the next 10 years?
Well, Terry, you see I've smiled when you said the new impetus. I may sound a bit, out of tune with most of the comments about it. I think it's largely irrelevant for where we are today. This is a system-transforming war, and not just because the Russians have brought in essentially a large-scale state-on-state conflict across the entire spectrum with the level of brutality and violence that Europe was not supposed to see ever again, and that is happening in Europe. It's no longer like we could say, well, 2008 Georgia was somehow out there on the periphery, and even when in 2014 Crimea was seized, there was a lot of talk about, well, hybrid warfare, this is not really a conventional, not a shot was fired. We're looking now at the Russians expending about 60,000 rounds per day in terms of their shelling of the Ukrainians, the kind of devastation that you see brought into European cities, refugee flows, about 7 to probably even close to 8 million right now. So the reason I go into this in some detail is that, to me, more EU documents and more statements and more pronouncements don't get us where we need to be going, because what we really need, and the reason I said inadequate when you asked me the question, is because I think the way European defense has been resourced, it's utterly inadequate in terms of the kind of overall disarmament that we've seen in Europe over the last 30 years.
The peace dividend.
Oh, a peace dividend. We all have lived in this paradise, right? I mean, my own country has also reduced significantly and reformatted the joint force. Remember that we fought for the last 20 years in what I call an 18th century battlefield environment. We had highly sophisticated systems, air power, satellites and whatnot, essentially chasing guys with Kalashnikovs over the mountains and things of that sort. We're coming back from that. What I am missing in Europe, and overall I spent 10 years in Germany, I spent a couple of years in Poland before that, and I'm a frequent guest here, is something that I call the crisis of disbelief that still seems to be affecting most of the policy elites in Europe. That somehow we are still struggling to recognize how irretrievably European security landscape has changed. 2 points. Finland, which only had 25% public support for NATO membership, is now pushing 80% of public support. Sweden, the two perennial neutrals. The entire geostrategic depth of the high north down to the Baltic has been radically transformed the minute these two countries become members of the alliance. The air power they're going to bring to the equation, the whole question of whether or not the Baltic states can be defended, that changes. NATO's adding 830 miles of border with Russia. At the same time, I don't see any dramatic movement in Europe to focus on moving to wartime production when it comes to munition stocks, missiles, weapons, supplies. Again, let me use my example. 60,000 rounds. My artillery officers that I work with tell me that after 4,000 rounds, the barrel is toast. You need to, in effect, replace key components of the weapon systems. If we are to look at supporting Ukraine in the struggle against Russia, we also have to ask a question of what it means for the region that Ukraine emerges sovereign. There's no one country solution to the security dilemmas on the flank. It has to be a region-wide solution. So what does it mean for Belarus if Ukraine survives as a sovereign state? And I don't see much of that type of discussion, which I think Teresa very correctly said, this geopolitical awakening that has yet to fully take hold and instead we use alphabet soups of, of documents and these kinds of things. I think Europe is behind the curve.
Europe is behind the curve. Rosa, would you agree with that? Europe is behind the curve on this?
And the reason I use paradoxical is that the EU, I think, is in a good position to do system change, but struggles very much to do classic security defense hard power. And let me just elaborate a little bit more on this. So system change in the sense that the EU, together with its member states, can leverage different policy tools, can mobilize different types of resources to address matters in a whole of government way. So the response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine is yes, military, yes, security, but it's also welcoming refugees. It's also mobilizing the finance for reconstruction. It will also mean mobilizing additional finance through additional institutions such as the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It's also weaning the continent off Russian fossil fuels, and we hope use the opportunity to accelerate the green transition. It ought to be more about developing partnerships with the rest of the world to support the war effort, but also to support a system where multilateralism still functions through international organizations. On all these matters, Europe is well placed. And by Europe, I mean the EU with the institutions and all the countries around it, partners. Norway, for instance, UK, we hope. And that's where it's well placed. Where it's bad, and if I may add, I actually think that we were all positively surprised by the speed of the response in Brussels and by the degree to which there was a capacity to mobilize all those different tools, all those different assets, and make all those different decisions in a context which, is, politically quarrelsome, often brittle and difficult, with a lot of issues with respect to public opinion and the democratic hold of the governments in Europe. So this has happened. It has happened under the leadership of the United States. It has happened with a robust and sober NATO response. And if you take these out of the equation, I do think Europe would fall apart at this point in time. So that sort of strategic guidance needs to come from elsewhere. And that's where Europe is not good, because it's not a state. And it doesn't have the same type of hard power that it can mobilize, which is why I was saying paradoxical. It can address the long term, but it struggles very much to respond to the short term through hard power.
You mentioned the United States showing leadership in response to the Ukraine war and how important that is for Europe. Of course, NATO as well, the US being the dominant player by far within NATO. I want to talk about that dependency that the European Union, Europe, has on the United States militarily, and also bring in the idea that Andrew raised at the beginning, saying that, and this is something that I've heard you say before, Andrew, that Europe essentially disarmed after the Cold War, and now we're suffering the consequences in this of that when we're being threatened. Ian Bond, talking about the U.S., we just had an election in the U.S., so-called midterm elections. The results are not entirely clear. It looks like the Democrats will hold on to the Senate, but not necessarily the House. Last month, you contributed an opinion to an opinion roundup by Judy Dempsey at Carnegie. Judy posed the question, is European support for Ukraine dependent on the United States? And it was interesting. This was just before the U.S. midterm elections, and you noted that, quote, Republicans are threatening to block further aid for Ukraine if they get control of the Congress, and which is true, and in which case, some didn't take that too seriously, but in which case the United States, as you put it, may no longer act as the convening power for Western support to Ukraine. You said that if that happens, Europe must be ready to act independently. Is it?
Partly. I mean, first of all, I'm a bit more optimistic now than I was when I wrote that. Because at the time, all the opinion polls were pointing to quite a large Republican majority in the House and quite possibly a small Republican majority in the Senate, and you had the putative Speaker of the House saying no more blank checks for Ukraine, and some of the members of his caucus going rather further than that and saying no money for Ukraine, full stop. Now it seems to me that that's much less likely to be a problem now than it was, so I'm more optimistic in that context. In terms of what Europe itself is doing, I mean, again, Europe is doing things that would probably have surprised most members of the EU if you had asked them a year ago. So, first of all, using quite a large part of the so-called European Peace Facility, the money that's available for supporting partner countries militarily, quite a lot of that has now been spent on providing arms to Ukraine. That was absolutely not what was envisaged when this facility was set up in the last EU budget cycle. But secondly, and in the last couple of weeks, European finance ministers also looking favorably, apparently, on allowing the EU to borrow money and then lend it to Ukraine at concessional rates. I mean, I can't imagine the conniptions that would have caused in Berlin up until very recently. So, you know, that's quite a step forward for the EU. And I think that sort of thing is going to be absolutely necessary because the amounts of money that Ukraine is going to need just to keep it running, let alone to rebuild, will be absolutely astronomical.
So a sense of encouragement about how Europe has responded to the Ukraine war, better than many had expected.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get euphoric about it, but better than expected, yes.
Yeah. Teresa, I know you have to leave this session, or I've been told 15 minutes or so before it ends completely, so I do want to get your thoughts on some of this. Just last month, as Germany was celebrating its reunification day, you and I were in Poland at the Warsaw Security Summit, Warsaw Security Forum, which was particularly interesting this year for obvious reasons. Right at that time, and Germany was the partner country for this year's Warsaw Security Forum, which made it quite interesting. Right at that moment, that's when Poland decided to submit to Germany formally its demand for reparations from the Second World War, demanding over €1 trillion in reparations from the Second World War. This on Germany's reunification day. You yourself have noted that France and Germany are not really trusted by the Central Europeans. This was in something you wrote not that long ago. The question is, if big EU member states don't trust each other, like Poland and Germany, indeed are cultivating grievances against each other, as Poland appears to be, how is the EU supposed to move forward on security and defense?
Well, Terry, you gave me the real hot potato there. Yes, I would say that Annalena Baerbock was quite charming. I mean, she handled the situation quite tactfully. I think that when the reparations were brought up once again, that people noted that this situation was settled, but I think that there was a reverberation in regard to the German narrative that Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 were a way to kind of pay reparations to Russia. So the Poles were a bit irritated by that. And anyway, that's a very long discussion. Sure. But I think the fact that there's a growing pull we're seeing of power within the EU. So you have the Central Eastern European member states and the Baltic states, and there is growing anger at how they perceive France and Germany dragging their feet on support in regard to Ukraine. And so various phrases or statements by Macron, maybe they were later walked back a bit, but you know, that Putin needed a way to save face, that we shouldn't humiliate Russia. I mean, the people closer to Russia see things very, very differently. So I think that this could cause a dangerous divide within the EU, and we see that this kind of narrative from the past. We recall a French leader once saying to Central Eastern European member states, you missed your opportunity to remain quiet. So I think that there is this kind of focused minds in Central and Eastern Europe. And I think that if I just want to zoom out a bit further back on the geopolitical picture here, we see that Central Eastern Europe see the Russia and China relationship far more coordinated. They see the strategic alliance. It's not since February 4th. Things have been going on for quite a long time for people who have been paying attention. Also, the type of economic coercion that was inflicted on Lithuania, and they weren't really supported, for example, initially by Germany, because they have a car parts industry that they rely on Lithuania for car parts. So the idea of solidarity across the EU was put into question. So I think first things first, of course, 27 EU member states, there's always going to be frictions and problems. And I think initially everyone was so delighted to see such strong solidarity across Europe. Even a country like Switzerland, which is traditionally neutral, imposed sanctions on Russia. So I think that the initial feelings were very positive, but we're seeing dangerous divisions possibly forming. And I think that it was important that Germany supported the Warsaw Security Forum. They were one of the partners. I have my coffee mug from that event from the German government as every morning a reminder. And this is a very difficult relationship, but I think that things have to be managed very carefully. And to just backtrack a little bit, when I was talking about the geopolitical aspect, there was so much anger across Europe that Chancellor Scholz chose to go to Beijing. And he kind of framed it in one way of saying, I'm going to try to convince Beijing not to support Moscow. But what we saw, when you bring a whole group of businessmen with you on the plane, it doesn't really kind of put a strong emphasis on the peace plan. So many analysts have seen it as kind of box ticking. He said the three things everyone wanted to hear. He mentioned tensions in the Taiwan Strait. He mentioned, how that Europe does not want to see a nuclear bomb used. Who doesn't want to see a nuclear bomb used, of course? And lastly, he's kind of promoting increased dependency on the Chinese economy at a time when people should be learning lessons about overdependence on Russian energy. And I think that what happened in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea and the war in Donbass that has been continuing ever since 2014, there were sanctions that imposed at the EU level, but in 2015, we saw Germany sign Nord Stream 2. So that increased even more economic dependence on Russia. Yeah. So I hope that these very important lessons are going to spread not just to one issue about energy dependency, but to try to be a little more strategic in their thinking and not increase dependency on China at a time when lessons have been learned, but they don't seem to be implemented. So that would be my key takeaway on that.
So the European Union is made up of 27 member states right now. You've got big ones and small ones. You've got geography very different, north and south, proximity to Ukraine or Belarus or Russia, versus countries along the Mediterranean who are dealing with serious security concerns there as well. But you have this tension between the aspiration for strategic autonomy in Europe, pushed more by some countries than others, and opposite of that, a quest to retain national sovereignty. We heard a bit about that in the previous discussion earlier at this summit. I wanted to bring in Andrew there. I know you're very keen to answer to some of the points that Teresa just made and the other panelists, but I'm going to put it to you in the form of a question regarding this notion of sovereignty, because Andrew, you raised this in your political article last week. You commented on the newly released U.S. national security strategy and defense strategy. In that piece, you slam what you call the globalist ideology of the past 3 decades, and you insist that, and I quote, the sovereign nation state must be center stage once more. How does that imperative apply to Europe in the context of providing for its own security?
Okay, so as I was listening to Teresa and now with your question, we tend to use the moniker Europe in a kind of collective fashion. I think what Teresa has pointed out is that European security optics is regionalized depending on where you're located on this geopolitical spectrum. So I was recently in Riga, Helsinki, Warsaw. You go to the flank countries, and there's a very keen sense of threat from Russia. It's an existential threat, especially if you look at the Baltic states. I mean, if you talk to an Estonian, you know that for them, a lost war, a lost campaign may be an existential question for the nation and the state. So then as you move away from the flank, that optics changes. I'm not questioning that Europe is united politically in terms at least of the rhetorical piece, but there's a very different level of appetite for risk-taking as you move away from the flank, number one. There is a very different way in which different European countries look at the Chinese problem. For us in the US, China is both a military problem set and an economic problem set. Increasingly, I would argue it's also an ideological problem set, because the Chinese are presenting the kind of existential challenge to us in terms of saying we have a better way of organizing state and society. I called it once a free market for unfree people. You know,
a systemic competitor.
It's a systemic competitor in the ideological terms, and I think that's beginning to register with our Congress and with our policy community. Europe, in my view, and especially Germany, is, in my opinion, determined not to get into the military piece of the equation. There's some talk. The Brits are closer to it. The Brits, because of their naval power, naval tradition, are more intent on being engaged in this Pacific domain as well as in the European. But definitely there is a kind of view that China is somehow a strategic challenge, but at the same time the economic dimension, and we shouldn't disconnect from it. It reminds me a lot of the conversations I heard back home in the 90s. I mean, where history has ended, institutionalists dominated. In other words, build institutions, and Jeffersons will rise. We saw this in Afghanistan, in Iraq. We saw that in the rationale for globalization, for offshoring our industrial production lines to China. I want to remind you, during the Cold War, we had COCOM restrictions in NATO. You couldn't sell a 386 Intel-based PC to the Soviet bloc because it was considered dual-use technology. And our strength is not in design per se. Design is not that difficult. It's about our production lines, quality of our alloys, labor force, manufacturing processes. We took that and handed it over to 1.4 billion strong communist state and opened our universities and R&D base to their students. 2019, when I looked just before COVID hit, we, out of about 1 million foreign students in the US, and universities love foreign students because they come in, pay full tuition, don't ask any questions.
Many are dependent on them.
They do. 370,000 of those were Chinese grad students in STEM. I mean, we're training weapons designers for our adversary, for crying out loud. So that was my argument why we need to reshore and decouple. Let me make one final point, not to monopolize, but about what Teresa said, which is critical. We're in Europe, so this is our security optic. We keep talking about this theater. For the United States, it's one of the two principal theaters we're looking at right now. We have a storm building in the Indo-Pacific at a time when, again, because of our decisions, it was not a resource question, it was political decisions. We have a joint force that's too small for two major theaters simultaneously. In my view, and I think this is where the Europeans differ from a lot of American policy analysts, we look at Russia and China as a de facto alliance, whether you call it an alignment or however you want to spin it. And they were creating a two-frontier trap for us, one in the Indo-Pacific, the other one in Eastern Europe. So what's happening right now is truly remarkable because the bravery of the Ukrainian population is now dismantling that, in effect. They're grinding the Russian military on non-NATO territory with non-NATO troops. All we need to do is provide them with weapons and assistance. And remember, a lot of the talk on the first panel here was about rebuilding Ukraine. That's putting the horse, the cart before the horse. If you don't get to a satisfactory military solution that provides for security for Ukraine, all of this talk about rebuilding is academic. I mean, I can't imagine any private equity, investor going into Ukraine or any, businesses and trying to set up operations at a time when they're under threat of total destruction.
Sure. So, I mean, we do need to, evolve our thinking, but I'm just trying to bring the discussion back a little bit to the notion of European security architecture and how that's evolving, particularly in relation to the trends, which we heard about this morning, towards nationalism and this notion of sovereignty. I remember I had the foreign ministers of the Visegrad states in Bratislava a year and a half ago whenever Europe was talking a lot about the Conference on Europe, which was supposed to develop actionable recommendations to the European Union on how to develop policy, including security and defense policy and foreign policy. And it was interesting. I asked him, so gentlemen, what do you make of this exercise of the Conference on Europe? And they said, well, if it ends with more sovereignty for states, then fine. So this is Poland, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Hungary all saying, sovereignty, national sovereignty, this is really important. We're hearing the United States also, as you were suggesting, it's needing to, focus on the sovereign nation state, that the United States is going to be preoccupied with what's happening with China in the Indo-Pacific. This is going to be the U.S. top priority. It's very clear that we're going to see something happening there. I want to bring a comment from Carl Bildt, Sweden's former prime minister. He wrote a piece last month for your think tank, Ian, the Center for European Reform. It was an assessment of the U.S. national security strategy. And in that piece, he points out that the U.S. sees the Indo-Pacific region as, quote, the epicenter of the 21st century geopolitics, and asserts that this relegates everything in the European area or elsewhere to a lower level of concern. What are the implications of these two trends? I'm really curious about that, the return to nationalism within Europe and the U.S. being preoccupied with the Indo-Pacific. What impact is that going to have on European security, these trends? Ian?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's potentially a very dangerous combination of trends. I mean, it seems to me that sovereignty in that kind of narrow nationalist sense is a luxury that Europe can't afford. We are, whether we like it or not, a collection of relatively small states. Even the largest of us are a collection.
Together quite big in population-wise,
exactly.
Economy-wise,
but that's the point. Together quite big, but if you break us down into 27 squabbling children...
Without the UK.
Well, 28 if you include the UK. We're still squabbling. Then you have a problem. So I mean, I was looking at the figures. Europe's defense effort is indeed inadequate, but it's still over $200 billion, over 200 billion euros, almost 1-to-1 at the moment. That is not, as the Americans would say, chump change. It's considerably more than Russia spends on its defense, but we get a lot less bang for our buck.
Lack of coordination.
Lack of coordination, fragmentation. The more you go down the route of saying, well, Poles will only fire Polish guns, and Brits will only fire British guns, and French will only fire French guns, and the poor old Ukrainians will have to have a supply chain that deals with the fact that they've got a few of everybody's guns. You're grossly undermining your ability to defend yourself. Now, when it comes to the Indo-Pacific, I mean, I actually think that the UK's Indo-Pacific tilt is a luxury that we can't afford. It's a luxury that maybe we could have afforded prior to February the 24th. But, we don't have forces on a scale that we can now afford to divide them between the Indo-Pacific theatre and the North Atlantic theatre.
We being...
We, the UK.
The UK.
We were talking about having two so-called littoral combat groups, marine fighting forces, having one east of Suez and one for the North Atlantic region. That doesn't look like as smart a bet now as it did in March 2021 when the UK published its equivalent of the National Security Strategy, the so-called integrated review. So I think, Europe has got to start taking more seriously the fact that the US is going to prioritize the Indo-Pacific region, and it's got to recognize that it's going to have to look after its own affairs more than it has hitherto. It's fantastic that the US has been able to bulk up its forces this year, but I just don't think, if China is going in the direction that Andrew says, I don't think it is sensible for the Europeans to expect that the Americans are always going to be there on the scale that they are now.
That's just it. And I'm wondering if that penny has really dropped in Europe, and when we will see that penny drop. Is the US going to have to threaten to pull out of NATO, as Trump seemed to was doing at one point? Again, we may have another Trump administration in a couple of years. We don't know, or Trumpian, that might not be as amenable to what's happening here. But just wondering, I know that you've got to go, Teresa, soon. Is that right, or can you stay to the end?
I can stay till 2:35. I wish I could be there with you in person, and the airplane schedule just didn't work out.
I get that. Just to the organizers, I've got nothing on my Slido. Maybe you guys can help me with that, because if we wanted to do a word cloud, or you wanted to do a word cloud, and anyway, I'd be happy to see that. Happy to see some questions, but maybe you can help me with that before we get to the very final part of this. But I'm still curious about these trends towards national sovereignty within Europe, and the sense of the United States too, being distracted, not distracted, but prioritizing the Indo-Pacific and what impact that is going to have on European security moving forward. We'll get to you in a minute there. Andrew, I know you've got thoughts on this, but moving forward, the people watching this, and maybe there are quite a few young people also watching this, and they're wondering about Europe's security architecture moving forward. Is there anything that would give them comfort in this context to think that Europe is going to be able to provide with its partners for strong, robust security moving into the future? Rosa, would you care?
Yeah, look, let me say a few things, because I've been amongst those who has been looking at the struggles of Europeans to get together on the same page on foreign and security policy, and my opening statement or roundabouts said, this is where the EU as a whole has really struggled. So put that aside. At the same time, we shouldn't be focusing on the divisions and with a magnifying glass. Yes, there are difficulties. There are, at the moment, the Franco-German relationship is not at its best. And at the moment, the Franco-Polish relationship is not at its best either. But does this really mean that the shift of gravitational power has moved east? I'm not entirely convinced of this. I think we need to, our sort of baseline needs to be that European states will always have their differences, but they usually get through them. And so let me just focus for a moment on the challenge of nationalism in Europe, which is no doubt, I mean, I've spent a lot of time actually looking at far-right populism in Europe and how it undermines European integration. At the moment, we have Hungary, Poland, and Italy, which are led by coalitions or parties that are very clearly nationalist, belong to what we would describe as the far right of the political spectrum. None of them want to leave the European Union any longer. That was a Brexit lesson. And their view of the EU is one in which Brussels provides a single market, structural funds, and no interference in the democratic processes of these countries, okay? And that is a serious challenge to the EU, but we're still talking about a minority. And we're still talking about a problem that if these member states had a large enough minority within the European Council to block policies, they would still face a dilemma, especially a country like Poland today that is so committed to supporting Ukraine in Russia's invasion. So
sorry, Teresa, you're leaving. I thought you said 35. I've got 25 here. You're not leaving, are you? You got to go?
Okay, no, I have 2 more minutes.
Oh, well, then, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there, Rosa. And, closing remarks before you go, Teresa.
First of all, I wish I could be there with all of you. Congratulations. I'm happy to see the Charlemagne Prize be awarded, but I'll leave with this key thought. I mean, I pick up Andrew's point about a two-front war. This is every policy planner's nightmare, and we have got to start imagining the unimaginable. I think after the Munich Security Conference or during the Munich Security Conference, intelligence was being shared. People could not believe or even comprehend the fact that maybe Russia would invade Ukraine. It was kind of this desire not to even have this horrible idea in their head. So when it actually happened, everyone was in shock, and they still are in shock. But that cannot we should not be disabused of the idea of a possible two-front war. I think that we have to start imagining the unimaginable, and this idea that, a strategic autonomy, let's face it, folks, a Russia-China challenge it's nothing that we've ever seen before. It's not going to be a Cold War 2.0. Our economies are so interlinked, intertwined, that we really have a major challenge ahead of us. And as Benjamin Franklin said, if we don't hang together, we are certain to hang separately. So I wish you well for the rest of the conference. I wish I could have these conversations in person with you. And thank you again for the kind invitation. It's just an honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Good to see you even remotely. Have a good flight.
Thank you.
So, just looking at the word cloud. Can we get the word cloud up on the big screen there? Well, maybe we can, maybe we won't. Well, if you're on Slido, you can go to polls and you can vote on these terms that have been popping up. The bigger the word, the more responses or support it's gotten from other people involved. Just to clue us in before we get to the question and answer session towards the end, the main words that are trending in our Slido poll are challenging and tense. European security situation is challenging and it is tense. We got some other interesting words there. Concerning, tricky, messy, indecisive, at a crossroads. Okay, that's actually more than one word, but challenging, challenging seem to have other forms of that term are popping up there too. Threatened, poor, I think is another one. But so we have about 20 minutes left in this session. Are there any questions, first of all, from the audience here? If you are interested in putting a question to the panelists, we have a couple of microphones. I think there's one in the center and one on each side, and you just kind of approach the microphone. I'll see you standing there, and I will bring you in. I know that a couple of you have questions. Talk to me during the lunch. But meanwhile, let's see what we've got coming in online. We have these two questions concerning. One is concerning Germany and Chancellor Scholz, and the Zeitenwende, kind of a turning point in time, a turning point. Many remember just shortly after the February invasion of Ukraine, Chancellor Scholz announced a big spending package, 100 billion or more. Was it 200, 100? No, 100. I mixed it up with the Doppelbombs. The 100 billion on defense, and it seems to be the same thing, at 2%, hitting that 2% target on spending in NATO. Anyway, this anonymous contributor says, how was this perceived in the UK and the US, and what are your takeaways from this, dear panelists, 8 months after that announcement came? Does this give you an idea that Germany is now going to take defense seriously and is going to really push the envelope in Europe? Let's start with you, Andrew. I know you had some comments maybe regarding the other side.
Actually, this is a very nice segue to what I wanted to say in response to Ian's question. So when Zeitenwende's speech was delivered, it was greeted, I think, in Washington with considerable optimism and very positively, I think, because prior to that moment, Germany was an outlier. It was tracking to end up in possibly on a losing side in terms of where American thinking was going. So that was considered a very positive step, as was the commitment. concrete steps that follows. Germany is buying the F-35, which not so long ago it was not even going to include in the competition for the next generation, the 5th generation aircraft. It's buying the heavy helicopters. So it's trying to go into areas where the greatest need is. But the bigger problem is the following. You know, NATO remains, in my view, the premier alliance that the Europeans and the Americans can leverage jointly to provide for European security and to provide for a more equitable and workable deterrent structure in Europe. We have been playing on the margins of this for decades now, and I think this crisis has an opportunity to give NATO a new lease on life. And that brings me to Ian's point. You know, I don't care how much a nation spends on defense in terms of percentages. It matters at some level. What I care is what it spends that money on. In other words, deterrence is not created by percentages. It's created by real exercised military capabilities that the SACEUR can then plug into his operational plan. If you have a country X, I'm not talking about our hosts here, but if you have a country X and there are countries like this in NATO who spend 80% of their defense on personnel cost, what goes into acquisition, what goes into other areas. If you have air forces that can only fly in circles over the capital and they're non-deployable, are they really part of the NATO deterrence force? They're like a flight club in nicer uniforms. So my point is, we need to have a very serious conversation within the NATO alliance. For the Americans and for the Europeans, alliances are force multipliers. We've spent too much time talking about percentages. If it were up to me, if I were king for a day, I would say stop. You know, let's look at what capabilities a country X needs to provide into the alliance capability writ large. And secondly, you know, I think we need to get to a point where we have to stop making the European Union into a defense organization, because it is not structured that way. If we are to get to a secure Europe, if we get pulled into the Indo-Pacific, we need the Europeans to provide the bulk of conventional deterrence, in my view. It's not about NATO sharing. I wrote about this. I call it NATO burden transferring. We will be here with high-end enablers, with the nuclear security guarantee, with integration and all of that. But Europe, as Ian just pointed out, is extremely wealthy. It has the resources to field the kind of forces that need to be in place to deter any adversary. Last point, I'm coming back like a drunken sailor to the question of security in Ukraine. Ukraine today, in my assessment, has arguably the best army in Europe, save for the US forces deployed here. They've demonstrated this in terms of what they can mobilize, the equipment they can operate, how their command and control is flat, and all the rest of it. And we've worked with the Ukrainians since 2014 and definitely 2016. So this is a country that's standing at the threshold, you know, of blocking Russian near-imperial drive into Europe. And we're debating not about how to make sure that that state is integrated in the European security system, but instead we're talking about how we're going to rebuild Ukraine after the war. Well, if Ukraine is defeated in the field and dominated by Russia, this is a purely academic conversation, number one. Yeah. And number two, Germany joined NATO in 1955, right? A country that lit Europe on fire. There were enough people in our policy community who understood how important it was to have Germany reintegrated, because that was the real distribution of power on the continent.
Okay. You know, I was looking at some of the EU documentation regarding security and defense going back decades, because you know, this is not a new conversation that we're having really, but we're having it in light of Ukraine under attack from Russia, which has focused the mind here in Europe in a way like nothing else has since the Second World War. Even in the Balkans we learned something, but this has changed the game completely. Anyway, looking back through some of the documentation, the Lisbon Treaty is really interesting because, like other documents, the Lisbon Treaty contains a collective defense clause. You know, when we talk about NATO, Article 5, this kind of mutual defense clause in NATO. If one country is attacked, others should come to assist in as best they can. That's already written into the treaties of the European Union, that notion. Does it mean anything?
That's a very interesting question. It's one actually that's been debated on Twitter this morning. So Article 42.7 of the Treaty on European Union, which is the one that you're referring to,
I thought you might know about this,
is actually, in legal terms, a more binding obligation than Article 5 of the Washington Treaty. It says in internationally legally binding terms that if one party is attacked, the others shall, which is the internationally legally you've got to do this word, come with all the assistance in their power.
And Europe has a lot of
Europe
capacity.
has a lot.
Not coordinated, but it's there.
Then there are the kind of get-out clauses, consistent with NATO obligations, consistent with their national defence policies. There's the Irish protocol that says that the Irish government will make up its own mind on the day, what that means. But still, it's there. Article 5, thanks to the cold feet of the US Senate, only says that the parties will assist with what they deem necessary. So it's less binding. But it's interesting because it's quite clear that countries trust Article 5 more than they trust Article 42.7.
They trust NATO.
They trust NATO. The Swedes said explicitly in the kind of parliamentary report that led up to their application to join NATO, we don't think that Article 42.7 will do the job for us. So, I think there's a credibility problem there. We have written a legally binding obligation into a treaty, and even the signatories to the treaty don't really believe that they would live up to it, or that their partners would live up to it.
That is a credibility issue, Rosa.
Or that it would be of consequence in the sense that European security is still NATO. It's still tied to NATO. And that's the reality, and it's going to be like this for the generation to come. I mean, if you even look at the goals of the strategic compass, that's where we started from, they're quite modest. And they are, first goals are to be achieved over a long period of time. It's quite irrelevant with respect to the current invasion of Ukraine, full stop. And we're working within the framework of NATO. And I'd like to add, think about what happened last night. Last night, and the way it was dealt with, in my view, with great sense of responsibility, with an emphasis on ascertaining the facts and taking the time to do so, with an expression of solidarity with Poland without bellicose terms.
You're talking about the explosions on the border to Ukraine.
Exactly. And that is the kind of response that we expect from our leaders, be it under the NATO hat, be it under the EU hat. And this is happening. So, for all this insistence on Europe failing, I don't see that happening. I see Europe is responding, is remarkably united, is determined. I see European citizens paying for the costs of this response, but I see a shared understanding of the need to do so. So I don't see Europe as being the soft belly of something. Yes, there will be difficult choices ahead. And I think one particular issue that we've talked about the Indo-Pacific, we haven't talked much about China. I think through because of the war, we're seeing a tightening of the transatlantic relationship. We're seeing a greater emphasis on the need for interdependence. We're actually seeing a greater dependence on the US, for instance, weaning Europe off Russian fossil fuels partially means becoming more tied to the US in terms of LNG.
Which some are very apprehensive about, given the previous administration.
Well, yes, of course. I'm not saying it's not without trade-offs, but this is what this implies. And then, if the Americans come to the Europeans and say, "Well, you've got to follow suit on China," some European countries will have a problem with this. And we've seen, Scholz's visit, but more importantly, the Chinese investment in Germany, and that's a critical issue. Or they might not agree with the tone, the message, the diplomacy of it, the degree of it, or just the decoupling. So, these are big question marks around which we still need to see how politics is going to evolve. But I would say, if we're talking about what is happening at the moment in the transatlantic relationship and in Europe with respect to the war in Ukraine, yes, it's critical, yes, it's existential, but responses are being designed, resources are being found, and decisions are being made, which is more than what we can say in 2014 when Russia invaded Crimea. It's more than what we can say throughout the Syria war. It's more than what we can say of the war in the Balkans, the dissolution of the former Yugoslavia. So we're in a different space. And I think it's important to acknowledge it for all the problems that they will continue to exist in Europe.
We only have a few minutes left. Again, if there's a question from the room, please approach a microphone, and I will bring you in. And Elmar Bock, I know, wants to make a comment. If you could speak from the microphone. There's a microphone behind you, sir. We would welcome your comments. But if you could, this, by the way, if you all probably know Elmar Bock, former president of the European Parliament. He's seen lots of discussions about defense within the European Union. Could you just state maybe try to keep a compact question together for the panel and direct it maybe to one or more of the members? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very helpful day for me until now, because I learned what Anglo-Saxons think about Europe, the first and second panel, and let me make a few remarks about that.
You and Anglo-Saxons?
Just try to keep them compact, because we really only have a couple of minutes.
First of all, Europe has its shortcomings, but where European Union has decision-making powers via QMV, Europe is strong. Internal market is an argument for that. Foreign security defense policy, which for the first time has a possibility in the Treaty of Lisbon, is stopped by veto principle. That has to be changed. Secondly, in development, procurement, and production, the Europeans have to stick together to build up their armies within NATO, which is also mentioned in the Treaty of Lisbon, NATO. That because we have spent $300 billion per year, euros per year, that is 4 times more than Russia, but because we do not cooperate in that questions, we are in this situation. And that has to be changed in the member states, not in Brussels. Especially in Germany, it has to be changed. But we are united where we can make decisions. I think not only Europe is divided in many questions, including our political systems. Sometimes when I read papers about United Kingdom and US, I have the same feeling what happens in their countries. It's not just a European situation of ununity in many questions. The former administration, for example, were mentioned. And the last point I would like to say, Europe has taken a lot of burden. The enlargement of the European Union was an incredible, successful economic and political process for strengthening democracy. And what we have done for Ukraine is association agreement, free trade agreement, visa liberalization, that we have spent from 2015 until this year 12 billion euros from the European Union. That is incredible. Nobody else has done all these things. So please never say the European Union have nothing in that. Sometimes I got the impression. We know our weaknesses, but we know also what we have done, and we know especially what we have to do and should do. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent points from a person of great authority. The points, the first one being the question of qualified majority voting versus voting on foreign and security policy that can be vetoed within the European Union. That's a key point. Coordinating the resources within Europe better, not and at the member state level, but within NATO. And I find that really interesting. This comes back to the point that Andrew made earlier, that Europe doesn't really need to develop its own viable defense identity, if I understood you correctly. It has NATO, so why invent something that is already there in a way? Just wondering about that. So that would kind of make the whole notion of developing a defense arm for the European Union, a strong, robust one, to whatever, on a parallel with NATO, that would kind of just, put that discussion to sleep, wouldn't it? I mean, it was funny. At the Warsaw Security Forum this year, I had the foreign minister of Greece on my panel, and he said Europe needs a defense arm. Well, maybe it does, or maybe it doesn't. Your thoughts? Maybe this discussion about Europe's strategic compass and should only go to a certain point, maybe addressing those that Elmar Bock just raised. Or does Europe really need a greater, robust defense?
I mean, can I say a word on that?
Please do.
So one thing I would say is, I mean, I'm a great fan of NATO, but NATO does not want to operate everywhere, and Europe has to face all of its neighbours. I mean, I don't know whether this may change at some point, but I suspect not. But the US has never been very enthusiastic about getting involved in rumbles in North Africa and the Sahel. Now, we've seen how much trouble the Russians have been able to cause in those areas with relatively little expenditure. Europe has certainly not succeeded in dealing with that, but it is going to have to in the years to come. So unless NATO is going to change its profile to do more in the southern region, in North Africa and beyond, then I think Europe actually is going to have to equip itself with the capability to do that. QMV, I mean, I'm all in favor of extending QMV in the foreign policy area, but I suspect that the moment when Germany is outvoted on the launch of EU military operations would be the moment when most Germans would lose enthusiasm for QMV.
Yeah. Fine. Rosa, we've only got a couple of minutes left.
Yeah. I agree with Ian on European defence. I'd like to say on QMV, I'm totally in favour of it. I just wonder whether it's through institutional fixes that we're going to bridge the strategic gap between the member states. And I think that's where the Russian invasion of Ukraine has helped. I think what would be really important is now that European member states started talking a lot more about threat assessments, about next priorities, and just really being much more strategic about where they want to go on foreign and security policy. And if you do it through socialization, then QMV becomes less important. The treaties do allow for a unanimous decision to use QMV in the on certain areas, but it's never been activated. So I'm just wondering the degree to which institutional changes can actually fix what, in my view, is more of a problem of security threat assessments. And by the way, I'm not fully British. I am British, but also European.
Final word. We are moving into overtime here, and I'm told we need to keep it tight. So as we see what's winning in the word cloud up there, highly critical, challenging, final words there from you, Andrew?
So thank you very much for your comments about NATO and capabilities. I think that is precisely where we need to be. I'm the last one to be telling the Europeans how to organize going about increasing real exercise defense capabilities on the continent. That's your business. But you need to provide that, and I think that was articulated very forcefully here. And the second thing is I keep coming back to NATO. Look, if you look at the national security strategy and the national defense strategy, the unclassified version that was just published, we are in an era of state-on-state great power competition/conflict. Talking about European defense without addressing then the question that you're up against a nuclear-armed adversary. Who's going to provide the nuclear umbrella to Europe from Europe? I'd like to know. Any takers? Stand up and let me know.
France
Who's going to provide the high-end capabilities, enablers, satellites, cross-domain stuff, and cyber? Stand up and let me see it. And my answer is we are democracies. I agree with you. We are as polarized and divided in the United States as you are in Europe on many issues. But again, Ian, it's not enough to write the Republicans are being negative on assisting Ukraine. Some Republicans are being negative on assisting Ukraine, as some Democrats are also being, wedded to their agenda. I think Congress, regardless of how it's going to break, and we know now that GOP will control the House. There's 50 now in the Senate for the Democrats, so depending on how the runoff in Georgia goes, Either way, the Democrats retain control with the vice president casting the vote. Yeah. Consensus in Congress remains that this is a very critical conflict for the Western democracies to prevail in. Do we know what winning looks like? No. We don't have the end state in mind yet. We haven't clarified that. But remember that if Putin subdues Ukraine, let's say that we freeze this conflict that some people are talking about. He wins. He ends up with more territory. He rebuilds his military capabilities. Within 4 or 5 years, we may have a wider war in Europe. So we are driving on the same train, and this is really kind of a kumbaya appeal, but I mean it sincerely. We're in the same boat. We have an opportunity here for Europe to step up to the plate and to provide the kind of defense that we need within the NATO alliance structures. And, you know, you do this right, I can assure you, I firmly believe the Americans will be there.
I want to thank our panelists. I know that, unfortunately, we lost one along the way, but thanks for your input. Also, thanks for the input from the audience for the word cloud. There you see the final results of it. Highly challenging, highly critical, challenging, tense, geopolitical security situation in Europe. Thanks for your input. Thanks for listening, and have enjoy the rest of the day. We've got a lot more really interesting discussions coming up, and I look forward to talking to you guys.
And thank you for your leadership on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for making your coffee break quite a short one. It was enough time to get a little caffeine inside us before we deep dive into some of the most critical topics that we have in Europe right now. Two of the most critical topics that we will be doing back to back. But we'll kick it off with energy. But let me introduce myself first. My name is Maitri Sitharaman. I've been an international broadcaster for the last 20-something odd years. I won't date myself. Focus mainly on macroeconomics, political economics, and business. And the last couple of years, I have spent trying to get leadership communities around the world to talk outside of their silos, to find solutions to problems. So getting policymakers, businesses, economists, and the general Joe public to really understand each other's problems. So this conversation is timely. Terry and his panel set us up very nicely for the discussion about our energy crisis, the energy transition that we must do, and whether we can balance energy security and climate protection, all very apt considering COP27 is happening as we speak in Sharm el-Sheikh, and it looks shaky to say the least, right? The way I'm going to run this session is a simple one before I introduce my fantastic panelists, is that we'll have a question to kick off this conversation. It will be on Slido. Please do click on your QR code, start answering that question. The question is a simple one. Yes or no? Do you believe the energy crisis will drive a leapfrog in green technologies in Europe? So please get on Slido, click on that QR code, answer the question, and while you're doing that, I'm also going to turn to all the lovely folks in this room who are some of the smartest people in Europe and say, please get involved in the conversation. We're trying to have a conversation. This is not about just us having a conversation amongst ourselves. We want to involve you. We want to make sure that we are addressing points of concern, points of pain that you may have, questions you may have, and also to help you go back to your organizations and think a little bit differently. So, with that, let me introduce this amazing, fantastic panel, of which we've lost one person due to illness. So Kristen Westphal, Executive Director of H2 Global Foundation, can't be with us today. She sends her regrets and her love. In the meantime, we have Simone More, Head of Europe at Enel Group, joining us. Thank you so much for being here. Gunnar Munt joins us. He is Director General of the European Investment Bank, and also Achim Wambach, President of the ZEW Leibniz Center for European Economic Research. I've been pronouncing that wrong for a while, but he corrected me today. So we've got an amazing setup, and also joining us virtually is Christoph McGlade, Head of the Energy Supply Unit at the International Energy Agency. So Christoph, welcome. Sorry you couldn't be with us in person, but it's lovely to have you join us. It's a fantastic room, and also a warm, warm welcome to everyone joining us online. Thank you for setting us up, Terry, with that fantastic conversation about the geopolitical scenario that we're living in terms of security. So let's drill down into energy security and the energy transition. If you've all had enough time to answer that question in a yay or nay, doesn't matter, I'm going to give you another minute. For those in the room, if I can get maybe two of you to tell me which is the green tech that you are very excited about that might have a future for Europe. Is it wind? Is it battery storage? Is it solar? Which green technology has you believing the transition is possible? Anyone want to raise their hand? Crickets? Come on, this is what's going to save us from a Ukraine situation happening again. Anybody in the room? All right, my lovely panelists, they don't want to answer the question yet. So, first question to you, Simone, which technology should we be excited about that has the most viability in Europe in the short and medium term?
Well, the one, I would say sun. Photovoltaic. That's where there is the most promising opportunity of acceleration, also in a very short time. Look at what is happening in my country, for example. We are having an incredible acceleration in terms of installation on solar roof, just because putting together a quite simple exercise of tax release, let's say, together with the need of facing the skyrocketing prices, so people are reacting. So it's a very bottom-up technology. People are understanding that that's a good solution. There are bottlenecks in terms of supply chain now, but this will be probably a topic to be discussed later on in this debate. And together with that, of course, batteries. So you were mentioning, I mean, there's a way to manage, you know, the incredible acceleration, incredible increase in penetration of this technology as we foresee for the next 7-8 years without a huge deployment of battery storage at the utility scale. So big, relatively big plants on the distribution network, but also at a very decentralized distributed level, at the family level, shops, small, middle-sized factories, etc.
To solar and battery.
So in the short term, it's surely solar and wind, where you know, it has to be implemented. I guess the big challenge will be hydrogen, how we deal with hydrogen over the years to come. And there is, I think, also a lot of technology development has to go in. While solar, I think it's, you know, it's already settled. You can build it on your roof if you want to. Yeah, hydrogen, there's much more better understanding we need. It's how it operates, how it can be transported, what are the pipelines of the future. So that will be the challenge to come.
Gunnar, it's been interesting that EIB has been involved in this from the time of the investment plan, you know, all of these transitions. Which is the tech that gets the EIB folks excited? There's so many.
Yes, exactly. Thanks for the question. There are really many technologies out there. We have basically two that are really mature, solar and wind. You can break it down into different categories, onshore, offshore wind, or floating wind. This is one of the technologies that we are supporting at the moment. We focus at the EIB at the emerging technologies that are not yet fully mature. We also finance the large or the upscaling rollout of mature technologies. But the point that we try to make is it's not one technology. It needs to be a whole portfolio. And basically, the challenge that we have here ahead of us requires that we use every possible technology that is out there. The challenge is so big that we need everything. So I am personally excited about a few technologies. And hydrogen, everything around hydrogen is certainly one, because the challenge is huge to make it efficient. But in the end, it's a system change that we are facing that requires a whole lot of different technologies and investments.
Well, it would have been great to have Christian here to really delve a little bit more into hydrogen, because that gets quite complicated quite quickly. So I'm going to put this one on you, Christoph. Since we're talking about technologies that have amazing abilities and the requirement at this point to really push for investments in them, which one in the short to medium term and then in the long term, since we have the IEA here, should we be focused on?
Thanks, Mithri. I would agree fully with my fellow panelists that wind, solar are the key near-term technologies. I would also add battery electric vehicles have great potential. In Europe, for example, we expect that by the end of this decade, around about half of the cars sold will be battery electric cars. That's a huge change from what we have been expecting in the past and where we currently are today. So those would be the key short-term ones. And also, just to add on that, we have laid out in the past a pathway towards net zero emissions globally by 2050. And that requires very substantial emission reductions to 2030 to get on track for that. And what's great is that all of those technologies that we need to bring about a substantial reduction in emissions to 2030 are available today. They are these mature technologies, whether it's wind, solar, cars, heat pumps for buildings, efficiency measures. We know all of these and we can get them all there. Where we need to work a bit harder and invest more in new technologies is for areas such as aviation and shipping and for heavy industries. Hydrogen's been mentioned, and I think that's got great potential, but there's other ones out there as well. Things like carbon capture and storage. Carbon capture and storage doesn't always get the best press, but if we're serious about reaching net zero emissions by 2050 globally, we're going to need carbon capture and storage to do that. So that's where we need to see much more effort and much more investment going right now, so that later on we can get that technology deployed at the pace and scale that's needed.
I think that brings up the question of, are we actually going to see the investments, considering that we are in an energy crisis, we're in a cost of living crisis? So brings me back to the question I posed to all of you, both online and in the room. And let's see if we have a bit of a result. I'm not able to pull it up here, but maybe we can pull it up. If you don't mind, Christoph, we might pull you down and put that result up to see what the answer from our audience was to the question, do you believe the energy crisis will drive a leapfrog in green technologies in Europe? And overwhelmingly, 82% of you say yes. So either we have very optimistic people joining us in the room and virtually, or else realists that we don't really have a choice. So let me jump into some data here. And thank you to everyone for sending me all of those points that you did. 57.5% of the energy imports in Europe, that's our dependency rate, sorry, in Europe in 2020 for what we bring from the outside. We did see a drop in our use of fossil fuel consumption in 2020 versus 2019, 2018, down to 18.4%. Interestingly, in terms of electricity, the fossil fuel production is only about what? It contributes 18% of EU electricity. Renewables currently are at 37%, with nuclear at 26%. But natural gas, we still are using, and using a lot of. It's the second largest energy source in Europe, and that brings up the conversation that happened previously. We are still dependent. We are still rolling back many of our promises that we made at COP26. There was a lot of talk in COP26. I remember everyone being very excited about the commitments in Glasgow. And come Sharm el-Sheikh time, everyone's quite shaky. So if I can put it to you as an opening question to all of you, how serious are you individually in your respective organizations about the transition at this point, and how realistic is it for us to expect a transition at the same pace that was promised in November 2020, going into 2021, going into 2022 and 23, which is going to be even harder economically? If I can start with you, Gunnar, and then come through to everyone else.
Yeah. We have set ourselves extremely ambitious targets. We started in 2019 when we said we are going to phase out the financing of projects that use unabated fossil fuels. We then continued with what we call a climate bank roadmap, and we added to that also a counterpart screening. So normally we are financing projects, individual investments, but now we also take into account the whole promoter counterpart. And everything needs to be Paris aligned, so in line with the 1.5 degree target. This means, for example, that we don't finance any coal. We haven't done this for more than 10 years. We don't finance natural gas as both heat and power source if it's not in a credible form immediately abated. This means we are stepping up massively the financing of renewables, energy grids, energy efficiency, and even our, let's say, normal investments in infrastructure like roads, airports, city, urban development. All of this is subjected to a screening against these climate targets. This, of course, brings us in conflict with investment plans of companies, of the public sector, regions and countries. But we stick to that line also because we believe that in the end, if you invest today in, let's say, typical fossil fuel-based projects, you are likely to end up with stranded assets, especially if you are in an industry with very long life cycles. Normally our the life cycle of our projects that we are financing is to 15 to 50 years. So this is why we need to take this into account from day one. And this is why we refrain from financing projects that are not abated.
That's a commitment from the EIB, that's their mandate. In terms of how you look at the overall German picture, it's not looking very pretty in terms of the changes that have happened, is it?
Yeah, let me say on the question you raised on the board, I wouldn't have replied leapfrogged. Yeah, so because we have these very ambitious plans, and it's very hard to leapfrog on ambitions plan and to jump even further. And but what we see at the moment, and that's also why we do our research, I think that's an interesting phenomena. Energy prices are so high that we learn our lessons kind of the hard way at the moment. And one lesson we are learning is that we have a European single market, but we have many national policies, and they are not coherent with each other. And I will give you 3 examples which are not renewables, but they have to do a lot with renewables. One is, you mentioned already, grid expansion. Yeah, so there's still national, governments not being so happy about grid expansion. They want to protect their market, but now we see it's so necessary to have grid expansion, to have a single market for energy in Europe. Another one is reliability, capacity mechanism. So in Germany, we rely on capacity from France. Yeah, so that was actually the philosophy of our energy model. Yeah, it doesn't hold anymore. It doesn't work. Yeah, if energy is really tight. So I think we will get a much better coordination on capacity mechanism. And the third point is for a single market. Why do we have national energy markets? Yeah, so in Germany we have one national market, which is much too broad for Germany. We have different regions in the north and south. We have more wind in the north, and we should have not national borders for defining the price borders, but we should have more regional, or actually, we already won with Austria, together with Austria, so it's not the national boundary which defines the energy market. And I think these lessons we are learning now, because now it becomes expensive. It didn't used to be so expensive as it is today, and now it becomes expensive. And so I hope that will be one lesson out of this crisis, yeah, that the infrastructure which needs to be sorted out to really implement the renewable energy in an efficient way, so we still have a long way to go in Europe.
I mean, we seem to learn lessons in crises. It's then the speed at which we start implementing what we've learned in terms of, we've seen this happen during the financial crisis, we've seen it happen through the last 10 years, that we took our own sweet time and then the next crisis is upon us. So you guys have to deal with the fallout pretty much all the time at Enel. So how are you managing, and how strong is your commitment at this point to that net zero target that you set yourself? I know your CEO is very committed still.
Absolutely. We are by far the number one investor in renewables at the global level, at least for the Western world. Maybe there is some Chinese state-owned company which is investing more than us, but I mean, we are very much committed. We committed to be zero emission by 2040. We are very consistent with that. As you know very well, we have emitting bonds whose performance is related to our ability to achieve the targets of decarbonization we are carrying out. So I believe that what we are trying to do is very coherent with the approach that we are trying to push in terms of policy shaping, going back to the numbers that you showed us, no? Because there is a difference between what we believe will happen and what we believe it should happen. And what we believe it should happen, and this is what we are working for, is to manage the short-term emergency as it is, as an emergency. So, for example, we have to manage we have to operate and run some of our coal plants. Remember, we shut down 23, 24 fossil fuel plants in Italy. We are shutting down the last coal plants we have in Chile or in Spain. And in some cases, there is some deviation, some short-term deviation, just because for the next 24 months, 36, we will see, we may have criticality in terms of covering the demand needs of energy in Europe because of the Russian crisis, the Ukrainian-Russian crisis. But it's clear that this has to be a short-term deviation. It's clear that this will be a costly deviation. It's clear that all the effort that, for example, many countries and companies are doing in order to find new ways to import gas and to produce gas will create potentially stranded costs in the midterms. But it's also clear that, let's say, the overall package up to the REPowerEU is the only consistent pan-European policies aimed not only at reducing the CO2 emissions, but also at reducing our dependency on import of fossil fuels. So that's the way to go.
That's the way to go. Would the, Christoph, would the IEA agree that this is going to be a short-term deviation, considering the copious amounts of gas and oil being bought by countries in Asia at this point at discounted rates, since, hey-ho, it needs a market from Russia?
Absolutely. As we just heard, it's likely that there will be an increase in coal consumption in the power sector this year, but that's likely to be a very temporary blip. Within the next few years, we would expect coal-fired generation to start to fall, and all of the growth story is going to be about renewables and nuclear in the power sector. And what that means, actually, is that around about today is likely to be the peak in global emissions from the power sector. We're likely to see a fall going on from today because of the increase in renewables. And on your question, I would very much agree that things are moving very, very quickly. We've seen since Russia's invasion of Ukraine a number of very ambitious policies that have been announced by not just governments in Europe, not just by the Commission, but around the world. The US Inflation Reduction Act, for example, Japan's green transformation, and also a lot of momentum behind wind and solar in China. And when we look at the numbers and we put all of those together, we see that this is going to be a real turbocharging of investment into clean energy technologies around the world, about a 50% increase in investment into those technologies. And that's really going to have long-term benefits for achieving our climate goals, but probably where it'll have the biggest impact right now is on energy security. A lot of those policies that have been announced by governments is not because of climate, it's because of energy security, and it's because governments want to create new industries and new jobs for themselves. And they see that the future energy economy is clean technologies, it's renewables, and it's many other low emission technologies, and they want to be part of that. So these new policies that we're seeing, turbocharging these clean energy investments, can really hit that sweet spot of helping reduce emissions, helping improve our security situation, and helping governments produce more industries and more jobs for themselves.
So you bring up an interesting point, and the other day I was reading, well, I think it was just yesterday or the day before, a quote from the Iberdrola boss, who basically said that Europe is not exactly being smart in terms of creating the right kind of opportunities for investments. I'm going to paraphrase him here. Ignacio Galán, not happy with the EU's crisis response. The US currently looks more attractive for clean investments. The incentives are there in the US, not so much in Europe. The Inflation Reduction Act that you mentioned, Christoph, he says, makes it more attractive to invest in the United States versus here, because here in Europe, we've got issues when it comes to the cap on energy and revenues from electricity generation, the windfall tax. It's all just too uncertain, and less so in the United States. So I'm going to put it to you, gentlemen. Do you think the Americans suddenly are being smarter and better at renewables when we were leading the way for all this time?
Well, if I may, that's a very complex question, because, for example, there is one topic concerning the value chain. It's clear, which connects in some way this roundtable with the previous one. It is clear that one of the outcomes of this crisis is the need to reinsure a part of our production. We may not invest in 3-4 times the number of photovoltaic panels we have in Europe by 2030, just importing 95% of our panels from China. That's clear. We have to change pace. And the move made up by the US, for example, in terms of push for US manufacturing panels, it's very important. It's by far more aggressive of what Europe may think to do today. And we believe that this is one of the key priorities to be put very high in the European agenda. As a company, we are we are trying to do something. Now we are investing in Sicily, for example, in order to scale up a factory which will produce very high-tech, high-efficiency photovoltaic panels. We got more than 100 million euros from the European Commission funds, but it's clear that it's not enough. We have to do this is one of the key priorities, and I think we are working. We are trying to be very vocal in Brussels in order to make clear that there is a need to do something very practical, as it has been done in some way for batteries, for example. Where, I don't know, the Battery Alliance helped to promote a set of investments around Europe. There are now several gigafactories under construction around Europe. In terms of regulation, that is probably what Mr. Galland was referring to. It is clear that the countries reacted to the crisis in a very chaotic way. Every country took different decisions, and what the European Commission tried to do was to follow them in some way by rationalizing what was already defined at the domestic level. We have cases such as Spain, that Mr. Galland is referring to, where you have 2, 3, 4 level of interventions hitting on the same problem, which is basically what in the Brussels slang is also called decoupling, so separating basically the gas prices from the electricity prices by removing the extra windfall profits for nuclear production and your production. But I really do not believe that for renewables, what are the priorities of regulation in terms of pricing, etc. The big problem in Europe for renewable investment is permitting the administrative process. It is very hard. Europe is a relatively small continent, quite densely populated, and investing in a big wind plant in the center of Europe is not as investing in the same windmill in the middle of Texas. So there is a big problem coming from red tape, permitting procedures, acceptance on the community side. But it's clear that this is I would say one of the most impelling priorities in order to deploy all the investment that are needed in order to achieve the targets we have for 2030.
Is that what we need, Achim? An immediate response, rather than thinking about where to pump money, is to start doing structural reforms in all of these countries of getting the permitting and getting those rules in place where projects can move quicker and be more viable. Is that where the focus should be?
Yeah, my understanding is that with our renewables, we don't have really a financing issue. We have a planning issue and implementing issue. So in Germany, it takes 6 years when you begin planning and when you start building it. And I think that's actually also one lesson we learned. It's too long. 6 years is too long, and we now see we see pilot projects which can do it in 1 year time. And that's, I think it's the biggest element we will see if we really want to boost it. How long does the planning take? And I guess Germany is just pass pro toto. That's the same for other countries. But because you mentioned the United States, there's one major difference between they tackle the issue and we tackle it, and that has to do with prices, with CO2 prices. The Americans decided to subsidize the different industries while we have our emission certificate trading system in Europe. And I think that's a real large step forward, that we penalize dirty business. They have to pay prices for it. Yeah, and there's a second emission trading system to come. And my hope is also that, that we get some boost in the second emission trading system on the European level. And that would be really good, because then in the end we would have 80 to 9% of all emissions under prices. They would all be charged a price. And that's what the Americans decided against. And I guess initially, it just started, the act in the United States. It's nice to have all these subsidies. Yeah, in the end you have to subsidize everything, because everything which is, which is around dirty energy, you have to subsidize, and that will be a complete mess. So maybe they shift at some point, but here I would really say that Europeans are a step ahead.
But is that possible to even recreate something like that, or where we started off from in the middle of what is essentially a cost of living crisis? I mean, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point, aren't you?
Yes. So let me say the transformation is in full process already. Yeah. So and yes, we are in a crisis, but you see that there's also big debate that if you subsidize companies, they should transform themselves. Yeah. So I don't see a contradiction that we have an energy crisis and we use this dynamic out of this crisis to go into the transformation direction. Yeah. So that's different from the previous crisis. Yeah. In the previous crisis, we wanted to go through the crisis. Yeah. So it was, you know, solving the crisis, Corona. It was not to make us a more healthier place, but it was to get over and get the economy boosted, or the financial crisis. Yeah. So surely we transformed the financial markets, but with the economy, just we want to get them back into track. Yeah. Here it's different because we want to transform the economy, and so also the crisis instruments should be attuned to that transformation. And that's not really clear, you know, what the instruments in the end will be, but we see, for example, that companies are paying for refueling technologies, so that companies are using, you know, renewables energies instead of gas or instead of oil. So I guess that will be the direction. Here, I see it goes hand in hand. Yeah, the crisis, you know, overcoming the crisis and you know, kickstarting the transformation.
Kickstarting the transformation. So kickstarting the transformation, we've been kickstarting it for a while, Gunnar, on this continent, which we love doing. We like taking our time with things. The question then comes down to, we've got a year and a half of pain coming. We've been told that by the ECB. I think everybody's in agreement that there is going to be pain. Is that year and a half enough to find good quality projects in Europe? Because the biggest thing investors tell me at this point is that in Europe, we've got the money, it's hard to find the right project.
I absolutely agree. This is, from our point of view, one of the biggest problems. And this is due to fragmented regulation. This is due to very lengthy bureaucratic permitting processes. This is also true because the long-term regulation, or the confidence in a stable long-term regulation, is not there in all markets. This is for infrastructure projects that are extremely capital intensive, and you need to bring up this capital upfront, and when you have very long payback times, this has an enormous impact on the profitability calculations. But what makes the situation at the moment really difficult is the supply chain issue and the inflation. And we are involved in a number of projects. Across the board at the moment, under appraisal, due diligence and financing, are about 400 new projects. There is almost none of them where we don't have serious problems with the inflation or some kind of delay due to components that cannot be supplied on time. And then the whole timetable starts to shift. And when investors see that and promoters see that, the first thing they do is they put all other plans on hold and try to sort out the problems in the ongoing projects. So I think, unfortunately, now we have this coming together of all sorts of problems that is likely to delay the needed step up of investment even further. So I must say, I don't want to be too gloomy here, but at the moment it's difficult to see how we can increase the investment that we all need and know that we need it, how we can do it quickly. Because of the problems. We first need to sort out this price increase and supply chain issue.
And Christoph, if I can come back to you, I think that brings up a really important point. I mean, we're all talking about, you know, leapfrogging, moving forward. We need a transition. We need it for security. And everyone here is pretty much in agreement that we can't do it overnight. We can't even do it in the next year and a half. So when you at the IEA are looking at the issue globally, is there a case study, an example that you pick up and say, hey, this is a good one to try and look at and say this is possible to do in X kind of market, try to replicate certain bits and pieces of it. Is there an example that you can give us to make us not so gloomy that it's not going to happen in the next couple of years? Little hope. I like adding a little bit of hope into an afternoon session about energy crisis.
Thanks. I think one thing we need to recognize is just how important the US Inflation Reduction Act is. We've alluded to it, but at the IEA, we are characterizing that more or less as the most important thing to happen to clean energy since the signing of the Paris Agreement. So the provisions that includes, the money that includes, really should turbocharge investment into clean energy. And in terms of some of the positive things that we have seen around the world, I mean, there are a number of good examples. I mean, we have seen in the past where efficiency measures in particular can be driven, and they can be deployed at a relatively short scale. There is, again, a lot of permitting issues, a lot of public acceptance that people have to want these things to happen. But when the price signals are there, when the political will is there, it's perfectly possible to get efficiency coming through very, very quickly.
Any place that you can think of where that's happened?
I mean, you can look at a number of the Nordic countries, for example. They, in previous crises, I'm thinking here back to the oil crisis, for example, in the 70s, which is really the last time we've seen something of this magnitude happening. Back in the 70s, there was a real push for energy efficiency, and they managed to reduce their reliance on imported fossil fuels very, very quickly and reduce their energy use quite considerably, even while they developed very quickly.
Akim, if I can bring that back to you and ask you, I mean, people also talk a little bit about speeding it up by working public-private partnerships together. How do you, in Germany, try and push that when companies have gone up and signed to net zero targets, but at the same time you're looking at potential blackouts this winter and the next winter? How do you kind of make the two work together towards the same goals?
Yeah, I think we don't yet have the final solution how to put that together as the state and the companies, but I think the point was well made, how companies responded to the oil crisis and how companies are responding to the gas crisis we see at the moment. They are reacting very fast. You know, prices are so high that they think about any idea to save energy. They reduce gas consumption. They transfer. You know, they use oil instead of gas. They use electricity instead of gas. They put some of their production abroad because it's not worthwhile to do it with those gas prices here. So they respond very fast, and that's, I think, the leverage we have to take also for the transformation. And they respond if prices are high. That's kind of the lecture we took out of the oil crisis and we take out of this crisis. You know, if prices increase, they will respond to it. Yeah. And why I'm saying that is because in Germany we have this debate. We want to change the social market economy, the soziale Marktwirtschaft, into a social ecological market economy. So that was the aim of the government when they started. We transformed that. Yeah. But that begs the question: how do you get this ecological into the market economy? Yeah, and what we see from the government are kind of mixed signals. What they do is, for example, they want to reduce planning, the planning time. So that's, I would say, it's good news. It's good for the markets. You can invest faster and so on. On the other hand, they have a lot of rules and requirements which they want, and they want to subsidize the transformation. But with these subsidies, you always pick just one element. So it's not the market. You pick one element. Yeah, and so it's necessary to some degree. I don't want to speak against it, but you know how to optimize this transformation, the interplay between what's the task of the companies, what's the task of the governments, is still a way to go. And I think the way the European Commission wants to put it, to have these two emission certificate trading systems, which would really cover 90% or 89% of the market, would be a huge step forward, because then we have the right price signals in the market, and then all the other instruments, we have the IPCIs on hydrogen and so on, so subsidizing innovation, research and development. That would be the other elements which are surely necessary, but you know, getting it into the market, that would be, I think, the main message.
Did you want to go, Gunnar?
Yeah, exactly on your last point, and this is also what, to my mind, is really one of the features that I find very interesting of the Inflation Reduction Act. It is not just about energy generation, and this is, I totally agree, best covered with an ETS system. So you basically price greenhouse gases. But in order to accelerate the transformation, you need manufacturing capacity. And you need also new technologies. And this mechanism is too indirect a CO2 price to trigger research. This takes too long. The time to market of new technology is too long. So you need other instruments, to my mind, to really incentivize that you build up manufacturing capacity for certain Solar panels, for example. Why are we dependent to more than 90% on Chinese panels? One point, but there are more. Or R&D into new technologies, where you need probably subsidies. The question is, what's the amount of subsidy you need for certain technologies? This is where I'm very skeptical whether we get it right, but probably also politically, we need a combination of different tools.
Well, on the energy efficiency, I think we have to go back to the concept of short term to mid term, long term, to the structural modification. Because in the short term, what is happening in Europe is not very clear. Because of course there are companies making efficiency. There are companies making too much efficiency, just shutting down, which is not what you want to have. It's not efficiency if you don't produce it, and of course that's the demand reduction. It's not efficiency. There is also the fact that it is incredibly warm. In many countries in Europe, the autumn has been incredibly warm. So it's very difficult to understand what has been the effort. But there was some short-term reaction, which is good. Again, this is a reaction to high prices. I'm not sure that this is healthy in some way, because I'm not among the ones believing that these very high prices we had until September, October in the gas markets are in some way physiological. They were a pathology of the system. We may spend hours discussing where the pathologies are coming from. I mean, the excessive volatility of TTF market, the speculative action, the procurement of gas at any price by energy gas TSOs in order to fill up the storages. But it's clear that that's not a good effect to have these incredible prices then to push companies to reduce the demand. We have to keep prices down, and there was a debate on how these prices may be kept down to domestic measures, to some kind of pan-European limitation at this so-called gas cap, etc. But this has to be. I do not believe that just letting the market to crash the economy with skyrocketing price is the right way to push efficiency. While in the mid-term to long-term there is a lot to do. I mean, energy efficiency is a very elusive concept because it comes from many things, from your behaviors, your day-by-day lifestyle, from smart investments in technologies, in a fuel switch from one fuel from a commodity to another commodity, and it is not by chance that Europe didn't achieve up to date the target of energy efficiency, because it's so difficult to have a comprehensive, coherent, and mid-term to long-term policies. And today this has to be addressed. Companies may do a lot. Some kind of a top-down direction given by governments, by the Commission, will be very important. But at the end of the day, the issue is having bringing the right technologies to the final users, which are very often are mid-sized to small-sized companies which just need to incorporate better technologies to their own industrial activity.
You talked about behaviors, so let me ask you a question. Are you comfortable with the windfall tax, or would you rather take that money and invest that in R&D for renewables? Are you comfortable shelling it out to Italy and Spain and Romania? Because I think the numbers by now were, what, 2.6 billion? That's a lot of money that could go towards investments.
Well, I think that the windfall taxes were a kind of, again, short-term emergency reaction of government to a phenomenon which was not under control. It's clear that if you just run a nuclear plant or a hydro plant and you are getting 500 euro per megawatt hour instead of your nice 60 euros, 70 euros per megawatt hour, is something that will be tackled. It doesn't work. As a company, we have been pushing a lot, not for now, I mean, since many years ago, the idea that we should in some way split the markets, and we have to promote a market much more based on long-term stable prices for all the technologies which have a cost structure which is basically stable.
When you say split the market, what do you mean?
Well, technically there are different ways, but the idea is to give more and more space into the power market to long-term contractualization with some kind. You may do that in different ways. I mean, you may force final customers, so sellers, or retailers, to buy a certain share of of their energy according to long-term contracts, putting renewables and nuclear, for example, in this mix. So you may create some kind of regulated demand. But it's clear that the short-term volatile market, which has been introduced 25 years ago, was related to a mix of technologies which is completely different than what we have today and what we will have by 2030, because basically the short-term system marginal price market was created in order to have an efficient dispatching of power plants fueled by gas, coal, and in some case oil. Looking at renewable as an exception in some way. Today the world is different, so we have to manage this difference, and just letting the revenues of renewables fluctuate according to the volatility of gas may be very good in short term for renewable plant owner. Then we may be very happy because we make a lot of money maybe in the short term, but which was not true by the way this year because of long-term contracts, hedging contracts, etc. But this is another story. But in theory, but this is not what investors need, as you know very well. What investors need is a stable, reasonable price for the next 10 to 15 years, because it's how your technology works. You invest today and then you have more or less a fixed, let's say, depreciation of your plant for the next 15 years.
You don't need the volatility, which I think pretty
Absolutely.
much every market is dealing with. So we've got about 19 minutes left on the clock. I'd love to open it up for questions. So if you haven't already, please send in your questions on Slido. We've got a few here, but in the room, if there are any questions, please raise your hands. We know where the mics are. Yeah, if you can come to the mic right here. That'd be fantastic. Do introduce yourself, and if you can keep your questions short, that'd be fantastic.
My name's Madeleine Kay. My question is about, is there a role for governments to be funding renewable technologies, energy sources for the public, for their personal use, for example, subsidizing electric vehicles or solar panels or heat pumps or things like that? And should they be doing more?
It would be lovely if someone had paid for the insulation of my brand new windows. Question for all of you. Who wants to take that? And Christoph, will come to you as well. Do you want to go first?
I'm very happy to, because the answer I think is quite simple. Absolutely, government should be supporting these measures. There is a real role for governments to play, both in terms of the finance that they provide to help mobilize additional capital, and also in terms of investment for those renewable technologies or those low emissions technologies that aren't yet mature enough. Those sorts of areas where private sector doesn't want to get too involved. But when we look at the situation today, absolutely government should be supporting low emissions technologies. It helps to achieve so many of the goals that governments have in terms of low emissions, more secure, getting over the investment hurdle that there are for many of the higher capital cost of many renewable technologies. If governments can provide that support, there's huge long-term benefits there. So absolutely, they should be supporting.
We want them to support everything at this point, so...
Yeah, it sounds like it's so, sure there should be some government support, but also government finances are limited, and so the question is, where should they support? And I think we should do much more in research and development. We need much more, new technologies with regard to green hydrogen, we don't have to support solar production installments. They are at the lowest bottom of the cost curve. So why should the government put their additional money into it? Yeah? They should invest surely into charging stations, so network infrastructure. That's the job of the government, and research and development. I think there we could do much more than we're doing at the moment. But what we are doing is we are subsidizing production, yeah, and that might make sense if production is, it's the infant stage of the industry, but not if it's the final stage of the industry. So one should be, it's not a general the government should support renewables. The government should really think about, where it makes sense to support renewables, and I think it's much more in those parts where we need to see much more research and new technologies.
Yeah, absolutely in agreement with that. I mean, we don't need support in order to build our big photovoltaic on wind plants, we need a good market rules in order to have the right price for our investment, which is much lower than what how the energy prices got ahead today. What probably is needed is some support for infrastructures, for example, for enabling infrastructure such as, for example, battery charging station, this kind of stuff. For new technologies, of course, I mean, we may have a space for becoming, for example, the Europeans leaders in the electrolyzer technology, which is very important in order to produce green hydrogen, and that's quite a, I would say, basic technology at global level. We don't have to be, to catch up. We may just start and being leaders. There may be some financial support for example, for the small plants, for photovoltaic roofs. There is not the need of cash. There is probably the need of overcoming the short-term financial needs. So, for example, by guaranteeing, by securize the possibility to cash in the credit, for example, some kind of tax credit, the kind of stuff, which is not very expensive for governments. It may work very much. And of course, I go back to my first point, where the cash has to be put at European level is on the value chain, because we may not sustain to go in this direction with this massive wave of investment, according to several analyses, in more than 1 trillion euros per year, just by importing technologies and manufacturers. I mean, we will not just shift from the dependency on gas to the dependency on manufactured appliances for the energy transition. We need to reincorporate in our value chains in Europe.
I get that, but you mentioned right at the start of the conversation our behaviors, our individual behaviors as well, and that brings up a question that came up and has somehow disappeared from my screen, but it's in my head, so I'm going to ask it. It was from an anonymous person, I think online, who asked, doesn't it help to put in, give that subsidy to put the solar panel on someone's roof, and that takes away some of the requirement of tapping into the grid? Isn't that useful at this point? Isn't that required at this point, Gunnar?
It makes sense if you want to accelerate. So the benefit is basically that you bring forward investments that would otherwise take place only in a couple of years. And it's the energy saving that basically compensates this incentive, the subsidies. With regard to one point that was mentioned here in the question, I would make one exception for mature technologies, and this is heat pumps. Because energy efficiency in industry is important, and we need to replace a large number of fossil fuel-fired process heat by heat pumps. We can do this today. The technology exists. There are still a number of problems. Basically, the efficiency competitiveness is not there from day one, and this might be a reason for a subsidy. The other is house owners, so private residential energy efficiency, a huge problem in Europe. We need to basically triple the rate of energy renovations of private houses, at least double it to be credible with our reduction plans. And this is not going to take place for a number of reasons we probably all know. Who wants to renovate one's own house and everything cannot be used for a number of months? This is a financial incentive to do this now might be justified from my point of view. This is the only addition I wanted to make here.
There's another question in from, and that question was from Mirko. It's back up on my screen. So Mirko, thank you very much for that question. Alfonso's asking, what are the risks and opportunities for Italy's strategy of becoming a new energy hub for Europe? I think maybe we can start with you, Simone. He's asking, will Meloni follow Draghi's strategy of the Africa route? Why don't we take it from there?
Well, the ambition to become an energy hub is quite old, and up to date it stayed as an ambition. And even if it changed in its nature, because a gas hub, hydrogen hub, a photovoltaic hub, I mean, I think the reality is that the real lesson of the crisis is that we are not enough interconnected among European countries. And this is especially true for, if you look at the two Mediterranean peninsulas, which is Spain and Italy. we are not enough interconnected with the other shore of the Mediterranean, for example. We have been working with North Africans, for example, countries in order to reinforce, to increase the electricity interconnection with Tunisia, for example. There is a long-term project ongoing. It's clear that the shifting towards the renewable, let's say, based energy platform in Europe, we create different hubs. So the south of Italy will become a kind of solar hub, as the north of Germany is today, and will become more and more a wind hub. And I'm personally not fascinated by this idea of a hub, in the sense that what we need is more is an interconnected market with some strong point where the resource is, where the wind is, where the sun is. But the big priority is to keep fully integrated market in terms of infrastructures. There is a big need on infrastructure improvement, and in terms of regulation, again, by avoiding that the crisis may bring to further fragmentation. We don't have to forget, for example, looking at Spain. You were mentioning Spain. Spain was probably the first country in Europe introducing a domestic regulation for the windfall tax profits by the so-called Iberian model, pushing down by basically subsidizing the gas utilized by power producers, and which was in some way a consequence of the fact that Spain has a relatively low interconnection with the rest of Europe. But despite that, the little bit of interconnection between Spain and France is bringing to negative results, because the Spanish are utilizing more gas by exporting electricity to France, which is very strange if you want. So it's a domestic measure which is a consequence of a lack of interconnection, bringing to counterintuitive results. So what we need is not talking about, a bit of theoretical concept of hub, but working hard in order to have a more coherent and integrated market, both in terms of regulation and in terms of infrastructure.
And you actually showed me before we sat down here two of the write-ups from the European Commission. One was dated 2006 and one was dated 2009, where all of these things were talked about. We need security, we need energy independence. We're talking about, 10, 15 years ago now. So we've still not got there. I've been hearing about this interconnected market and requirement for connection of grids for, as long as I've lived in Europe, and we've still not got there. It's a bit like the Capital Markets Union. We keep talking about it and we've not got there. So what needs to be done now at this point for us to survive the next 2 years before general Joe public gets so angry with the prices, the cost of living, vote somebody in that really does not care about the European Union per se, the populace, so to say, because this energy crisis can literally blow up the European Union. What do we need to do ASAP? What are you hearing? What are you seeing? And what would be your suggestions at this point? If I can start with you, Gunnar, because you have a direct line into that whole sphere.
I would not say that I have that, but we have financed interconnectors for decades. The problem with interconnectors is that they are, strictly speaking, not profitable from day one, and this is why no one invests in them naturally. The markets are national. The energy markets are not European integrated markets. So one would need to open the regulation, exactly as you said, and really allow and make it easier to export, import energy. This happens more and more. We see this now with Norway, we see this with the UK, we see, of course, Denmark has a huge problem in a way because they have too much renewable electricity in large parts of the year. So they need to export. This is what, from my point of view, is from a European perspective, the most urgent thing to do. Put in place a clear regulation that allows this exchange, export, import, and then start building and focus on power connection first, so power lines. Not gas and not hydrogen pipelines. This is too early. And power, gas connectors, we don't need that much anymore. Yeah, we have already a lot. Focus on renewable power and focus on the power interconnectors.
Your question was also about the current crisis and then the middle term. So in the current crisis, we have to save on gas, and we have to, and that's what the governments are doing, have to help households and companies come through this winter and through the next winter. Yeah, so that's really crisis management. Yeah, so in the middle term and long term, you see, at the moment we have about 20% of our energy is renewable. So the other 80% is oil, gas, and coal, and I think nuclear is in the 80%. Yeah, and also in the long run, we will be dependent of foreign countries. So you know, we need to import hydrogen. We need to have this international relationship with a diversified portfolio of countries. However, we also have so strong efficiency demands for the European economy that for every inch of efficiency we have to fight for. And one important thing are the networks. We have to have one single market in Europe, so that we don't have to think about, whether Spain has different prices from France or whatever. So we have, because otherwise we won't catch these efficiencies which we need to be in the end still reliable on foreign countries, but not as much as we are currently. Yeah.
So what's holding us back, Simone? And why can't we get that integrated market? Why are our grids, north and south, not talking to each other yet after all this time?
Well, I don't want to follow the same pattern again or the previous one, but this is how Europe works. I mean, because the energy mix is a part of the national competencies, exactly as it is for the tax policies as I mentioned, the European Commission, in this case, in the case of crisis, tried to push forward some idea, but they were late because of just the push for politicians to put in place something short term was too strong, and that's the reason I believe that the risk today is the situation, the new normal will be worse than now, because the direction is in the sense of the fragmentation. So we strongly believe, for example, I know that this is a quite sensitive topic, especially here in Germany. We strongly support the idea, which has been promoted by several governments, including mine, to put a cap on the gas market, on the new contracts on the gas market for the gas coming via pipelines and the TTF on the spot markets around Europe, because especially today where the price is relatively low, you may put a cap which is higher than the current price. This is something that we had in the past in the power markets. It's absolutely acceptable because in the case, the tension of a cold winter will push up again prices at the level of 250 euros per megawatt hour. Political reaction will bring to further fragmentation. That's for sure. That's for sure, because no countries want to be the ones becoming short of gas, because some of the Central European countries are depending from Russian gas 100% of their needs. So that's if you don't put under control the situation, it's very, and it has to be for everybody. A second point concerning prices is some more diplomacy. It's very strange that some of our alliances are having a huge amount of windfall profits coming from an export which goes 95% to Europe. I mean, that's very strange. I'm referring, for example, to Norway. And this is for the short term. In the long term, it's absolutely right what has been said. We have to focus on the implementation, or especially in the short to mid-term implementation. We know technologies are on the money. Many investment in energy efficiency are on the money. As I said, on renewables, those investments are on the money. Let's create a condition for these investments to happen.
Final question, one final guest question or audience question for you, Christoph. It's from Sabine. She's asking, regarding the crisis not yet accelerating R&D and the need for subsidies, also ESOP can encourage R&D privately through new entrepreneurs. So what else can governments do? What would you suggest that governments do in terms of encouraging private R&D through new entrepreneurs?
So I think, first of all, we need to mention that governments need to spend some money. That can crowd in the additional private finance. But they can also lay the conditions. They can start to create innovation hubs, for example, to help generate those new industries, get the entrepreneurs on board, and then hopefully that can then, some of it will work, some of it won't work. But if they can spend some of their own money, get the academics on board through these innovation hubs, those are the sorts of areas that we're seeing that a number of countries are starting to do that. They just need to do it much faster. I think I heard from one of the other panelists, a lot of this is an issue to do with time. We need to be moving much faster than we thought we were going to have to move because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And so we should be thinking about all of these things right now.
So final question in one sentence, gentlemen. If you had one piece of advice or ask from Brussels, the Commission, the Council, what would that be to take us through what's going to be a really hard winter? I'm not making it medium, even long term, just this winter. What do you want them to focus on? What's your ask? I'll start with you, Christoph, since we just ended with you.
Thank you. I think we shouldn't just focus on this winter. We need to focus on next winter. And what I'd like to see is a greater push on behavioral changes. I think that's, at the minute, been a bit underplayed, the potentials that we can see from consumers changing the way they act, turning the thermostats down slightly could have a huge impact.
Fully agree. I would add to that, it's a physical supply problem. And Europe should buy physical gas, oil, whatever supplies together. This would make sense from my point of view.
So with this question, you end this session with a little doom tone, yeah? Because this winter is hard, next winter will be hard. And to add on this hardness, I think, at least I can say it for Germany, but I think the European issue, we don't have yet a good model what happens if the gas market breaks down. Yeah, so we have all these simulations for the electricity market, but not yet for the gas market. And I think that we need a much better understanding. So far, it was not a real possibility, but it can become a possibility, and hopefully not, but it should be prepared. And I think we need to do much more on the European level for that situation.
That's a gas market focus. Final word?
Avoid unnecessary costs, which will create, again, divergency, and promote necessary and achievable demand reduction through quite simple measures. You know, the low-hanging fruits, both in terms of demand and in terms of production, for example, by unleashing the potentiality of decentralized production.
Those 4 sentences alone could be an executive summary, and we could send that to the Directorate General of Energy at the European Commission. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for your thoughts and sharing them so frankly, and thank you very much for joining us. Give them a round of applause, and we'll meet back here in 10 to 15 minutes.
Thank you.
So I will. Okay, so we're starting. So we're going to play by ear. That's what we're going to do. So welcome back, everyone. Whoever is straggling outside, drinking their coffees, will be welcome as they come in. But welcome back to everyone joining us virtually. My name is Maitri Sitaraman. If you were not there in the previous session, let me do a quick introduction of myself. I've been a broadcaster for the last 20-odd years, doing international relations economics, mostly political economics, and I'd like to bring leadership teams around the world together, break them out of their silos, get policymakers to talk to business leaders and talk to civil society and also regular people, just to kind of understand where everyone is at, because that's when good policies get made, good actions get taken, and we actually get things that can be implemented. Our conversation this afternoon is going to be about Europe's economies under pressure. I don't think anyone needs an introduction to what's happening in the world and to our individual homes at this point, along with our individual businesses. We need to adapt to the current challenges, and that's what the conversation is going to revolve around. I know during COVID, we all got very excited about Next Generation EU, the huge package that was announced. We were talking about how that was going to get us started, get us going in terms of the recovery. No one, even in February, sitting in Munich, I know I didn't expect the kind of, can I use the word kaboom, that happened in the global economy. We already knew China was struggling with its own COVID policy, so we knew there were going to be supply chain issues down the road, but no one expected an energy crisis, no one expected inflation to go completely out of control, and no one expected that fiscal and monetary policy would not be talking to each other very well across the board, no matter where on the planet you are. So what do we need to do to ensure that these coming months and the next year, year and a half are not so difficult that we can never recover from it? There are economies around the world that are talking about potentially having a lost decade in terms of the developing world. So what can we here in Europe do to ensure that we support households, industries, disregard what's going on in terms of pure fiscal matters, and keep on with the fiscal consolidation modes? How do we achieve the success and sustainability of the green transition that we were talking about in the previous session, and also the digital transformation that is inevitable? It's been going on for a while without endangering the bedrock of Europe's economies. And what exactly are the policies and the instruments that we need to get there? We have a fantastic panel lined up for you, and this time around, no one's dropped out because of sickness. This is great news. But before I get there, let me open up the floor once again to a question. A question to you. You know the rules of the game. It's Slido. Get on that QR code, click in, and the question is a very simple one. Do you believe fiscal policies in the European Union sufficiently match the urgency of the current economic crisis? It's a simple yes or no question. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to answer that. Do fiscal policies in the EU match the urgency of the current economic crisis? Take your time. I don't know if that's one person or two people who have voted right now, so I'm going to leave that on your screen for you to digest. In the meantime, let me introduce this fabulous panel. Let's start off with Rolf Straut. He is chief economist and is a part of the management board of the European Stability Mechanism, a man who can answer quite a few of the questions that we're going to have. We also have Nadina Jacob. She is the Charlemagne Prize Fellow for 2021-22, so thank you very much for joining us. Her research paper is full of gems that can give us ideas. Also joining us is Alexander Weldon. He is CEO of Schwartz Inc. He will not tell me how many countries his company operates in. He just says a lot. So he's going to bring us so much information because he's also part of so many organizations that represent foreign trade here in Germany, and also is very much part of this organization that we're sitting in as well. Also joining us is Stefan Berger. He is member of the European Parliament, here to tell us not just about the macro view, but also, or macroeconomic view, but also tell us why the heck we can't get a lot of the policies pushed through quickly enough, because hey ho, we come back to the question of Europe does it well, but we take our time doing it. So to get that question started and the conversation started, and as you are all voting, because that's flipping around, so I'm going to give it another minute or so to kind of settle down. Let me open up the floor to you, to all of you, as an opening question. We're under pressure. You've seen the question on the board. What's your answer, Rolf?
Look, I mean, when I hear that question, obviously, as a crisis resolution mechanism, I sometimes feel a bit like a crisis veteran, right? But it's not only me, it's all of us. We have now, with the euro, we have experienced basically 4 crises. This is the 4th one. We had the great financial crisis, then we had the euro crisis, then we had the pandemic, now we have the energy crisis. And first to note, the euro is still there. The euro is still kind of a winning model because we still want, countries still want to join. And I think we have gained a lot of strength in dealing with crises. That is a starting point. There is a particular challenge with this one, which is the fact that it has a different nature than the others. It is a common shock. We had the pandemic was a common shock as well. Nobody had foreseen it, kind of the black swan that comes into the picture and has a big impact. But this time around, we have what the economists call this cost push shock, right? So energy prices go up and growth goes down. That's a very difficult situation to handle for central banks, because whatever they do, if they want to fight inflation, they increase interest rates, that means growth goes even down further. That makes it much more complicated than if you have inflation and growth going in the same direction. So we are in this constellation where that is per se somewhat more tricky to maneuver from a monetary policy perspective, but central banks across the globe rightfully react the way they do in fighting inflation. What can fiscal policy do? I mean, when the pandemic hit us, fiscal policy was giving in and supporting broad-based companies, firms, as you had said, and I think this was perfectly right to do in that situation. Now we say, well, it's different because if you do the same thing as you did during the pandemic, one of the implications is that you may have higher inflation. You force the central banks to fight tougher against inflation, and that will be costly. So we need a different kind of response. The consensus on that response is it should be timely and targeted what you do. Targeted towards those that are most in need, and timely in order not to create expectation about future inflations, not to create future kind of liabilities. This is tremendously difficult to do because there's a lot of pressure in the economy, a lot of pressure, also political pressure to act. But if we act massively, again, what the impact will be, we may increase inflation, or we may simply export the support that is given abroad. This is in terms of trade shock. Energy prices are up. If we push up energy demand, that is income that we export abroad. Therefore, we are in the unfortunate situation that we cannot fully compensate for the losses that come with the energy price move, but we can only, economically, we are in this difficult situation that we can only mitigate the impact. And that makes it a very tricky one. So, and we have to find the right ways of doing this. And maybe on this panel, we can also discuss what is a European way of doing it, and being better coordinated across countries, actually find a European response, because if each and every country is working on its own, then we have a distorted market, we are crowding out each other, so we need to find some coordination around that, and that, I think, is the tricky part.
The tricky part is indeed right, because I think that poll has settled down now, and we can pretty much say that no is the unanimous answer. And if this room and folks joining us online think this, I can only just imagine what general Joe public thinks, which is even scarier. So, Nadina, floor's yours. What do we do with that question?
Well, I think that, that no that we see in the question is also reflected in what the Commission thinks about the current situation. It was only last week that the Commission proposed reshaping of how we think about some of the fundamental fiscal rules in the EU. So when we talk about public debt and the 3%, that is deficit. Thank you so much. So that already shows that already for years now we've had substantial issues in the EU when it comes to fiscal policies and matching somehow expectations at the EU level with what is happening actually on the ground in the member states. So I think that's an important food for thought for the moment. The question of whether what the Commission is proposing right now in terms of adapting these rules on deficit and debt, if that is the right way forward, that I think we can also discuss more in depth in the panel. But from my side for now, I just want to reiterate that this no, I think, is quite unanimous across a wide range of stakeholders. So whether we talk about, well, myself as a researcher, as I assume there are others in the room as well, national policymakers, EU policymakers, industry, and so on and so forth.
I think, would you agree that fiscal policy not really keeping up? What needs to change?
I absolutely can agree on this. The problem we have from the corporate side of view is that we have the package of 750 billion which were put in the window. The money was taken, but it is taken into governments and their households, and it's not getting to those who are in need. And what it originally was planned for, that companies can get a hand on this and invest in the future and in future products and for our well-being. So, and this is not happening or did not happen as yet. And I think this is part of it. The second part is what I have in mind is that we see that the interest rates in the US, for instance, are higher than in Europe. So money goes to the US. And so to lend money to which you need to increase a company or to start a company is more restrictive in Europe these days, and the EU is a total loss on this picture, and so it's not helpful. So these are, for me, two major points which are totally stressing the corporate world in growing and to make the best out of this crisis.
It is a struggle indeed. So what are we hearing in the European Parliament? I'm going to ask you to put that MEP hat on rather than the economist hat on first. And tell me, what are you hearing within the Parliament? Do people believe that individualism or nationalism is kind of derailing what should be a shallow recession, hopefully? Or is it going to make it deeper? Or what are the conversations in Brussels in that Parliament? Messy? Angry?
So regarding the starting question, I can totally agree towards people here believing. And in my opinion, the European reaction was not quick to the war, was not quick enough. And to be honest, Europe is in a serious situation. As described, we have a crisis of at least 4 reasons. We have a war, we have supply and demand chains which are disturbed and hurted. We have the energy costs which are increasing and hurting and disturbing our economy, especially in Germany. And this is the next problem, we have a central bank and a massive inflation, and the central bank needs to raise the interest rates. So in this situation, it's very hard to react in a correct political way to solve every problem as described, because you cannot solve them at the same moment. You have to do it step by step. This is the first thing. The second thing is the countries are looking at this crisis with different views. It all depends on your economic structure. In Germany, we are depending on gas. In in the East, in East Europe, it's more a question of safety, and it's a military question because the Ukraine is not far away. And in South Europe is a question of developing, a question of the ESM. And so what I see is that we have 3 debates in Europe about this question. But in the end, we have to build instruments and answer the question how we can help households, how we can enforce our industry, and I think that's that's what's coming up. But it's a very complicated question, and we need a lot of steps to solve these problems.
Is it that complicated, though? I mean, Rolf brought up the point that we've been careening from crisis to crisis in the last 10, 12 odd years. I've been in Europe for 12 years, coming from the United States, where I like to say my career is defined by crises. Everywhere I go, there's a crisis. But the lessons don't seem to have been learned, other than beautiful taglines like build your roof when the sun is shining, if everyone remembers Jean-Claude Juncker. I mean, we didn't really build the roof. We kind of half built the roof and then moved on. At some point, when you look at the situation today, we can turn around and say, oh, we need to work together. We need to align our fiscal policies. Oh, the central bank or the ECB has its own mandate. We know that already. We already knew that. So when you have 27 countries that have already been through this 3 times before, why is it so hard to get monetary policy and fiscal policy to align, at least in the Eurozone, Rolf?
Well, I would not say it's particularly an issue of the Eurozone per se. It has to do with the nature of the crisis that we are facing. And I want to be really more positive also on Europe. I mean, we talk a lot to investors around the globe because we're investing very safely the paid-in capital that we have, but more importantly, we issue a lot of bonds and we need to sell them internationally. So we talk to many investors. And the view on Europe has changed globally, that it has been perceived as a much stronger player, also in the back of the situation, how we managed the pandemic. And Next Generation EU, the joint response, the package that was provided by the EIB, the ESM, and the European Commission, all that helped to create the understanding, yes, Europe can act together. And that is what is the key belief for the international investor community, what they want to see from Europe now. And that is when I said, I think we have created quite an infrastructure, what I firmly believe in. We have an ECB that has now more tools in order to react to crisis. We have the European Stability Mechanism, other tools that can help with immediate liquidity needs, emergencies, rescue mechanisms. We didn't have that in the early Euro crisis. We have it now. And we have that box of Next Generation EU, EIB colleagues, and the European Commission helping in other areas. So there is actually quite a toolbox that is available, and we would be today in a much dearer situation if that were not the case. So I think there's quite some learning, there's quite some institutional evolution, but also the United States, as we know it today, was not created in a day. It took 200 years for some of the elements to really kind of evolve in central bank independence and federal state in the form that we know it. So sometimes things take time. We have made progress. I still think we can do somewhat better in some areas, and this fiscal coordination, a credible fiscal framework, is certainly one of the areas where we can improve. We have also made the argument, what we have experienced with the pandemic, what we're experiencing now is partly the issue of fragmentation. Countries having more space, less space to react, being hit stronger, less than others. So if we want to have a common market, if we want to have a functioning monetary union, we think we should have a tool to deal with it. It is why we think that some kind of a stabilization facility that helps to equilibrate that would actually be a useful step forward. But again, this is not starting from zero. I think there have been some lessons learned, some institutional developments were there, and now we build on them.
So I think the ECB would agree with you. They truly believe that some of the existing mechanisms can work, and they say it's down to implementation. So if I can ask you, Alexander, you run a very successful business. What would you need to see in terms of that implementation for it to give you some sort of reassurance that we might be in tough times, but we'll get through it?
Yeah. I think this, bring it from the German perspective in this moment. We were told that there are 200 billion euros. We see the money in the window, but behind the glass, and it's just show for right now. And we see that most of this money will come too late. If it comes too late. A lot of companies already are from the picture. A lot of companies are already moving. I have numbers from my fellow corporation friends, family-owned corporations. 25% are thinking of reducing workforce or moving out of Germany in this particular moment. Not only in Europe, so they're also moving to the US, as explained. The possibilities there are right now much brighter as they are in Europe these days. So what we need is those 200 billion which are in the window that needs to be reacted to the corporate and also to the private business, private persons in a much quicker way. It's too late. Yeah, we are, when I see this as we had it at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a situation arising mid of March. By mid of April, we had a package over the KfW, German government organized bank, so to step in, and it worked fine. It was in 1 month and 6 weeks. So now we are in this war for now 8-9 months. The problems are arising since May is a gas crisis visible. So now we are in November. So, and then we hear something will be then in April, maybe next year. So corporate business will not survive the next 5-6 months. Energy intensive corporate world will have a huge problem, and money-wise. I think we need speed. We know what the problems are. We need what needs to be done. The only thing which is not done is to act. We need action.
I think that says it quite clearly. So at some point when you have to deal with this in terms of the demand for speed, how do we get that speed in? Because the Brussels bubble tends to work in very specific agendas. You get it, you have all of your little check boxes that you have to do. That doesn't really lend itself to speed. How do we speed it up so that businesses don't go offshore, businesses don't shut down, businesses don't lay off, and then you have inflation on the other flip side of it with unemployment rising?
Yeah, that's the truth. And of course, we need to speed up the whole discussion. And it's not only about our companies in Germany or in Europe. If we have a look to the USA, we see their US investment plan with over $1 trillion, and this is very attractive for our companies. So Ursula von der Leyen, in my perspective, has started a discussion about Europeanization of energy. This is one of the first things we should do, that we need a joint purchasing. And I think it's a mistake that all the member states see themselves as competitors in the whole energy discussions. It's better to unite our buying power. This is the first thing what Ursula von der Leyen has brought on the way. And the next thing, if you look at the gas situation in Europe, the Bavarian gas storage facility are located in Salzburg. And here in North Rhine-Westphalia, the storage facilities are located in the Netherlands. So, of course, we need more Europe in the energy question. That's the first thing, and that is one way to escape from the situation. The next player is, of course, the ECB, and the ECB must raise interest rates. Of course, this is necessary to stop the inflation. And the ECB raised it 3 times this year, but I think we need more to do.
Do you want them to go faster in terms of increasing rates? I mean, do you want them to get to Fed levels?
The problem is that in the last decade, the ECB gambled away a little bit confidence. So in the last decade, we had politics of cheap money, and this now has to be the opposite. And this is a problem because the situation now is totally wrong for it. And so the problems, they will support each other, which is very bad for society. And so for me, it's very necessary to solve to stop, to give us a small answer, to the question of inflation. It can only the ECB. And the next thing is the energy costs, because they are one of the big reasons of the inflation, that we need more Europe in the energy question. And this is only what we can do, because we have 27 member states, and in Germany we have 200 billions in the window for energy. But this is, of course, a very hard discussion in Brussels, because not every country of the 27s can make their own budget. Yeah,
I understand that, but I mean, I think I'll come back to the question that was raised by Alexander. How do we speed it up? Because at this point, the money's there, and the allocations have been done, and Greece has its money, everybody's taken what they need. It's now about the allocation speeding up. So how do we speed that bit up? Everything else is going to be slow. We can't speed everything up. We can't reform everything at one go. How do we speed up what's already been done?
In former times, if a question needed to be speed up, there was only one solution, and this solution was named Angela Merkel. And, and now we have a little bit, sorry to say, a lack of leadership in Europe, but I'm sure the question are all the same in the 27 member states. So I think the question is speeded up, but it comes a little late. This is the truth. We are a little bit late. But now the discussion is going. The discussion about military help to the Ukraine is coming. The discussion about the energy is coming, but we are a little late. That's the truth.
You wanted to come back on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry.
No, if you want to reply, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to introduce a new point, so perhaps...
So maybe then let me quickly pick up on that point on interest rate, and that was made so on, and I'm not here to, in a way, to make a concrete point about interest rates should go to what markets believe 3 or 3.5 or something, but just as a general notion, what we should keep in mind when we talk about macro, interest rates have been going down not only in Europe, but globally prior to the crisis that we are going through now. So it's not that, so to speak, the ECB was the only central bank in the world that ran a lenient policy, okay? So there's broader trends that also led to that outcome. Now interest rates are going globally up, okay? So it's a more general shift that we are seeing. Some, like the BIS, International Bank of Settlement, they talk about the regime shift that we are, because we have a break macroeconomically, maybe we have a break in the monetary policy regime, but we should put the ECB interest rate policy in that context. And again, I think they should be doing what they need to do. At the same time, the central bank faces the complicated situation that if you increase interest rates while we are looking towards a short recession, you overdo it, that has a cost for the economy, and you don't want to send unnecessarily people on the street. So that is the calibration that the ECB and any central bank has to do. On the US, there was the big package that was mentioned that was done in the US. We should see that the inflation in the US is not a cost push shock as we have in Europe because we import energy prices. Actually, the US is benefiting from the change in the terms of trade. They are benefiting of the price changes. And the inflation in the US is mainly demand driven because they overdid it with their fiscal package. They overdid it and domestically generated inflation. We didn't do that in Europe. I think that was a clever move because otherwise the public sector would have been much more indebted and that would have created its own vulnerabilities. So I think we also need to put it in that context, how we look at the situation. I wanted to make one point that you raised on the interest rates. And obviously central banks are reacting to national inflation. And the Fed sees more need to move aggressively also because they have this domestic pressure on the economy that they have to react to, and correspondingly interest rates are higher. my belief is, but also to ask you in that regard, I mean, of course, we see capital flowing to the US. That's the way capital markets work, right? But this is short-term investment. It's a lot of portfolio investment. That is what we would expect to happen. And later on, interest rates reverse and capital comes back and this kind of gets settled or it moves to emerging markets. So there are very different ways that can go. What you are interested in, what I'm interested in, is also the long run and the fixed investment. So the firms moving over. And there I have the belief that it's much more indeed the structural issues that matter rather than the short-term interest rate movements that drive the development. It is what we expect in the long term about energy prices, it's what we expect about investment climate. And I was just wondering, is it that direction you're thinking? I mean, I agree also with you, speed is an issue. And we saw this in a pandemic. Sometimes you need to help quickly in order for problems to become much bigger, because what initially was liquidity becomes a solvency issue for the survival of the company. But again, I would think more in terms of structural elements than just interest rate movements if I think about firms.
Sure. When I may answer, totally right, Mr. Schwab. The situation is we are always looking in the long term. And, but we see, of course, we need more optimism in Europe. And right now, we don't see this optimism. All discussions we hear every day, every minute, in each talk show, yeah, it's very pessimistic. Yeah, we are, I think, world champion pessimistic point of views. So we need optimism. In the US, we have more optimism because as an American, you know, you're
well,
born...
I'm not an American. Let me clarify
right.
that
But
right there.
General,
I just lived there.
We heard this morning too, born optimist. So I think this is one point of looking at it that gives a lot of insecurity in Europe these days. This is why companies moving out of Germany, this is why companies move somewhere else. In Europe, I think it's pretty much that we are in a recession. I mean, we don't talk that we will be in a recession, or we are in a recession. And and then you look, of course, for solutions. And then you need answers. And we are a lot of talkings in the last 8-9 months, or even through the Corona crisis. So it's all analyzed. We know exactly what we are facing. The problems are a million times discussed. Now we need action, as I said. And the thing is, we need clear leadership. Yeah, and we need leadership for Germany. We need leadership in EU. And what we have seen in the Corona crisis, the EU was not existing. We were locally working. They were existing at this point when they made the contract with AstraZeneca, and we know what a clever contract this was. So when I totally agree what Mr. Berger said, that we should buy, as a Europeans gas. But I'm not feel quite comfortable when I see the EU buying this, when it comes to the same kind of circumstances. But in general, I totally agree to this. But to make long story short on this, we need to answer this, Mr. Strauch. We need just optimistic point of views. We need answers, and we don't need too many more analyzings.
Do you want to respond to that before I go and get back to your point?
Honestly, I completely disagree with that Europe was missing during the pandemic. I had to go to the US in 21. When I could show my European vaccination certificate to the people in the US, they couldn't believe it. You had something that Europe created that you could use around Europe, and actually other countries adopted it. You could get on a plane, get on a train, wherever in Europe you wanted, could get into a restaurant. This was brilliantly coordinated and worked. When I showed that to the people in the US, where you had a little paper in New York that would be your vaccination pass, that you could not use anywhere else, and elsewhere they may not have had it, they were just baffled. They were baffled. So I don't buy that Europe was not there in the pandemic. I can agree that some things went wrong, but overall, the degree of coordination that was achieved in the end, I think was pretty much stunning on how this was run overall. And yes, there were some learnings that were necessary, sure, but nobody had experienced in Europe a pandemic before. And the package that was actually Next Generation EU, it was mentioned before, this was globally the first package overall where a region was able to formulate a vision, we want to go there. In rebuilding, we want to go there. So I think we should acknowledge that. Not that everything was perfect, but there was quite a role.
I'm going to come back to you because I think this conversation is now going to go into a agree to disagree moment. And I have a feeling we'll come back to it in terms of the entire fiscal monetary policy issue, because we will come back to it. So, Nadina, I know you wanted to make a point, so let you make it.
All right. So, as a policy researcher myself, I have a lot of freedom to experiment, which is something that I believe, a lot of the people who are on the ground right now don't necessarily have it when we talk about crises that need to be addressed at the moment. But allow me to express a little bit this freedom of experimentation right now and share with you a little bit of the insights from my research so far. So I would like to add to this conversation a new dimension that is centered on two keywords, and those are strategic thinking and innovation. Now, of course, amidst the crisis that the EU is facing right now, it's quite difficult to see beyond them and look towards the future, but that is something that is necessary and needs to happen. The title of our panel is Adapting to Current Challenges. But next to tackling those issues right in front of us, we really need to look towards what might be the reforms that we would want to implement in the future. And it is essential to set the wheels in motion now so that we don't get to that future in which we realize that, oh, maybe we should have done something in the past. So from this perspective, I believe that one of the key aspects is tapping the opportunities of the digital transformation for the economy and society. And this manifests across a variety of fields. I will pick just one, but we can discuss also other aspects as well. And this is where also I will make a slight detour to talk about the research that I have been doing as a Karlspreis fellow for the past year. And this is centered on the future of money. So for our conversation, I think this departs quite a bit from what we've been talking so far, but for our conversation right now, I think the framework of thinking is more important than the concrete details. So when we talk about the future of money, this is a field that is shaped in many different ways by digitalization. And one of the trends that is currently being debated at the moment is how central banks could adapt to the new developments that are happening in terms of new technologies, for instance, and new preferences from citizens, and issue digital currencies. Now, this is a growing topic, including in the euro area, and the ECB, among the many different things that the ECB is doing at the moment, is also looking into the potential of a digital euro. That is an alternative, a digital alternative to cash, to the banknotes and coins that we use every day. Why am I bringing this example into the conversation right now? Two reasons, and those link to the keywords that I mentioned earlier. So first, we talk about innovation and competitiveness. Technological developments are bringing new opportunities, and seeing how we can best use these opportunities in this specific field of payments and currencies is, I think, highly relevant. This is actually something that policymakers in general are sanctioned for, not really keeping up with new developments. So that's one reason why I think it's relevant to look at the digital euro example in this context. Second, strategic autonomy. I think we've heard about strategic autonomy several times throughout the day, so it shouldn't be something completely new. Many discussions in the euro area and also the EU more broadly at the moment are centered on how we can limit our dependencies on external actors, how we can increase the resilience of the EU and increase also the voice of the EU in specific sectors. In the specific case of the digital euro that I'm bringing up now to the table, there are other central banks, for instance, that are looking at the potential of digital currencies. And here we also talk about countries like China and Russia. So the question is, what role do we envision for the euro, for instance, going forward? And how can we ensure that it also maintains a specific voice and a role in the future? So these two considerations, I think, are quite important, and this is something that we try to do a little bit in the research project that I carried out with my colleague Alexandra Camas, who unfortunately is not here today. We looked at different configurations for the future of the Digital Euro project. And we did this by relying on foresight methodologies. So essentially, to put it very simply, we developed different scenarios based on different drivers of change and different combinations of these drivers of change to try to understand what outcomes might be from this Digital Euro project in the future.
Did you do one for this particular scenario we all find ourselves in? Yet another crisis? Did you?
That's actually a good point. We took too much of an internal perspective on the project, on the Digital Euro itself, unfortunately. So that's a scenario that we did not analyze. But I think that plays into the overall decision of whether these kinds of reforms are actually implemented or not. And this is where I think the short-sightedness comes into play to a certain extent. Because it's very easy in times of crisis like this to put to the side reforms that or changes that can play quite an important role in the future. I'm not saying that Digital Euro is necessarily one of those reforms that need to be put into place right now, but it's just one example to keep in mind that whether we are going through crises or not, it's important to keep in mind what our strategic goals are and to continually assess them, whether it is through frameworks like the one that I implemented based on foresight and scenarios, whether it is through other means. But that's, I think, something that we always need to keep in mind, this forward-looking perspective. And when we adapt the way we do things, it shouldn't be only from learning from mistakes, but also through thinking forward and trying to be innovative in what we do. So I'm trying to bring perhaps a twist that is more positive to the discussion that we've had so far. I'm curious to see what the rest of the panelists are thinking and also the audience.
You bring up a really interesting point. I mean, we talked about innovation in energy, in the energy mix. We rarely, if ever, talk about innovation in monetary and fiscal policies. We are doing the same thing over and over again. It's a system that was put into place 40 years ago, 50 years ago. We gave central banks a particular mandate. Now we're questioning whether they should be independent. Should they be as independent as they are? Should they be coordinating a little bit closer? When it comes to innovating in terms of our financial markets, in terms of our policy making, how far behind are we, and are we doing the strategic thinking, Rolf? Are we literally thinking that far ahead?
Yeah, of course.
You want to go first?
Yeah. So just make some optimistic additional remarks.
We like optimism on this stage.
Yes, of course. It's not. I come back to this point. We have a lot of things done in this crisis. I only want to name the program Repower EU. It's a big program. It's a plan to reduce the dependence on Russian fossil fuels. We have a second thing. We have a European Chips Act. I'm not sure if everybody knows. A European Chips Act, similar to the thing in the USA, just as a reaction to build our own chips, because most of them come from Taiwan. And the third thing, here I can totally agree. I was responsible for the MiCA regulation, the markets in crypto assets. And if we have a deep analysis on this sector, invention, and it's in the development, it's all about the logic of the wallet against the logic of a bank account. And Europe now is the first continent with a comprehensive crypto assets regulation. A little bit proud of it because I was the rapporteur. And more than 10,000 crypto assets existing now. We had a very big crisis in this week with the FTX.
Well, FTX, I was about to ask you.
The Lehman Brothers moment in the crypto sphere, but so it is in the new sphere. And and my answer is we need a global MiCA, we need global regulations. But the message is, if we want to have inventions and innovations in Europe, we have to set not only a simple regulation, we have to set a clear, simple framework, a frame. And this is what we did with MiCA. We have a frame which is very good for investors, a frame which builds trust for investors in this new sphere. And this is a good example. If you have the investments, then you have new trust. And this is what it's all about, because Europe now is not seen as a place for investments in classical companies, as it was described. The companies are leaving Germany, they're looking to the USA, and the world does not see Europe as a place for investments. But in this new world, with our MiCA regulation, we are now seen as a place with regulatory clarifying rules, and this is a good thing which can change our whole attitude of society towards innovation. And this is why I totally agree here. I'm not sure if the CBDC, the digital euro, as it now is planned, is a right thing. The ECB is in a 3-year test phase, and after this years we will see what we can do with this, because we do not need a euro for easy payments. We can now pay easy, and we have Apple Pay and whatever. Yeah, but we do. What is in my mind? We need some things to have an answer to the developments in the world. So in the end, we have to see if this specific project is designed in a way it works. I'm not sure, but the way of discussing it, that's the right way. This is an optimistic way, and so I'm convinced that we can reach global leadership, global technology leadership, or whatever in the next years. But it needs regulatory clarifying framework. It needs attitude and political leadership. And then this could be a very good example.
We keep coming back to leadership and the lack of it. So I think there's some sort of consensus, at least on that side, I don't know about Europe, that leadership is currently relatively missing, and we really need people to step up to the plate. So last week I was with 2,700 global CEOs in New York. And it was interesting because I've never heard 2,700 of them, literally, be unanimous in one thing, that they said they had a colossal loss of trust in the system. And it wasn't relegated to Europe, it was also the US, it was China, it was pretty much across the board wherever they were from. 80 different countries were represented, so that colossal loss of trust is reflected not just for the European Union, but it's everywhere on the planet. So do we look at the system differently? Do we start thinking about strategic innovations and strategic thinking, as Adina has pointed out, Rolf?
So I love the project in terms of looking at this case study, basically, for strategic vision, and I think the digital euro is exactly a good example that works, where we are developing a strategic vision. And in that, and I don't know exactly how your scenario looked like. From my perspective, given what I see from the ECB, given what I hear from ministers in the Eurogroup, there is broad-based support for a digital euro as a project that we would need on a global scale. The reasons being, we have heard before about Libra, and so at some stage you may be living with private money only, or the market may overtake us, and that is risky. Or you said the Chinese central bank is actually leading, or other currencies. So we need a strong euro, and indeed a strong international role of the euro in what we think forward-looking will be a more multipolar system. And maybe this sentiment of lack of leadership is indeed that we are in this situation where now we're moving towards a system where we don't know exactly how it will be looking forward. It will be multipolar probably, in more frictions being there. You may have a Western world, some form. We have the maybe China Eastern Bloc, and we will have a lot of, as we had also in the past, non-aligned countries that may have to choose. And that is what we see also when we talk to those countries, to those investors, that when you're in Asia and you're asked to position yourself either on the Chinese side or on the US side, and you don't really necessarily want to actually take that, also that is why people are looking at Europe as a united Europe, looking at Europe as a potential investment site where a digital euro may play a big role, where a better, a more homogeneous capital market may play a big role, access to that capital market in order to bring people over, bring investors over. So I think there is some potential also in this more fragmented order. And it's true, Europe, not only in terms of digital euro, but also in terms of other issues, need to show quite some leadership. And engineering that leadership is easier in the issue of the digital euro, where you have the ECB being in charge. The ECB is the driver, even though there are many implications. Then it is in other areas where you have 27 countries sitting around the table and discussing, and that takes time. And yes, some stages we would hope for more drive, more leadership. I think there are a lot of initiatives there, but some of them can develop, and hopefully will develop faster.
It's a toss-up, right? Depending on who is driving and who is leading a certain innovation, that will really determine the pace. So that brings up a question from the audience, and it's a pretty good follow-up to that. Would more own financial resources help the EU to be better prepared for future crises, i.e. keep the money on shore rather than let it go wandering offshore? Anyone?
I didn't understand it.
So the question is, would more own financial resources help the EU to be better prepared for future crises instead of looking for foreign investors? Who wants to take it?
Of course, I could agree to this. Yeah, this is that would be wishful when this would be the case, obviously.
But how do we keep it? I think is the more critical question.
This is, of course, something the banks can answer from the macro political point of view. But I mentioned this before, it's driven by interest rates. And when the interest rates somewhere else are higher than here, the money will go there. And then we can create it here only when we are quicker, giving the money we can raise towards those who need it, who are in need, who are demanding it, who are innovative. Yeah, then I think we can keep it, and we can, I think, stabilize also our European corporate and our society. But when we leave it up to the ECB and the markets, I think money will go somewhere else. And when to the question, can we have enough money? That's not the question. Europe has enough money. We put enough money in the window. But we have to make sure that the money gets there where it's needed and not there where it's just drawn into households on state level.
Just quickly, I would say that yes, of course, more own resources, always when there's more money on the table, that helps. But I would still go back to the question of lacking leadership that we were talking about earlier. Because even if you have the money there, if you don't have the vision, if you don't have the drivers to do something that actually contributes and multiplies the effect of those funds that you are using, then in the end, the effort is pointless, I would say. It might even create more pushback if it's seen as more spending by certain actors and without the results being seen by the wider base of citizens across the EU. So I think it's always a tricky balance that you need to keep in mind when talking about more funds being put on the table, and then how do you see the results coming out of that? And again, I think leadership is essential in that question.
It goes back to Alexander's point of we have the money, it's sitting in the window, let's just get it out faster. Sorry, Rolf, you wanted to pop in?
And that is a partial, I think that indeed is an important element of implementation speed. But again, coming back to this investment climate issue, so Europe, Germany in particular, and Europe as an aggregate has been a capital exporter for a long time. I mean, we often say we are proud of also the German trade balance, the current account surplus. This shows our strength. But the flip side of it is that Germany, Europe has exported its capital for an extended period of time now over the past decade. I would have wished this capital would not have gone somewhere else, to the US or elsewhere, but actually we could have kept it here. And for me, the condition would have been, yes, creating a better investment climate within Europe. That is what we should hope for, and that is where I think we should have more leadership. For me, the way of getting there, again, forward-looking, would be focus more on those elements where you create markets within Europe, which is, for me, a key word is capital market union. Now, we are, again, as investor, we as issuers see that depending on where you act, you have different regulations to need to talk to different clearing houses. This is kind of 19 different markets partly in Europe. It is, when you think about in the euro area, when you think about Europe, it's 27 markets. We have lost London as a big financing center. So I think there is a need to be stronger on creating this common capital banking market, and that will help us a lot to keep of that money that we have available actually within Europe in order to make it fruitful here on the ground. And that is, I think, there I would hope for more leadership and more speed.
Do you think this crisis is going to give the impetus for that capital markets union that has been literally running like it's a cow which has not been fed for a while and pulling a very heavy cart? Is this going to finally get capital markets union to take off?
I mean, if it is true what you're saying, the pressure of finding good finance for company will increase. So actually the pressure for moving ahead with this, the pressure for finding the financing to do climate transition, where we will need the private money. Before in the panel, the EIB was rightly saying what they are doing, but that can only be a small part. What the public is doing can only be a small part. If you want to stem that challenge, and the challenge now becomes more urgent, then I think also that political project will receive more attention and more urgency.
You have a message to take back to the European Parliament, it looks like. Capital Markets Union, top of the pile at this point.
As the whole Parliament is discussing about the European banking market, about the Capital Market Union, and of course I'm in favor. But on the other hand, you must see we have different kinds of bank systems in Europe, and it's very hard to combine them. And in the end, of course, it's wishful that we have a Euro-wide capital market union. But I agree, the money is not the problem. It's not about that we have not enough money for investments for companies. It's all about the investments from people coming outside from Europe. And what I see now, this is what we talked about in the beginning, that companies are leaving Europe, companies are leaving Germany, and this is a trend. This has to be stopped.
So we need the structural reforms. We need speed.
Yeah.
We need action. We need all the things we are not very good at, but we are good at reacting to a crisis the fourth time around. So hopefully that will happen. So there's another question that is quite apt, but I want to save that one as a last question. Are there any questions in the room? Because most of my questions are coming onto my little iPad here. But if there's any question in the room, that would be a good time to ask it now before I get to our final question. Right. Okay, so second to last question. Let's make it a second to last question. I was told I can extend this a little bit. A question has come in. It's anonymous, and I think it's an interesting one, considering that we are here because of something that started in February. And the question goes, how could the EU finance a Marshall Plan, or some sort of Marshall Plan, for the reconstruction of Ukraine? Could Next Generation EU serve as an example? Is that possible? Is that, I mean, I know that there's a lot of conversation about reconstruction of Ukraine and lots of conversation about who's got the deal and who's not got the deal. But where does the EU get involved in at this moment?
This is a very hard discussion because
I'd like to save the hard ones for the last.
Yeah, the hard ones for the last, because Next Generation EU was designed in the was a stimulus program in the coronavirus pandemic situation. And it should only it was designed as a for one time, and not more. It was not designed for do it every day by day by day in the future. And the European Commission formally is not allowed to borrow capital. Yeah, it's not allowed because it's not what it should be. But in the end, we have to answer the question: what is with the Ukraine? Because we have millions of people from the Ukraine in the European Union, in Germany. We need a lot of money to show our support in this war situation. And of course, somebody has to pay. And when somebody, but it should not only be the European Commission and not only Europe. It must be a program with a lot of participations in it. And of course, Europe will help. But I'm not sure if this is a Hamilton moment for the European Union. But I do not agree. We should help, but it's not our own political thinking.
So a short answer to the question, basically no, the EU can't have a Marshall Plan to fund a reconstruction. Would that be your answer?
Yeah, we should have.
It needs to be a coalition, you're saying.
Yeah, we should have a plan, but we should have people who finance this plan. Yeah, and maybe I'm not sure if we have opportunity not to stop the war, but to freeze the war, or whatever. And in the end, we need money from every side. Maybe Russian gas or whatever. Yeah, maybe we have another government in Russia, and then we can build this, and then we can build a new plan. Of course, we need a Marshall Plan for the Ukraine, of course, but it cannot be designed as a next generation EU. Must be a completely other thing.
Anyone else have anything to add to that?
I mean, for me, I agree with you. This needs to be globally coordinated, and that is why this is a big part of the discussion in the G7 and G20. But it's also clear that the world will be looking at Europe to finance a big chunk of the rebuilding of the Ukraine, and Europe will have to live up to that challenge. How precisely we organize the financing of this is, in a way, if you wish, a technical issue, or is an important issue, but is an issue that has to be resolved, and there will be ways found for doing it. But that we have to face that task and actually do this, I have no doubt. For next year, now there is concrete talks on how to get the 18 billion finance that are needed for next year. That gives a bit of space, but then the discussion will obviously start how to go ahead. The International Monetary Fund may contribute, international institutions may contribute, but Europe will have to find a financing way of also producing its share.
So that brings me to a final point, and I love ending like this because it gives everyone something to take away. If you had one suggestion to make immediately to pretty much anyone in the Commission or in the Council, and I asked this to the previous session as well, what would that be? As the economy is under pressure and we have to react, what would that one suggestion be to the actors and the stakeholders who need to take the leadership role, as you're all saying they need to? So if I can start with you, Nadine.
Yes, I think based on the discussions that we've also had, I think the key word is streamlining. So when we look at the Commission and the way the Commission works, there are a lot of checks and balances which of course are essential for making sure that also funds are dispersed in the right way, that all the proceedings within the Commission are well, transparent, and the Commission is accountable for what it's doing. But at the same time, some of the processes that are in place can be cumbersome, as we have seen. So that's why I would say for me a key word would be thinking about streamlining processes to make sure that the good things that are happening in terms of new policy initiatives can actually be implemented in a timely manner, and that we can see results from them and not be stuck perhaps in a limbo or in, I'm guessing you were alluding to perhaps bureaucratic trails or so on and so forth. So perhaps that would be something to think about, and that would have reverberations across policy areas, I would say.
Alexander, one.
I can make that very short. We have to keep the eye on the ball. We need to be goal-orientated and not process-orientated. I think we see in the last months a lot of people are happy with discussing and the processes, and they get digged in the process and overwhelmed with the process, obviously, in a negative way. So we have to make it more simple, more clear, quicker, clear, and keep the eye on the ball, get to the point, get the money there where it should go, and quick.
Stefan?
Yeah, just to keep it short, we do not need new regulations. We have a crisis situations. We do not need new regulations. We need more action, and here I can agree.
Rolf, final word?
I can fully agree with what you said about vision and focus, and acknowledging the importance of the moment. And we started off with monetary and fiscal policy. The first place where I want this to be kind of implemented and thought through is actually with this monetary fiscal interaction and getting a more effective fiscal framework.
So they need to talk to each other a little bit more clearly. Well, on that note, gentlemen and lady, thank you so very much for joining us. Give them a round of applause for being frank and honest. And to everyone who joined us virtually and sent in your questions, responded on the question I had and I was very curious about. Thank you very much. It's been lovely to host you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back after this short break. It was your last break for today, and you are here right now at the last session of the summit. Welcome, especially here right up front. I am Martin Speer, author, Karlspreis Fellow of this year, and today I just will be your host. And it's time for Brussels speaking. And when it's all about Brussels speaking, I couldn't think of a better person to share the stage with than Guy Verhofstadt. Guy Verhofstadt.
French name.
I always do that wrong. Guy Verhofstadt. And probably most of the people in the audience know you. You're one of the most prominent and I would say outspoken members of the European Parliament. You're part of the Renew Party group, and you were a former Prime Minister of Belgium. And yeah, in this session, I briefly want to share with you how it is structured. Right in the spirit of the conference on the future of Europe, it's all about you, your perspectives, your questions, your thoughts. And this is a great platform to interact and have a dialogue on the future of Europe. And I want to warm up by asking you 2 questions, and then we have a microphone here in the room, and you just indicate, raise your hand, and share your thought and your question. And I think we have roughly 40 minutes. I think you have to leave on time. And maybe we start the debate by looking at one picture. And we see you here in London.
And she is there also on the picture. There.
Oh, right, in the back. So there are 2 people we know.
Only one blonde one, so she's there.
And this was actually the latest big, really UK rejoin the EU demonstration in London, I think end of October.
Yeah.
And if we look at polls in the UK, we see this trend that I think a majority of UK citizens lean to the UK rejoining the EU. What do you think about that? How realistic is that? And how was your day in London?
Fine, there was a lot of people. So I don't know that you see it, but there were, I think, somewhat 30,000 or something like that, 35,000 of 15. Yeah, there's a difference between the police and the organizers, you know. That's something typical for whatever. But it was a lot of people who came out in the streets in London, and what was specific is that, for example, the BBC didn't talk about it, and you didn't see it on your television television screens in the rest of Europe, because the BBC didn't give it, so automatically it was not exchanged with Italian state television or the Belgian the Belgian television or the French and so on. So that was, but it's the first. There will be others. So there will be others, and they will try to build up a momentum, because the reason why there were so many people in the streets is that for the first time, was my impression, the people feel during this crisis that this crisis is worse in Britain than in the rest of Europe because of Brexit. And that was certainly not a feeling, let's say, 5 years ago, or even 2 years ago. But today it's something that is openly debated in Britain. We have an energy crisis, but why is this more difficult than why London is not longer the biggest stock market, for example, because 2 days ago, maybe you have seen it in the press, the Paris stock market became for the first time bigger than London, what was as a financial center, what was never the case for decades. They have enormous problems for finding people, because of Brexit. Many people cannot enter anymore, and that means less growth, and that means a lot of different. So for the first time, my impression was, I have never felt that in the past, never. Well, and I went many times there because I was the Brexit negotiator for the European Parliament. representing the European Parliament during the Brexit negotiations. But for the first time, I felt that there is openly a debate in Britain in saying, yeah, we did wrong. We made the wrong choice. It's not what is good for the country. And actually, the reality is that the new prime minister, because I don't know who was prime minister that day anymore, so that I'm not sure. Could be Johnson, could be Truss, could be Sunak. I don't know it anymore. But
they're having quite a dynamic there.
Yeah, they have an enormous dynamic there. But so in the political world, it's still not discussed. Huh? So you see that even in the Conservative Party, it's not discussed. And also Starmer, the Labour leader, said, no, this is over, this is done, and we don't discuss it. But you feel that it will be certainly in the coming 5 years, 10 years, the coming decade, a center, a crucial element in political debate. And I personally think that, I don't know, within 15 years, 20 years, or 25 years, Britain will be back in the European Union, because it's completely crazy that they are out. Their internal market, the most important market, is at a few kilometers from their border. They have huge difficulties in finding labor force today.
So let's remember what you were saying and talk in 10 or 20 years again where we are. But definitely the topic of Brexit is something maybe also you have ideas on or thoughts, and we can continue that debate.
What is also interesting to tell is that, you know, when Brexit happened, that many of these people said, oh, that's only the beginning. You know that? It will be Dexit, the Danish going out. Then Nexit, the Dutch going out. Then Frexit, the French going out, and so on. And what you have seen, and we felt that also in the Conference on the Future of Europe, is quite the opposite. I think that Brexit created on the continent a sort of a feeling and say, yeah, we are not so stupid as Brits to go out. We think that there is a huge problem with the union. There is a huge problem with the union in the way that it is not, that it's always acting too little, too late, and so on and so on. And we come back to this.
You're almost answering my second question without me asking it.
Because you said me what
but
question a few moments ago.
Maybe that was my fault. But before I hand over, you were talking about the Conference on the Future of Europe, a very unique process, thousands of citizens being part of citizens panels, creating really a long list of really great, even bold ideas. Where are we right now? I didn't hear a lot anymore.
No, but because everything in Europe for the moment is blocked in a certain way. There is the war and there is energy crisis. So everybody is talking about that. If you talk about, we need to reform the union, say, later we're going to do that. Now for the moment is energy prices, how we deal with the energy prices, what can we do? In my opinion, we need also reform in the European Union to tackle the energy crisis. But okay, we can maybe come back to this a little bit later. And there is a war, and that's a huge reality on our borders. Our leaders for the moment, so the 27 member states, are busy with that. That's reality. So nevertheless, European Parliament has made in July already an official request based on the treaties, Article 48, to launch a convention to talk about reforms in the Union based on the outcome of this conference. And in fact, the Council, the European Council, based on Article 48, needs to react to that. And they don't react to that because they are busy with the war and with the energy crisis. And in my opinion, that is a wrong contradiction, because most of the problems we are facing today are geopolitical weakness, for example, or the energy crisis, and the migration crisis that is becoming worse and worse every day, has a link with the reform of the European Union. Because I know that many people said, oh, there he is again, talking about institutional reform. It's not about institutional reform, it's about policies. But my point is that bad institutions create bad policies. And that you need to, that it is completely stupid to make that division between, oh, that's a policy and that's an institutional problem, and that are two separate worlds. That's not our two separate worlds. The big reason that we have a number of problems in the European Union is mainly an institutional problem. There's the unanimity rule in the European Council. That's, in my opinion, that's one of the conclusions of the conference. That's, in my opinion, the most important hurdle, obstacle for the moment in the Union. Because, let's be honest, we use the word union, but we are not a union. We are still a patchwork, a confederation of nation states who work together based on unanimity ruling. And if there is no unanimity, nothing is happening.
The interesting thing is you're saying this as a member of parliament and former prime minister, so you both know, you know the EP, but also the council. I would now love to open the floor to all of you, because we have bright brains in front of us. You're either studying at great universities, you maybe won or were part of the Charlemagne Youth Prize, or you are fellows, just that you know what kind of people we're having here. And we actually have a first hand here, and I think a microphone. Oh yes, or maybe, yeah, you have, oh, okay, here we go. I think you don't have to push any, yeah,
okay.
It works.
Okay, so hello, my name is Francesca, I'm coming from Romania, and my organization Europulse was the Charlemagne Prize national winner for Romania in 2022. I have, and thank you for bringing the policy matter into attention, because I have the youth sector problems that I want to open up. So between the Next Generation EU funding, the youth pillar that the European Parliament proposed for every country to have included in every plan was basically excluded. So there were never included youth budget for every country for the Next Generation EU. But it's called the Next Generation EU without youth policy funding and without the youth pillar. And this year is the European Year of Youth, and next year it will be the skills, the European Skills Year. And also, because you brought into attention the conference of the future of Europe, I want to ask, how can we bring young people into attention of the national governments and at European level in terms of funding, and how can we implement the youth test that was one of the recommendations of the conference on the future of Europe at national level, in order for the national governments to think like, okay, we have this policy proposal, let's think how it will affect young people in the future. Thank you very much.
Yep. Well, let's be honest, Next Generation EU was a breakthrough in one sense, and on the other hand, hugely disappointing in the way it was implemented. It was a huge breakthrough. Why? Because for the first time we did a common approach of a crisis, the COVID crisis, and we launched Eurobonds. We are in Germany here, that's maybe forbidden to use the word Eurobonds, but okay, I think in the meanwhile everybody understands what it means. So that means that we have borrowed together with bonds launched on the capital markets, who had a huge success, because it was subscribed immediately, oversubscribed immediately. Yeah, that's the reality. And that money has been used to finance national recovery plans. And there starts already the problem. There are national recovery plans that we are financing with European money that will be paid back these bonds with new own resources that we are discussing for the moment. And that is, some people have said that this is the Hamilton moment of the European Union. You know, Hamilton, 1785, the Americans were losing the war against the Brits because they were a confederation. They needed always unanimous decisions by 13 members at that moment, 1-3. And then at a certain moment they changed the rule. Something very similar to the problems that we have today. And they started also a common financing by treasury certificates. That's the American name for the Eurobonds that we are using. So in a certain way, that was an enormous breakthrough. because until that moment, that was impossible to talk about. After the financial crisis, we didn't do that. And we were struggling with the financial crisis for more than 10 years. We were not capable to do something big together to relaunch the economy in Europe. We did it with Next Generation Fund. But the problem starts at that moment that we give simply the money for national recovery plans. And while, in fact, what we needed to do was to use that money for pan-European, transnational projects in European Union, saying climate change, new technologies, youth, that needed, and we needed, in fact, to define these policies on the European level and then use that European money to do that. But nevertheless, we can say the Next Generation Fund was a breakthrough because for the first time we borrowed 750 billion euro. What does it mean, 750 billion euro? That's more or less, if you use that on 5 years, that means 150 a year. I'm a lawyer, I'm not so good in figures. Nevertheless, I was Minister of Budget for a certain while in my career. I'm always saying to be Minister of Budget, it's not necessary to know anything about figures. Huh? You need to know the word no. That's the only thing what you need to
But is this an official advice?
Well, my advice is in any way that the way we have managed this Next Generation Fund is a good one, but we will have, in fact, we doubled, in fact, the budget of the European Union. The budget of the European Union is 150 billion a year. Peanuts, huh? Compared to America, compared to us. But we doubled it because 750 divided 5 years, for example, that's 150. So we went from 150 to 300 billion during these 5 years. But it will end. So the big fight will be, will it become permanent? Will we have every 5 years the possibility to do programs, like you say, on youth, on the European level, to create, to extend, for example, Erasmus in a dramatic way, to create Erasmus not only for university students, but for all students in Europe? Will we use also part of that money for culture and education? Because culture and education in Europe, no, that's not a European competence. What is completely crazy, because I think that the basis of the European project is values, is culture, is our common history, is the fact that we are a common civilization in this world. So I hope that we can make it permanent. That's first. This capacity that we have created now, and secondly, that we can decide on what we do with that money every year, 150 billion, what type of investments we will finance it, that we can decide it on the European level. And then we have a bigger chance to have youth in the heart of the program.
Thank you. You were speaking about the arts. We have a sort of artist, a person among us. What's your thought, question?
So you touched on something earlier which deeply concerns me, and that was the lack of BBC coverage of the march, but more broadly, the influence of the media on democracy. I'm thinking in the UK, where Rupert Murdoch has effectively decided who the next Prime Minister is for the last however many elections, where the BBC had Nigel Farage commenting every day, in the run-up to Brexit, and then post-Brexit, influencing the national sentiment on that. But also in other countries like Hungary, where 80 to 90% of the media is state-controlled, or Poland, where the state sponsors publications which are pushing, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, hateful content. Can the EU do anything to mitigate this? Or to influence the press in any way? Is that possible? Is that not allowed? And do you think the UK can even consider rejoining the EU unless the press starts to be more or less Eurosceptic?
The Commission is busy with that. So Mrs. Jourova has a project with regulations and directives to open the game of press freedom, I would say, and to guarantee press freedom inside the European and inside the different countries. But it's only, I will pencil even a more darker picture of what the reality is, because it is not only the ordinary media, there are social media, and that's even maybe worse than our ordinary media with what is happening for the moment. With Musk, who will be the chief tweeter, as he calls himself, and he will decide on what is allowed, what is not allowed, or with the algorithms of Facebook. When you once search on Facebook and you participate in a debate on this or that, then for your whole life, the algorithm will feed you. So finally, our social media for the moment, certainly the Twitter, Facebook, and others are creating, in fact, citizens who have a tunnel view on the reality, and who are skilling, in fact, the debate. A debate like we have here today is impossible on our social media. And I think the big task for the European Union needs to be to develop in the future a model of social media and media in general that is, can guarantee pluralism, democracy, and the political debate inside the Union. And I ask myself if it is not necessary to develop our own internet model. For the moment, we are using the American model. Europeans are very good in producing data, and all these data go for free and nothing to the other side, to the service on the other side of the Atlantic.
But don't you think that's too late?
I don't think that's too, no, it's too late, because every 5 years, every 10 years, the whole internet, the whole web is changing. We are talking today about Web 3.0. We are still using the techniques and the instruments of Web 2.0. I think the blockchain revolution, for example, is a huge chance to create a model on the European level in which people can continue to have the property of their own data. And in any way, we need to do something, because I don't want to live in a system where the Chinese become the model, where internet is used, as it is the case today, to control the citizens, their social behavior, to give them good and bad points. And that is needed, I think, above the other fight we need to do, and that you have raised, that is, pluralism, openness, openness of debate inside the media as we know them today. And that is state media, but that's also private. When we are talking about Murdoch, it's not the BBC, but it are all the others than the BBC. So, and that model, to prevail with that model, that's a task for the European Union to do.
And she was also asking about the UK, the role of media in the UK. Do you have a take on that, especially in their? I mean, I think Madeleine.
There is. Everybody can see the fact that, for example, this big rally was not given on BBC. Nothing else, zero. So I did interviews on Sky, I think. I did interviews on a number of other media.
I don't think the Sky actually broadcast anything though either.
Yeah. And BBC boycotted this. It's like, and if it doesn't happen in the BBC, then nobody in the rest of Europe has even heard about this 40, 50,000.
I mean, we did on social media. Maybe that's the nice thing about social media.
On the social media, a little bit. Yeah.
As time is precious, especially with you, I want to maybe open the floor again. And we had 2 women. Now we take a man. Oh no. Oh, maybe you in the middle, and then we. Please.
Yes, I'm Ahmed from Bulgaria, and I have 2 questions for you. First one, how we can encourage the young people from the Western countries to do some kind of volunteers activities in the Central and Eastern Europe to understand that we are a common union and we need to do something for this country. Because nowadays I see a lot of young people from my country and the neighboring country to go to the West. And there is a very big gap in all kind of public services. and the normal people starting to be a little bit Eurosceptic. And this is not nice to be Eurosceptic, because actually the Union is a good thing. And the second question is, maybe you know that few young people vote in the European elections. And I remember you posted something in Facebook a few months ago that the voting age will be 16 years old, and there will be the transnational
list.
Yeah, something like that. After that, I'm trying to find something in internet, but I didn't find anything.
Well, thank you. The Parliament has taken a position on this, and on the 16 years, and on the transnational lists. So we have made, with a huge majority in Parliament, an electoral law, a new electoral law. That's the task, the competence of the European Parliament, to take that initiative that we have done. And that electoral law, new electoral law, with transnational, 28 transnational seats in the future in the Parliament, plus a voting age at 16, has been sent to the European Council, because the Council needs to approve that. So now, approve that. That means that they need to negotiate that with us. Until today, they don't have a common position between the 27. And that means that we are ready to start negotiations in the coming weeks and the coming months, because we need to be ready before May 2023 to give the possibility to every country to implement this new electoral law in their national law, so that in 2024 we can have these rules in place. I know that in some countries they are pushing, in Germany, for example, for the 16-year to go forward, in a number of other countries also, and I think that's hugely important that it is 16. People from 16 years old have an idea about the society. And most of the problems that we are facing today are problems that are in the huge interest of people of 16, 17, 18 years old. Far more than an old man like me of 69 years old. So that's, I think, that's absolutely key that we do that. And the second important thing is the transnational lists. Well, for the first time, well, in fact, we have no European elections. You elect your national representative, Bulgarian representative in the European Parliament. And the same for every. But there is no possibility to say for an Italian, oh, I'm going to vote for a good Flemish candidate, for example. So I'm talking about myself now. Or for whatever. So for a European candidate. So for the first time we will have the political parties, if that is adopted, will have a list of European candidates. And the idea is that the list who receives the most votes, that the head of the list will be the man or the woman who will have the first chance to become president of the Commission and to that's the idea, so that people have a direct influence over who becomes the leader of this bloody European government that we have named Commission. It would be a good change also to call it government instead of Commission. So that is on the table of the Council for the moment. And there they are fighting. Some are in favor to go forward with that file. Others are very much against it, and we are trying to find ways to push the Council to take a position on this, and then to start negotiation with us. And for us, that's a very urgent issue, because if we don't have an agreement before May 2023, it cannot be applied in the elections of 2024. And then we are talking about 2029. Elections. So yeah, that's completely crazy. It's now. We need to do it now. But again, why it is blocked? Because you need unanimity in the Council. Unanimity in the Council before we can start negotiations about this new electoral law. Like we need unanimity in the Council before we can change the migration issue in Europe. We have since 2015 a complete proposal, including legal migration options, on the table of Council. And already now, 7 years, 7 years they are discussing it. Even when the treaties are saying that you don't need to do it by unanimity, but they have decided between themselves that they're going to do it with unanimity, because it's always better to decide something by unanimity instead of qualified majority. Oh, it's true, yeah, okay. But if you don't decide, yeah, that is what is happening in that. The same in the energy crisis. We have an energy crisis. We need an energy union. What does it mean, energy crisis and energy union? That you have a common purchase of energy. That you have a common, that you decide the mix of energy together in Europe. Cannot be done because of unanimity. And so on and so on. 80 billion is on the table. The Commission has to do a proposal to help for Ukraine of 80 billion. It's there. Cannot be implemented because there is a country, in this case Hungary, from time to time Hungary, who is against it and blocks it. We have an agreement in the OECD about minimum taxation, even with the Americans. There's an international agreement. We cannot apply it in Europe because there is a country against it, because of unanimity. There is now the possibility to have Bulgaria and Romania to enter in Schengen. There will be, I'm pretty sure, 1 or 2 countries who will oppose it and say, no, that's not possible. I tell you one thing. People are saying, yeah, but the European Union is like that. It's because of a crisis we go forward. That's the official way we built up the European Union. Well, I predict you that there is one day that the European Union will disappear if we don't change the way we decide in the Union and we do politics in the Union. In the world of tomorrow, which is a world of empires, with China, that's an empire, that's a civilization, that's Han. India, that's a huge empire. There are 2,000 nations in India. There are 20 languages spoken. There are 4 big religions. The same in the US. Probably not in Russia. In such a world, having a bloc like the Union with a budget of 1%, it will not work with unanimity, sorry. It will disappear a day with unanimity.
Sorry, I can't really allow a follow-up question because I would really love to proceed. And maybe we put it on the reading list. You were talking about the empires. You wrote an article, end of October, The Age of Empires. You can check it out online. It's a really good article.
I did it already, a little book in 2008. A New Age of Empires is the title.
Yeah. Okay, and even a book.
A little. Okay. I have not a lot of
that's
time.
That's also a book. We now combine 2 questions, and maybe it's you and you. Yes, here's the microphone, and then we go to the middle again.
Thank you very much. I am Julia, and I come from the College of Europe's think tank on the future of Europe, where we are developing policy and institutional proposals for the future of Europe.
From
so
Bruges?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Kind
not
of
in Nathalie, not in Nathalie.
No, not in Nathalie.
Better Bruges.
Although we have colleagues from Nathalie here as well.
Ah, yeah.
So I wanted to ask you a question that deals with institutional reform, because that's a topic that I'm interested in. In the General Affairs Council, by the end of October, the member states decided not to follow up on the proposal of the Parliament to trigger treaty change until the Commission of Constitutional Affairs of the Parliament delivered further proposals for treaty change. In this regard, I wanted to ask you 2 questions. First of all, what are these proposals that the Commission of Constitutional Affairs is thinking to bring forward, and how are they different from the ones that it already did? And on the other hand, it's evident that this delay proposed by the Council comes out of the reason that they don't want to open the Pandora box of treaty reform. I personally thought that with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, they would understand that institutional reform is necessary and it's a pressing issue, and its policy advancements are not enough, that we also need to engage in institutional reform, but they didn't understand this. So how can we build political momentum to make them understand that this is necessary if not even a war works?
Well, maybe we can do what the climate change protesters are doing, but then for the reform of the European Union. That could maybe, I'm not very much in favor of putting all this soup and this and other things on beautiful works on art and so on in musea. But the advantage of this is that it creates a shock in the public opinion, you know? A shock in the public opinion. People start to reflect on this and say, yeah, these young people, are they right that there is such a big problem with climate? You're right. I think we need exactly the same on the Union. There is, I thought also, oh, the Russian invasion. What will the European Council do? They will finally start to talk about European defense. No? I don't talk about European defense. We do something for Ukraine. We use the European Peace Facility to combine. We have, fortunately, there are a few billions there in that fund. It was not made for Ukraine, it was made for Africa on a proposal of the French. But we can use that money now to buy together. That's what we are doing. And then we have a trainings mission for how many people? 10,000 or 15,000 people. That's it. But that's, for me, not the response of the war in Ukraine. We need to go back now to the proposals of the founding fathers on defense. They proposed in the 50s, that's the Treaty of Paris of 52, and then that was further developed in the Constitution of 54. Their idea was to combine forces in what we call a real European defense community. And that's absolutely key. If tomorrow Trump comes back, he announced apparently his candidature, okay? When he comes back, and we are in the same situation as today, who is going to defend Europe? And can we do it? Yes, we can do it. You know, Europeans are the second biggest spender of military worldwide. We have the same budget without the UK. With the UK, it was even higher. Without the UK, we have the same budget, the military, as the Chinese today. We spend 4 times more than the Russians in Europe, but we cannot defend ourselves. If the war started with Putin entering in Ukraine without the Americans, it was already finished, let's be honest. Because we are, in fact, powerless, but nevertheless we spend 250 billion euro a year on it. Why is that? Because we have duplication as never before in Europe. We have 135 weapon systems in Europe. The Americans have 25, the Russians 20, maybe less now today. I don't know how it is working on with the war. And then the Chinese, the same. We, 130. We have the most number of soldiers of the whole world, more than 2 million. More than 2 million. But if tomorrow the Americans leave Afghanistan, we are powerless, we have nothing. And we have to phone, Borrell has to phone to his own prime minister from Spain to help him to evacuate European civil servants and Afghan people who helped the Europeans there. That happened. So we will now do something, we are busy to discuss a European intervention force. That's the lesson from Afghanistan, of 5,000 soldiers. You know what you do with 5,000 soldiers when you have an evacuation like in Afghanistan? You can protect the airport, nothing more than that with 5,000 people. That's over. So we are really in the middle of a crisis worldwide. It will be a world who will be insecure, who will be difficult, politically, militarily, technologically, and so on and so on. And no, we don't talk about European defense. We have to talk about European defense. And we have to talk, because it was the initial proposal from Adenauer, Monnet, Schuman. There was their proposal of 1952. And this is a stupid National Assembly in France in 54, who voted against that plan because Stalin was dead. They got the atomic bomb themselves, the French, so it was not necessary to do anymore. But we are in the middle of a complete change in the world, des rapports de force, comme on dit en français, of the real balance. And we are saying, we're going to give a little bit of training, and we're going to buy together some weapons for Ukraine, and that's over. No, it's not over. It's only the beginning for a new defense community.
I mean, but we're not talking about it. We're talking about it. We're moving into that direction, but it may be too small and too slow.
But look,
steps.
You think that when we started the steel and coal community, that was not a small step. That was a big thing, because steel and coal were the the basis, the core of the European economy. When Delors came with the single market, that was not a little step. He said, "Puff, we want a single market." And the single market will be the core of the Union. When we started with Mitterrand and Kohl, and we said, okay, you can have your reunification of Germany, but now we're going to make a single currency. That was a big step forward. We need something in the same size. We don't need, so from time to time I'm thinking, sorry I'm a little bit nervous now, so that's because sometimes I'm thinking, the problem of the European Union, you know what it is? That the European Union exists today. Because a crisis of a magnitude, like what happened in Ukraine and the entering of the Russians there, and everything what the fallout is, also economically, if there was no union, I think that our 27 heads of states are coming together and we made directly a defense community, we make directly a European Union without unanimity and things like that. And for the moment, what we do, we have the union and we say, okay, we've got to do a little bit here and there, a little screw. That's our problem.
Maybe we have to unlearn this EU way of doing things. But I want to hand over now to you for the next question please.
My name's Catherine Kelly. I'm a student at the London School of Economics. I'd like to ask about your involvement with the Spinelli Group, particularly on the subject of like a federalist integration. So where does this argument for a more federal model of integration find itself amidst the sort of more nationalist tendencies that we're seeing today across Europe? Is it still a viable, practical option, and how do we go about achieving that?
Everything what we discuss here this evening is federalism. When we say end of unanimity, what it is federalism. When we see we will give a defense community that space of federalism. But to be well understood, federalism is not centralism. If you talk with French about federalism, they don't understand it. They think that we want to create something, a big Brussels, will deciding everything. That is federalism. That's not federalism at all. Federalism is that you put the competences on the level the closest to the citizens. Everything what you can solve on the local level, you do on the local level. What you not can do on the local level, you need to do on regional, provincial level. There you put the next level, the next competences. Then there are things that you cannot do on a regional. In the Länder, for example, here in Germany, you do it on the federal level because there is the added value. And the same is also true for Europe. That's federalism. A German understands federalism. A French, absolutely not. A Dutch, not at all also. Because the countries where Napoleon went through, they don't understand it.
But you still have French members in the Spinelli Group, right?
Yeah, Danny Cohn-Bendit. But Danny was a German, a French. So he was a typical example of a European. No? So he understands what it is. So federalism is not creating a bureaucratic, centralized model in Brussels. It is saying what we're going to do on the European level is where there is an added value because we do it on the European level. And there we need common shared sovereignty. And all the rest needs to be on the other levels. And we have a subsidiarity system, subsidiarity check system to check that we do the right thing on the right level. That is federalism. You know, Germany is an example. The states also, the United States. Every state in the United States has its own constitution. In some, there are other values than in others. That's federalism. And federalism is a step in mankind. Why? Because it's an attempt to govern politically a community with different languages, with different cultures, with different origins, with different nations. So it's a step towards away from nationalism, that's true. And I think that the most of the proposals that are on the table since Monet, since Schuman, since Adenauer, and so on, and that we are still discussing today, were all federalists. They didn't call it federalism, but it's obvious that creating a European defense community or creating the steel and coal community, creating that commission, that's a federal element. One of the only federal elements we have on the European level is the existence of a European government and a European Commission. So it's important that when people say to you, oh, that proposal, that federal proposal, that is a centralistic, bureaucratic, that's absolutely not true. If you want to see what a centralist bureaucratic system is, go to France. In Paris, they decide everything. In Paris, they decide, for example, on what type the education will be in all the schools there, in the whole of France. That is decided in one ministry. In a federal system, that's the opposite. We're going to say, no, Länder can do that. Communities can do that, like in Belgium. And we give this, and what is necessary to combine, to integrate on the federal level, we do on the federal level. So, and by automatically, a federal system is less bureaucratic and is also a system that, in my opinion, will use less money. So the budget of the United States of America is 25% of the American GDP. The Swiss Confederation, they say they are a confederation, but in the reality they are a federation in the way they are working. It's 15% of the GDP. So when we are saying, yeah, we need more this and more that, bureaucratic, centralistic, we are a budget of 1% in the European Union. And people are expecting with this 1% that we do everything. That we solve the migration crisis, that we solve the energy crisis, that we do a European defense. But that's impossible. It's simply impossible. You don't do that with 1%. And so we need really a fundamental shift in this. And I think ordinary people are ready for such a shift. It's not true that you have in the public opinion Europhiles and Eurosceptics. During the conference, I got a totally different experience. All these people were say, yeah, Europe is the future. But the way European Union is working today, no way. That is what people... And one calls himself a Europhile and the other calls himself a Eurosceptic. That's the reason why at the end, they agreed on this more than 100 proposals with huge majorities, because you needed to have, I think, more than 80% before, 70% before a proposal could be accepted, more than 70. And they found between them agreements to say, yeah, we need joint armored forces of the European Union inside the European defense community. They found an agreement to say we need to stop with unanimity. They agreed on social policies, on even on migration. Migration, exactly what they proposed was very near to the Commission proposals on migration, where the Council is not capable to find an agreement on. So federalism is the way forward, not because of the word, but because of the content of what it means. And it's absolutely not what British politicians have said and what French politicians say sometimes, the centralistic system where you will have hundreds and hundreds, thousands of civil servants. You know how many civil servants there are in the European Union. There are in the European Union less civil servants than in a big city in every country of Europe.
Guy, thank you very much. Yeah. We're already at the end of this session. You were so passionate, the time was flying.
Yeah.
By.
I would that Europe is flying instead of I'm flying.
We couldn't cover all the questions. So I would like to ask you, if people have questions, can they send you an email and you respond?
Yeah, but don't do it by my social media, because then it goes into the...
Okay,
and I don't find you back then inside this whole mess of reactions. But do it directly.
Okay.
And maybe it's good then to give my email address.
I actually don't have it, but you can Google it or not Google it.
No, it's very simple. My first name is Guy, G-U-Y, and then my family name is very difficult for Hofstad. So you take VHS. So my email address is 6 words: GUYVH@gmail.com. Okay.
Okay, we even get this one. And it's streamed. Yeah, okay, anyhow.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to hand over now for the closing remarks. Do you need a picture? Oh, yes.
Okay.
A group picture.
First the picture and then the closing remarks.
Thank you. Oh, but we're not sitting like, no.
So it was my pleasure to open this summit this morning, and now I have to close it. Unfortunately, we're at the end. That was, well, a wonderful session. Now for finishing, and there was a little bit about optimism and hope around the day. And I guess if we hear people like Guy Verhofstadt, well, we all can trust in a good future. So the day started with a misguided missile of miscellaneous origin and probably open NATO Article 5. And now, today at the evening, the situation is totally different. And we talked a lot about things that one single nation cannot solve. We did a stock taking about the organization of the EU that is a blessing and probably a problem in itself too. We were talking about money, how to finance and how to get money for the economy, probably out of a European source. We were talking about safety and security, where it is totally clear that a single European nation cannot give the performance that is needed in this world of crisis. We didn't talk about the pandemic. Actually, thanks goodness. No? So we all feel healthy, hopefully. And this is the end of the research year 21 and 22. And we will close this in a few minutes. And we already saw today our research fellows for the next year. And I hope that they take this event today as a motivation to deliver next year on the same level. It's very nice to see how the 70 years old Charlemagne Prize is mixed up with young people. And I'm very happy that this plan is working. So I hope to see you soon. And this is the end of the session.